Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the first Clan Showdown of 2K24. Really glad to have you with us today. And for that new year of World of Tank tournaments, I am being joined on the analyst desk by Octo today. How are you doing?
Good, how are you? On this fine Saturday morning for me, I'm ready to see some fun 15v15 matches. We'll see 4 of those today, so it should be good.
Yeah, we have a total of 6 teams that made it to the playoff stage. As you get to see, those ones, Motivacja against Volgus. This is the first match of the day in the winner's bracket. Then Invil against Goodnight Nomi. Both of those matches will be BO7s. And then we have the losers bracket ones. We have DPM and NTMG that have been waiting there to play for the first matches. It's going to be BO5, so it's going to be pretty hard for them to make it. But it's still possible. We have seen many teams make it all the way to the grand finals from the losers bracket, so interesting to see.
Yeah, and then outside looking in, I do believe that the 4 best teams made it to the winners bracket, and then nothing crazy happened. Is basically what I'm saying in the group stage. So we'll see how far the teams in the lower bracket actually go, especially in a best of 5, which makes it much harder for quote unquote underdogs to perform.
I think we have to mention though that 2 teams that are very known in the 15v15 format didn't make it, Aura and W. Those teams have been performing a lot in the past tournaments, and this is also part of the reason why we get to see teams like Volgus, DPM and Goodnight Nomi. So it's going to be interesting to see if they actually manage to get their shot right against those top teams, Motivacja, Invil, top 2 teams probably in this tournament. What's your take on it?
Definitely. I mean, Motivacja, their players are known. The name just changes constantly. You said they were previously Penguins and
Madagascar, yeah.
Yeah, so they've been playing well in the past. I think they should be able to win their first match along with Invil, and then it should be a good match 5 tomorrow for those 2 teams if they do indeed win. But you never know. Invil doesn't exactly play their best games outside of the finals, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we
but
also have so yeah.
I was just gonna say I'm sure Invil will make it to the final though. They usually find some path.
Yeah, definitely. We also have some Twitch drops prepared for you guys today and tomorrow. Today you'll get a chance to get some consumables and battle reserves for a total of 3 hours of watching, and tomorrow we get mystery drops and pretty interesting stuff there.
Yeah, so you have 3 different 2D styles, the Waitang Day, Dazzle, and Wasteland King, as long as a 1-day premium account, 3 days, and then the chances of getting the Type 64, the Lorraine 40T, or the T103.
All of that being said, we should probably take a closer look about the first match of the day. Motivacja, one of the best team in the tournament, against Volgus, an underdog, and the community prediction, pretty much a 50-50. That's very surprising, but I have to say that Volgus played really well in the group stage.
Yeah, you have good group stage performance, but on top of that, like I said, the name keeps changing, so maybe the public eye doesn't recognize them as well. So we'll see if that plays a factor into it. But I don't know. I would tend to say Motivacja should have the better playoff performance, but it would be fun to see Volgus upset maybe.
Yeah, it would be definitely interesting to see if they can get a shot against this Ukrainian-based team. And that's probably enough from the 2 of us, Octo, because we probably want to hear what our casters have to say to introduce that first match of the day, give us their insights, give us info about the pick and bans. Kian and Daki, please take it away.
Well, hello there and welcome with both beautiful Ducky and also me at the caster's desk here for the Clan Showdown 2024. It's going to be the first iteration, and yeah, we're going to start off with Volgus against Motivacja. Motivacja, obviously a team that have been proven in the past to be a force to be reckoned with. They're taking it up against Volgus, Ducky, and honestly, I watched it. In my opinion, they overperformed in the group stage, at least my expectations.
Yeah, well, I mean, they seemed very prepared. They did well in the group stage. I think that's also down to the other teams not being that prepared for it. For example, Aurora in that group stage was disappointing, I think is the correct way to put it. 0 points, not getting anything done, and Volgus dominated them 4-1. And even against Invil, Volgus did put up a fight with a 4-2 scoreline. This is a kind of a German core team, but you have a bunch of other people in there. You have, John DM, You have sign-ups, unbelievably enough, French representative there, very Dutch. So there's a bit of mix there, Marin Dutch as well. So it's just a core of those German players with some international reinforcements.
Yeah, you know, normally Synop's one of our casters, this one for the French language, and normally I have to deal with him like, hey, I put you into the article, you get the drops, right, because you're not going to qualify anyway. Well,
Whoa.
not this time, right? This time he did actually prove me wrong. He did qualify for the playoff stage, so here he is to play with Vulgus, but obviously against Motivatia, is it going to be enough? Because yes, I do agree with you, Vulgus, that is, had a good showing in the group stage, but against teams that didn't look very well prepared, true, and now directly against one of the, I would say, two favorites to take it all, against Motivatia, the other one being Invil, I think is going to be the first test for them.
If we then look at Motivatia's group stage, though, Joker, they smacked 4-0. Not really a surprise, I think. Yeah, that team made it through the qualifiers on an interesting match against Goldfish, which we would have expected to be there instead. But you know, they didn't make it through the qualies. You get what you deserve at the end of the day. Map pick and bans, though. Cliff being removed from Vulgus, good choice, I think. But then Live Oaks being removed from Motivatia, no surprise.
No surprise there, as Fisherman's then is going to be the first map to be played. Normally kind of a 1-1, although recently we have seen that it can go 2-0 either way. Sand River also kind of a 1-1 map. Then the new addition to the map pool being removed, Karelia, not going to be played here. I think Vulgus played it once in the group stage,
Everybody
tried to camp on... tried to camp it. I think Vulgus was the only team trying to camp it and lost their camp on Karelia.
I think Goodinomi also tried it, but also lost it.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting moving forward. Not for this match, however. This one's going to head towards Prokhorovka for a map 3 instead. Muravanka then being taken out, and the possible tiebreaker, if we get there, the OGest of maps, Himmelsdorf.
Kihan calling Himmelsdorf an OG map. That's on my bingo. Check. And next is Polish players grew up on the streets of Himmelsdorf, Kihan.
Well, you know, they do have their name signs on the doors there, so...
Check.
It is kind of, you know, I'm just, I'm giving you a head start on your bingo there.
Yeah, I got a few of them. I got it open on the side just to know when I gotta do what. You know what I mean? Map guides is still coming. Don't worry.
Although the Himmelsdorf map guide is out for some time now already. Not sure if there have been some map changes since then. Maybe I should revisit it.
You should know, Kian. I mean, it's your job to know.
I think there have not been, actually. Anyway, though, the first map that's going to be played is going to be Fisherman's Bay. Now, prediction-wise, every single one of us going with Motivatia. I think that is fair. They're still the favorites, although Ducky, you and Insane...
I almost put 4-0, not gonna lie.
That is harsh. Like, I actually
but
was...
if you look at Motivatia's group stage performance, 4-0 versus Joker, 4-0 versus DPM, only Goodnight Nomi giving them a little bit of trouble, and that was the last match. The match where the relevancy of it was not too high anymore. They were already qualified. It's just about, you know, if they win, they get first in group. So, I don't know. They seemed really, really, really good.
Yeah, on the other hand, Vulgus seemed also prepared, and they did impress me in the group stage. That's why I went with the 4-2 score line. But yeah, exactly. It is group stage. Now it all matters here. Obviously, upper bracket, which means that the team that loses still has the chance to fall down towards the lower bracket and prove themselves there, just for doing well in the group stage. Both teams did that. Even though Vulgus, I guess, did lose to Invil there, but there's no shame in losing to Invil, even in the group stage.
True. The thing is, what I'm saying, Vulgus is just group stage. If we went off group stage performance, I mean, not this time around for Invil, but in a lot of cases, if we just judged group stage performance, we'd always say Invil is going to lose in their first match.
Yeah, and then Invil just goes on to completely stomp their way through everything anyway. We'll have to see. I think we are about ready to bring the first round of the Clan Showdown January 2024 underway. It's going to be Vulgus against Motivatia, so an international team against a transferred, I guess mostly Ukrainian team. Here we go, Vulgus coming in with a singular EBR, one whole re, double Fosh B, quadruple E5, a mouse, and the rest is 60 TPs.
Yeah. And Motivacja on the other side with triple E5, a Hori, an EBR, 3 I7s, 1 to 7-9, double 60p, but most interestingly, 4 VK72s.
Yeah, so I guess if Vulgus had picked a lot of 279s, they would be quite unhappy. But like this, not too bad, because what does the VK72 do? Well, it's got beefy alpha and it's also got beefy pen, 350 on those heat rounds. But there isn't a whole lot of 279s on the enemy team, so that makes it quite difficult for CB here, trying to do a very aggressive run on that 1-2 line, though, gets some information.
Most importantly, though, he has heroes spotted right now. And the issue with that EBR being spotted over there is that it's really hard to run away from. But I think heroes baiting there as well, because look at what is coming from Vulgus. The entirety of their team now driving down 1-2 line. They're actually sending sign-ups in first. That is a smart move, sending in the French player as the furthest advanced tank. That way, if he runs away, he's still with the rest of the team.
Yeah, exactly. No way to wave the white flag here currently for Synops, as he does have enough backup here. The entirety of the force by Vulgus coming in does get spotted now, and Beast with that IS-7 is like, oh nope, I don't want this to happen here, but it's gonna happen either way as Vulgus drive in here. They're gonna collapse on towards Beast. How much are they gonna pay for it?
That's the big question. Strolla there in that 60B is the first one to get focused for the side of Vulgus, but Beast obviously he's going to die in just a mere second in an I7. He had the info too late to readjust. And Vulgus has taken what they want, though. Their whole strategy is the 1-2 line defense, Gihan, and they do have that established. They didn't commit it with too many. They have about what looks to be 5 committed inside. You want to make sure you don't have too many actually committed in, because that exposes you to the A line. But they did get a freebie. They did get Beast and an I7 out, and the damage in return, pretty spread. I mean, Shrella's half HP, why my spotter took some, John took a shot, the killer took a shot, YOLO MP took a shot, but you would have expected more from Motivacja with how many tanks they had.
Yeah, indeed, the punish not too crazy as Brainbreaker in the back there in that IS-7 dropping down towards 1100 there, making a possible repush all the much harder here. He's going to commit towards the windmill. He's going to be proxying it, and we can see Motivacja now clearing the other side of the map. 4CB trying to attempt a spotting run here against Hero. Does get spotted, though. Needs to be very, very careful. He's one of the prime assets currently in place for Motivacja. He cannot take too much damage, and he does manage to stay full HP. We see the VK72s also getting rotated around the map. Now Motivacja have found out the hard way what Vulgus has planned to do on their defense of Fisherman's Bay, and we'll see how they try to break it.
The last time we really saw this defense played, Gihan, was when the 279 and the Chief were still in a different state, pre-nerf, and then you would pressure up with those 279s on the 2 line because they're basically unpennable, but they don't have that in this lineup. So when they do start this repush, there's a high chance they take a lot more damage than they usually would. And those 60 TPs, they don't die that quickly. I mean, every single one of them in E1 and F1 should get at least 2 shots, right? Fair to say. But the biggest question is this double push B actually going to be useful for this? Are these tanks at A2 going to be able to get the shots in on time? Because the info will be late. They will be spotted driving around the G1 corner, which means they all have to turn their guns and drive in. And again, double push B, I don't think is the greatest tank, but if they can get 6 shots out and hit them, sure. I just would love to see it happen.
Yeah, we'll have to see, especially at that range with the Force B. I don't think you're ever going to do 666. Maybe they're going to get some magic done, however, and we can already see that Hero has readjusted, so it didn't feel safe anymore on that A line against the EBR of 4CB. Meanwhile, though, what we need to keep an eye on is what Motivacja is doing here on that 1-2 line. The team here in pink, they're starting to form up a push. And the big question is going to be how brutal is going to be the punishment by Vulgus. Because yes, they do have a lot of tanks, a lot of beefy, meaty tanks established in that one line with those 60 TPs. But the DPM on them is rather lacking. All they do have is alpha damage, but that's about it.
But they also have that HP, though, that they're bringing in. That's also the 3k of the VKs. I think you almost have to start the charge with them because they can get bounced a little bit. I mean, let's be real, the VK, yeah, lower plate, around the gun ring, but shooting that on distance is not the easiest thing. They do seem to have some shot on towards Patras, though, in that 279, but we both know that the push is gonna have to be down 1-2. We'll say Motivacja did overall have that HP advantage, but still, it's gonna be a hard push in. You gotta remember those IS-7s don't have DPN. Brainbreaker is not gonna commit in. I'm just a little worried that there's too many times from Vulgus at B2. I'm not sure where they're looking, but it's not that easy to hit those shots in the distance, man. Especially not with the double push B, like I said.
No, the E5 is not too bad simply because it has heat and the heat doesn't lose pen over distance, so it's kind of okay. The whole re has enough base pen anyway, but now the march of the elephants, the charge down 1-2 line is going to start happening. So we'll have to see how much Motivacja takes. Turns out a whole lot on towards Dreiser immediately, but YOLO MP is going to be the first one to die.
Yeah, he seemed to be a little bit forward in that 60 DP, and that's good for Motivacja. They will trade off Dries. He was the initial guy driving in, taking the damage. Now comes the second wave of attack. Diavol, Skittle, and Little coming in. The killer there getting focused out. Good shooting, actually, from Motivacja. And this is a little bit of an issue here for Vulgus because they are losing gun after gun, and they've only been able to pick off Dries so far. They need to get some guns out of this game, and it doesn't seem to be happening just yet. Now they lose Strela, John JM, and then why am I spotted? And here comes Synapse in the charge with the E5, but it's a little bit disjointed from Vulgus. They are trying to drive back in here, but now they have to push against the established positions of Motivacja, and that doesn't seem to be working too well, especially when you're driving into VKs.
Yes, exactly. The E5s, they started driving in as soon as all the tanks by Vulgus were dead. Just lambs towards the slaughterhouse that Motivacja has created in that 1-2 line. Yes, the HP are kind of even still, but MV Mark, both of them are gonna die. There's little to nothing that they can do about it. Maybe they can still take out Nico Heinz here, who's a one-shot as MV gets him, but he's gonna fall in turn. And after that, Vulgus is not gonna have the guns anymore. The Foch Bs, one of them at least, seems to be reloaded, but as soon as they start running out of steam, it's gonna be all but over for Vulgus in round number 1.
There's the big issue, right? Those B2 tanks, they were not really in a position to do too much. And like, sure, man, you know, you blow up Dries, but you lose that 60p. That's a little bit too far forward. YOLO MP there in that 60p kind of died for free. And the biggest factor there for Vulgus, they have 0 DPM inside of 1-2. They have just 60ps, and they're just dying one by one by one, and they're not able to retaliate on towards the kills. And I think the biggest mistake then for the side of Vulgus is this actual attempt to push down 1-2. Not sure what they could do better, maybe an A-line repush or something, but most of the Motivacja team was there. There was barely anything on the other side of the map. But pushing back into 1-2 when your tanks are already dead is too late.
Yeah, definitely.
It has to be like instant. Like when they're pushing, you gotta repush. That's the only way.
Yeah, they didn't, and so Motivacja is going to pick up a round number 1 here. It did look kind of okay there for Vulgus at the beginning when they did pick up the IS-7 for free. But then at the end, having all of those TDs out of the game, having the E5s not really being able to contribute damage or HP during the initial repush, did just prove to be detrimental for a team Vulgus that, you know, it kind of seemed at the start that they had the right idea, but now even Hero missing that shot is not going to be the best of things here. Brainbreaker is going to take aim, is going to kill Hero, and it's going to be 1 for Motivacja, 0 for Vulgus.
At the end of the day, Motivacja had a good lineup to play against us with a very, very, very lot of meat with those 60Ps and those VKs. And like I said, those VKs are a bit annoying to shoot at on range. The upper plate is strong. The turret is strong enough, unless you hit certain parts of it. They are able to get in, and they do have that beautiful gun, which is better than the 60p gun as well. But for Vulgus, if you play this camp, you should know your reactions. The most obvious one is the enemy pushes 1-2, and now they just kind of gave up 5 tanks and then tried to repush when the game was over.
Yeah, and the thing is also that comes to mind for me is that, you know, realistically, all of those tanks that were not committed into the 1-2, why were they aiming at the A-line? Because there is not really a whole lot that, you know, could be coming there. As you outlined, there were no 279s on the Motivacja team that could have pushed A-line. There simply was nothing. It was, at that point in time, I mean, not maybe 100% obvious, but it was kind of likely that the 1-2 line was going to get repushed. And it's kind of concerning that they thought they could hold that with just like 560 TPs, when instead, when there's a push coming in with like 10 tanks, those 560 TPs, yes, they're going to hold for some time, but they are going to falter. And after that, it's just going to be the cascade effect that's going to come into effect. And we can see here the damage numbers, the E5s with that DPM really coming in quite handy for the team of Motivacja.
Quite handy indeed. And they had that healthy mix, right? They had that DPM of the E5s, that the big alpha, the VKs. The first Bs actually did do their shots at least, but still don't know if I'm the biggest fan of them, because it does... Like, if you look at the Motivacja lineup, there is one tank that can't really do anything except for shoot, and it's the Hori. On the Vulgus lineup, you have the double first B, then you have the Hori. You also have the 279 of Patras, which is on that rock position. So realistically, you have 4 tanks less to do anything with, to repush or push, where Motivacja has everybody else. And they literally drove basically everybody else down 1-2 line. And the only way Vulgus wins there is to meet them inside of that one, to keep the 60 Ps alive for long enough to allow themselves to repush back in when they're still killing the 60 TPs and get the advantage that way. But
yeah, and also with the Foch Bs, like, yeah, they did have a lot of damage, but then at the same time, you know, they were the tanks that were, they were not contributing HP. And also, when did they do the damage? Because both of those Foch Bs were basically the third wave, behind the 60 TPs being the first, then the E5s came in second, and then the Foch Bs had a last hurrah with another clip of damage at the end there when, well, the battle was already over. So, yeah, they were quite high on damage, but how useful was that damage in the end? Probably not as useful as Vulgus would have liked. And I mean, we see the result here. The result was a decisive worst round for Motivacja, and they're looking now to extend that lead towards a 2-0. And honestly, they did look quite good. They didn't do a lot or any mistakes in that round number 1. If they just keep playing their A game here, it should be smooth sailing. And for Vulgus, yeah, I mean, they tried that defense. It's kind of concerning that, you know, the reactions weren't quite on point. Then again, they, I guess, got a little unlucky with the setup that they had to play against. So now it's going to be up to them to, like, ignite the sort of the action here. They are going to be the attacker. That means they are going to be shaping the time and the place where the action actually takes place. Hopefully that's going to be better for them than having to react.
Well, nowadays the meta, well, in terms of like perception of the map, at least between the teams, has changed. Used to be pretty def biased in 279 meta, but nowadays teams prefer attacking normally on Fisherman's Bay because you have a lot of options, and Vulgus is going to be trying to exploit those options with the triple 279, double 260, an IS7, double E5, a VK, a Hori, an EBR, and the remainder being 60 DPs.
And for Motivacja, we see a little picking up that E3. Then we have positive with a whole E3. We have quadruple VK7201K, 1E5. We have quadruple IS7, quadruple 60 TP. Ducky, I want back the days of the 279 and Chieftain just so we can be quicker with those lineups.
Gotta point out though, on the Motivacja lineup, no EBR. So they don't have that initial info available to them, which is always a little bit interesting to see. You can also,
I mean,
the HP, it's a lot extra. You can hold without an EBR.
I mean, if you take a look at the lineup, the only tank that isn't really like a super heavy, Hero, they're already taking a shot of damage with that EBR. The only tank that isn't really like a super heavy per se, or a TD, obviously, is that E5. Basically, the IS7s can rotate around if they are really needed to, but other than that, this is a pretty stationary setup from Motivacja, because... Oi, Strele! Oh my god. Oh god. Well, you know, at first I was like, oh, IS7 magic side armor.
Space armor, but then the next 3 shots. Minus.
It's a minus for the IS7, losing his turret, losing his life.
The turret flew so far, man. I think it's like 50 meters ahead of his tank. It's okay, they're sending in the secret weapon sign-ups.
Oh god, hopefully the same thing doesn't happen to him here, but obviously when something like that happens, that is immediately such a bummer when you're playing, right? You're down 0-1 and then one of your tanks gets ammo-racked. Then again, they did blind commit that IS-7 in, so, you know, kind of their fault. but yeah, obviously unlucky. Then again, what would he have arrived there with? Like 750, 1000 HP?
But it's about spotting though. If
Yeah.
he's there, he can kind of spot the city, cross him back and forward. He can get pressure back, but it is an annoying position to deal with. Let's put it that way. Ooh,
Definitely.
nice.
Sign-up starting to outtrade Rambo here.
Unbelievable. Sign-up starting to outtrade. If I'm Rambo, I'm just closing the game after that.
Alter 4,
Alter yeah.
Yeah. All right, a rotation coming in though by the team of Vulgus here, sending all of their 60 TPs, the 260s, the 279s back away from the city. They saw all the VK72s with their explosive firepower, and we're like, yeah, we don't want none of that. Instead, we're going to commit in towards 1-2, where we have some control established already. Signup seems to not be able to currently trade against Rambo there.
Shot. He hit Lakiner this time. From behind that rock, I'm pretty sure he hit Lakiner. I mean, Lakiner got hit for like 800.
Yeah, if it wasn't the killer and Mark simultaneously, then probably Synops here. And, you know, that is kind of concerning for Motivatia. If Synops keeps being able to keep up those trades, then again, we'll have to wait and see if he's actually able to do that.
Surprised they haven't pushed anybody across yet, though. If the killer makes it to E4 quadrant on that building, he can start shooting Rambo. Of course, with the less heat pen now, it will be annoying, but it wouldn't be impossible.
Oh, Synops there with another swing, but a miss, as he does now get proxy spotted by the IS-7 here. And now in comes, once again, the 1-2 line push here, this time with some more, I would say faster tanks, 260s. They're eating the first couple of shots. The Hori getting spotted. Positive, oof, taking 1200 for his troubles. Rambo trying to get out of there, but Positive down to 15, has to be very careful.
He's dead actually from the middle. He got spotted, he died. That's one freebie for the side of Volgas. Rambo, they're trying to escape in that IS-7. Not sure where he's going, but they'll find Brainbreaker as well. Another freebie now. Double IS-7's crossing over into A2 for the side of Motivatia, but Gihan, that just looks like another 2 free kills to me that Volgas will pick up along the way if possible, but they are committed now, and now these VKs are marching through the city. But what are they marching on? The closest tank is also the furthest one at K5 at 279. That's a long drive for Motivatia.
Yeah, and realistically, what are they going to get out of killing that one? Immensive there, prematurely driving over the 1-2 line, taking a lot of damage here, and it seems like the 1-2 push by Vulgus has been halted for now, because the fire coming in from the middle is just too large. It's just too punishing by Motivatia. That being said, though, they're taking a lot of damage here as well, but Vulgus, have they overextended? If you take a look at the HP, it's just Motivatia in the lead.
Yeah, Motivatia in the lead with an extra tank as well. They did a good number on these tanks on 1-2. Yola MP, MV, and company taking a lot of damage there on this crossing down. That's the punishment given by Motivatia. Sami now falling in the 60p. That's one of those 1-2 line tanks. They need to be able to clean up those IS-7s, so maybe that double free kill that I said is not turning out to be quite that. A good shot from Diavol shuts down the killer, and Deju and Yola MP here not guaranteed to win this whatsoever just yet. Clownic has a lot of HP. Signups now coming in with his VK, but takes 812 on the side from the middle of the map. He's trying to find Beast. He actually does find it, but at what cost? Now Vuri driving in with his E5. It's a little bit disjointed here for the side of Vulgus, but they will clean up 1-2. But those VKs have arrived at destination K5, and as you said, the HP massively in favor of Motivatia.
Yeah, Motivatia able to just trade so well off of those kills that Vulgus have been getting, but the return trades coming in here as the team captain, Why Am I Spotted, does fall to the grave, and now Dreiser and Necroheinz trying to bully Envy out of that position as Dreiser does fall. Necroheinz, I think, not connecting here, or rather not penetrating on towards the 279. It's still a 279, but the sidearm are not going to save him here from the shots that are coming in from Goose Roland and I said. And now Motivatia here, 7,000 HP in the lead. Yes, Vulgus have a lot of positions. They do pick up Lakiner, but they still have to somehow either cap or kill all.
This 1-2 push, it was a bit over eager. Like, was it MV driving? No, it wasn't MV driving up. Who was it? It was one of the guys driving up in the beginning. Took a tremendous amount of damage, and then the rest came one by one. If they did it all at the same time, you accept the damage from one guy, you drive down, they don't take nearly as much damage as they did now. It was a very disjointed push to A1.
Yeah, and now a lot of one-shots here on the team of Vulgus. We can see Synop still hanging on onto 19 HP here. But the playmaker here right now is Hero for the team of Vulgus, but even he is down to 320. He is the EBR. The enemy team from the start of the game has not had that crucial asset. They haven't picked one, but for now, obviously, the HP lead should secure them a victory here if they don't start throwing away tanks needlessly on their defense.
I mean, they still have double the HP that Vulgus have. I mean, Vulgus with an extra 7 and some more HP on 1-2 could make something out of this, but in this scenario, I don't see it. I really, really don't see it. They have no time. Yeah, and if they had time, let's say they had 4 minutes, but they don't. But let's say they did have 4 minutes. They could bring the EBR south, like he's going now, outspot the VK at K6, and then push across the K line. Relatively unspotted and clean them up, right? But they don't have the time for this. I mean, they'll probably still try it, but it's kind of like a little too late, you know?
Also, the question is, how do the Rex there actually stand at that K6 position? Because, like, there was, I think, Dreiser with his VK72 as well. If he died in a position where Nico Heinz can just chill behind him and be shielded from the Hori and just have the stone in the way of the tanks from the middle, then he can just hold out there almost indefinitely, I think. So that is also the question. Now the E5 and the 260 starting to drive here. Those are really the only fighting tanks together with Patras remaining in that 60 TP that do have any HP to speak of whatsoever. We'll have to see. Nico Heinz does get spotted here now in that VK72. Does not see the 260 though. I think the airplane's actually providing the spotting cover here. We'll have to see when Teju actually gets in towards the proxy spot. As he does now. Does Nico Heinz peek here is the question? No, he's just going to keep him spotted, and he does get picked up.
Second outright this game. Kind of funny, but yeah, like I said, if they had 4 minutes, if they had 4 minutes to work with, this would have been a good move. Because look at the positions they're taking now and crossfiring those guys in the middle. But with 50 seconds left, it's not possible.
Yeah, it looks to be like all over here as Skittles takes some damage here. Obviously, Teju is trying to do what he can in that 260, but even his DPM is going to be limited as the tanks by Motivatia start bleeding though. But yeah, with 32 seconds on the clock, I don't really see anything happen here. Skittles is on the way away. He's even going to probably take one more swing on towards Worthy or something. And yeah, Patra's going to break the 3,000 damage mark. Yeah, the HP. Yeah, the HP are, you know, still in favor of Motivatia, funnily enough, but the guns aren't.
It was 7 to 14k, and now it's 5k to 6k. Yeah, well, if there was more time, if only there was a little bit more time, Vulgus would bring it home. Then again, though, Motivatia, I think, also realized at the 2-minute marker that it's game over. Yeah, unless some magical happens, it's game over. Which means they probably didn't try their very hardest anymore in the last 2 minutes, because it's also kind of like, they're not going to kill us. They got close, though, but... yeah, an extra 7, a better 1-2 push.
An extra minute?
Yeah, an extra minute. More than a minute, technically, but yeah. Then you can start exploiting that EBR advantage, right, by outspotting tanks, but...
Alright, so we do see Strela here, the unfortunate IS-7 who took 3 penetrations. And that was all she wrote for him in that battle. But yeah, in the end, I think the time was the more crucial issue here. Obviously, it is unfortunate for that IS-7 to lose the turret and to thus lose the spotting potential.
How many shots did he take?
He took 5 and 3.
3 times 750. I mean,
2,150, I think.
Yeah, if they all bend, he would still be a one-shot though.
Yeah,
I know,
exactly.
they know 3 of them did pen, yeah? 3 of them did pen. So, it would be a one-shot if he didn't get ammo racked. It wouldn't have the highest impact into the game anyways. And if anything, in this game, it was good for Vulgus that he died. Because imagine you have the i7 in the pocket, right? Kira? Imagine you have him there. You're kind of inclined to cover him.
Yep.
You're always inclined to leave some people to cover him, because otherwise he just gets pushed and dies for free. Which means that they would probably be pushing 1-2 with even less tanks than they did now. And probably the way that they did it wouldn't win it.
Yeah, now though, this means that Motivacja are going to pick up a quick 2-0 on Fisherman's Bay, and this in turn means that we are now going to switch maps. From Fisherman's we are headed over towards Sand River, and while the themes of the map, one of them summer, one of them desert, are completely different, I would say the gameplay is not the most dissimilar.
We'll see, I mean, a slower attack usually, where the defense is the one being a little bit more proactive just because of the nature of the map. But it really depends though still, like whether the defense wants to defend the K line, like we've seen quite a few times now, or wants to defend over the north. I think from Vulgus we won't see anything explosive, like in terms of like fast pace, but Motivacja might though. They're the kind of team that does sometimes bring that hyper aggression, and I think if they do hyper aggression, it will be on their defense actually. But it's hard.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Maybe Vulgus once again brings something hyper explosive in terms of tanks. We'll have to wait and see about that one. But overall, Sand River also one of those maps where you can have immediate commitment somewhere, but also you can play the rotationary game. That was kind of what I was getting at with not too dissimilar playstyle, but obviously there are a lot of intricacies that do set the two maps apart, and we'll just have to wait and see. Now, for Vulgus, they need that next point, in my opinion, simply because if they go 0-3, yeah, I don't see them coming back into this match. If it's 1-2, then yeah, I do see an angle.
Like I said in the beginning, I almost predicted 4-0 for Motivacja in the beginning. I didn't do it, and I'm starting to regret it. Because, I mean, yeah, Vulgus had a great group stage. Like, they had a great group stage, but playoffs for this team is not something that they're very used to. So you can also kind of see it in their playstyle. They're playing a lot worse than the groups, a lot less proactive as well. But they still have opportunities with the double CS63, the EBR, the Eskong, the 279, the quad IS7, and the remainder being 60 TPs.
And for Motivacja, we have the single EBR, we have 1 E5, we have quadruple S-Conk, 4 IS7s, and then 5 60 TPs behind that. That is a lot of fast spotting potential tanks here for the side of Vulgus.
They do have indeed that mobile force, although the chunk of their team is still those 60 TPs that can't really do too much, and so far it looks like they're just splitting across the map. They'll probably go for a north defense by the looks of things eventually.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Synops and MV getting split off towards the north here. Obviously, both of them having been spotted. 4CB now. With that, EBR is going to spot out both of them here, actually. It's going to take a swing and a miss at MV here, who has taken a shot from one of the tanks at the base, I do believe. But yeah, obviously, Synops cannot peek as the K-line hold is going to come into effect for Motivacja first of all. They can even drive forward if they want to a bit more with that double IS7 and all those 60 TPs behind it. And for Motivacja, 4CB takes a lot of damage in that EBR, needs to get out.
Yeah, he's even getting peeked by the IS-7s. His Synops tried to do that on the move. All of them are spotted. Salty and Strella just kind of driving through. But there is the IS-7 of Little, though, in the zero line that they'll have to deal with somehow. These IS-7s don't look to stop. Drives now taking 1-2 combination as well. They need that double CXCC3 to kill Little, but there is still double S-Kunk in the base. Tokihan with an EBR. They push off of that. It might not be too good. But again, Vulgus not stopping. Why am I spotted? Ola and Salty just driving into Dries, and Dries realizes now I gotta get out of here, get set on the fire. He's gonna be falling, and this I7 move is actually amazing for Vulgus. Dries is gonna burn to a crisp with Synops getting the kill. They will still need to find Little though.
They do still need to find little, and now the double CS pushing down from the 0 line here is going to come into effect. They're going to try to push out that IS-7. It's going to be hard, though, also with that double S-Conk, with that DPM to help the IS-7. Synops taking huge amounts of damage.
That is not the play there for Synops in the CS63. Little actually in a pretty good position. Why am I spotted there with the overpeak as well? They should just let the tanks from behind deal with Little now. He's in the open for the tanks from the middle. Little finds why am I spotted. They really wanted to kill him, and they wanted to kill him slightly too badly, Kihan, and trading a little bit too much for what it's worth. Somebody should find a shot on him. 16 HP, come on. I mean,
yeah, 6 HE, come on, someone kill this man. Hero in the EBR is going to step up here, is going to remove Little from the game, and as this dust settles here, 2-1 in terms of kills, and Vulgus up in the HP department.
Yeah, Vulgus up in the HP department. It could have been even more if, you know, they played a little bit more safe against Little. They realized they needed to kill him, but I don't think they needed to kill him that badly. But now Immensive re-pushing the I-7 in the middle together with Shuttle. That's a good move because they want to keep very safe, of course, in that 60 TP. And now, though, they're just pulling the guns back onto 0 line with the double CS. That's a good move. And yeah, so far, it's looking good for Vulgus. An Ignite coming out, though, in return. Motivatia now bringing that HP back, and the repush off of 1-2. Actually, Vulgus, this is what we like to see, though. Some proactive gameplay. The question is, can they make this work?
Can they make this work? They did get a good kill there in G1, but I don't think they can really continue pushing, as now the middle push by Vulgus here is going to get halted, as Sami probably the next one here to die for Vulgus in the middle. I think they're trying to do too much at the same time here. Yes, they do have Crossfire, but it is only 2 tanks for Vulgus in the dried out riverbed. Sami now down towards 1400, but Hero with another crucial kill. Sami down towards 547. It's going to take one more shot by a 60 TP, but in come Vervi and Teju, 260 TP sledgehammers. 60 TP
sledgehammers indeed, and Positive is left behind. They're going to go for Brainbreaker first, though, because he's trying to run around the corner. That is a good decision there by the boys from Vulgus. Envy now pushing in, but it's CS63. This is a little bit too much, but he does get picked up by Sami. Now, though, they're going to be careful, Vulgus. This road down the middle will not result into much for them. There's the double S-Conk holding there with Brainbreaker from behind, but now Salty coming in a good position with his IS-7. Force TB falling. I think Salty there with the IS-7 spotted him out as well, and now they could potentially pressure the middle again. But this is the Vulgus you want to see, making those moves, making those plays. And if we look at the HP, basically that even, but the number of the guns here and there is 6 dead for the side of Motivatia.
Yeah, I think Vulgus creating a lot of chaos around the map, and Motivatia at some point in time didn't really know properly what was happening where. Good moves coming out of Vulgus. Now they just need to solidify the state of things here currently, and then they need to start letting these the number of guns work for them. Still 13 available, and they do have a lot more map control. They do have the middle of the map as well with that EBR, but now Motivatia, I think, have all had but just about enough on that 1-2 line here, starting to drive in with the quadruple, almost full HP 60 TP. They're going to collapse on towards Mark and on towards Empty here, who are looking very, very out of place.
Yeah, and the shooting from Motivatia, they're better than the shooting from Vulgus. I mean, those 60 DPs from Vulgus was committed to. They didn't do a shot of damage. They could have held to get a guaranteed shot. Motivatia in return doesn't miss those. And now you see the issue that they left that middle area again, Kihan, because these guys at F1 and G1, the ones that already died, are getting peppered by those S-Conks from the mid. Clownzik and Lakiner, I think they're in, or Ice, actually doing great shooting. Now they find the killer as well with HG. Good decision making there from those 60 DPs. They're still doing a tremendous amount of damage with those HG shells. 118 left, and now Vulgus starting to be in a little bit of trouble, Kian, because I think they stopped being proactive there.
Yeah, and now here, Salty Tubas on the eastern part of the map is going to be the playmaker for Vulgus here, simply because he has this much HP remaining. Lakiner there in that S-Conk. He looks like one of those linchpins in the defense of Motivatia that can easily be removed. 733 remaining only on him, but there, if we take a look at the minimap, also HJ0, there's another S-Conk just waiting for the tanks of Vulgus to drive in. And those S-Conks, yeah, they don't have a lot of alpha, but they do have that crucial DPM. Motivatia, though, with 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, they still have to do something here. They have to make something happen. They're the attackers.
Clownzik there potentially trying to do a little bit too much in his S-Gong. Taking some damage, but Aka and Skill are coming down. Hero getting spotted out in that EBR. Not what you want to see at this moment in time. Now Aka and Skill committing with Rambo behind, trying to get these guns out of the game. Aka immediately takes 1.6 to the face, but does get Patras in return. They need somebody to finish the killer though in that 279. Right now, nobody with the angle available. It's going to be Rambo actually to get it. They're now going to probably go into Shella in that IS-7, but not before Rambo gets picked up by Teja. Good kill there, and it does seem like Volgus is stabilizing again in this game. It's not quite over just yet, but they're looking good.
They're looking good so far, as Skittles also with the HP advantage against Stella here, but takes 913 actually to the face. Max roll possibly by Sami or whoever, as he's down towards 79, but the Amorex onto Strela here. Synops with the kill.
Unbelievable. Synops with the MVP performance, doing what Insane never could.
Oof.
Sorry. No, but it came a little close there for a while, but then Volgus reset into these defensive locations, and Motivatia really just missing the tanks to potentially crack this open.
Yeah, and I think also Motivatia got surprised by some of the moves, some of the aggression that was coming out of Volgus here, particularly that move in towards like EF0, and also the repush then after that in towards the dried out riverbed with the punch combination on towards the one line as well, just picking one tank up for free there, not continuing with the smart move. Yes, that one did cost Volgus 2 tanks after, but like, first of all, Motivatia saw that those aggressive moves were coming out of Volgus, and then they had to react to that, taking away so much time, and time is something that they don't have anymore here, together with HP as well. Volgus now firmly ahead in the HP department, and the thing is also that all the one-shots that they have, Synops, Hero, Strele, they're not about to die here, really. They're not really committed into positions where they're in any kind of meaningful danger, save for maybe Strele. He could get picked up by an unfortunate HE, but that's kind of it. And so yeah, Motivatia, they did look good in the first couple of rounds. Here in round number 3, finally Volgus showing up.
Volgus showing up just when they needed it most, preventing Motivatia from going onto match point from the favorite side. Not Volgus, but Motivatia from the favorite side on Sun River. So that's a real opportunity for a 2-2 here.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Saldi taking 1 HE there to the face, but he did have the medkit available to heal his loader. And yeah, with 20 seconds on the clock now, this game is gonna run out, and Volgus is going to get a first point on the board as Sami picks up Direwolf. And the thing is also, Motivatia at the end here, they didn't really have the tanks with the HP required anymore to make any kind of plays. We see here now Hero coming in, he's gonna get the roll, and at the end Volgus even with a few stylish kills here to finish it off.
Yeah, and deservedly so, they pick up this round. The mid and 1-2 push working out there for the side of Volgus. Most importantly, pulling more tanks towards the middle to win it. Some good shooting on Brainbreaker there. I think they could have continued after, but they were a bit afraid. That almost put them in a little bit of trouble, but they had way too much tank advantage. Like even with Motivatia killing like 3 of them, they were still down, and then they had to make the push, which is always going to lose you a lot of HP. So good stuff from Volgus overall.
Definitely good stuff from Volgus, finally with that aggressive gameplay kind of exploding out of their corner that had been very, very quiet for the first 2 rounds of the match. And we can now see that actually Synops putting the team on his back. Top kills, top damage.
Top kills. Unbelievable. Is this the part where we are not allowed to meme Synops anymore? Or?
I think at least for, you know, this game. It is not the end of all days. There is still a few more games coming up, so
2024 is a hell of a year so far, dude.
True. But yeah, in the end, I think well played to Volgus on a mostly tactical level, to be honest. They did good reactions, good moves, and Motivatia just pace-wise with the tactic, not able to keep up in this game here.
Yeah, not able to keep up in this game. Those IS-7s driving through, I mean, they did make it to a very, very, very good spot, right? Think about it. Even was it Dries? Was it Dries? It was Dries. He went into that hole and he saw them coming and is like, oh. Oh.
And then I think he kind of did the correct move, but too late, and he even did get set on fire in the process. So insult to injury and a bit of bad luck, honestly. But yeah, just good stuff from Vulgus. Very nice to see them finally showing up. Not the 4-0. Maybe the 4-1.
I'm so glad
We'll
that I
have to wait.
predicted 4-1 after all.
How the turns have tabled.
Yeah. Covering all my angles, Kian. Covering all my angles. No, but this was the Vulgus that they kind of need to play, though. I think Motivatia is also the kind of team like Invil where if you sit like you did on the Fisherman's Bay, they will destroy you. If you do take some proactive movements against them and don't let them just execute their game plan, you have a pretty decent shot at potentially surprising them, getting some people out of position, and just keeping the speed of the game to your expectations, not theirs.
Now, expectation-wise, though, we still do expect Motivatia to win the matchup here. They're not going to be doing that in the coming round here, but possibly they are going to be putting themselves on a match point, or Vulgus might even be equalizing the scoreline here. If the past round is anything to go by, that is a distinct possibility. Now playing from the favored side of Sand River, we'll have to wait and see, though. Vulgus did look pretty good in this last round, but the thing is that they kind of did unexpected moves from also the defending side. Are they going to be able to surprise Motivatia with something here on the attack? We'll have to see. Vulgus now coming in with 1 EBR, 1 E3, 1 STRV, double S-Kong. We have a double 279 and the rest is 60 TPs.
Motivatia, on the other hand, though, quad 907, a CS 63, triple S, triple IS7, and quad 60 TP. That is an aggressive lineup for Motivatia, one way or another, especially because of those 907s. They only work if you're pushing with them. However, we've seen Motivatia play something like take Nord, hold K-line, repush, for example. That's some of the things they've done in the past that I'm thinking of right now.
This meta now, man. When is the last time we saw quadruple 907?
Well, last time Motivatia played Sand River, the last tournament.
Yeah, well. That's on me. The question was too easy. All right. Middle spot here does find a lot of tanks for Vulgus, though. So with exactly 40,000 HP, they do know kind of what's up here. The 907's immediately getting turned around, though. And Hero, at least at the start here, playing a good game of spotting.
Doing what he needs to do with that EBR, except for taking that shot, right? But yeah, he did get a lot of info. And Motivatia is kind of doing what they did in the past, which is what you see right now. It's, how do you say it? It's like hold K-line, hold north, keep 907 somewhere in between, right? If they push north, we repush K-line. If they repush K-line, we repush K-line. One way or another, they end up on the K-line, but you know, it's just a matter of time.
Now, this being a matter of time, Patras now being committed in here with that 60 TP. He's going to be the first line of attack here on that K-line against a lot of tanks by Motivatia. Obviously, the dune's shaped in a way where the team spawning from the west normally has the disadvantage. At the same time, once again, those 907s here lying in wait on that one line. So as soon as enough tanks get committed in by Vulgus, then Motivatia are going to be trying to spring that trap. Positive here in that single 907 kind of on his own, on an adventure. Then again, if basically he manages to get at least a couple shots on towards the enemy tanks and connect them, he doesn't even need to pen them, but simply, you know, make Vulgus think that there is a larger 907 presence in the northeast than there actually is, then maybe Vulgus will start committing in the southwestern part of the map and possibly even overcommit, and then those 907s in F1 can actually start springing their trap.
Yeah, well, the thing is, though, if you're Vulgus, Kian, you should have a pretty good idea how Motivatia wants to play this. If I can remember, being the boomer that I am, that they've done this 2 tournaments already in a row, then they should be aware as well, right? At least I would hope so.
I mean, they should be aware. You'd hope that they have studied past tournaments for Motivacja. Then again, those 907s, they are very mobile tanks. Maybe Volgas is thinking that, surely they did it once, they did it twice. Are they going to do it a third time? Is it going to be, Invil on the Prokhorovka attack, 1-2 line and 7v7? Surely not, right?
I mean, Skittle is slowly getting peppered, I think, by Ola and the STRV. That should be kind of the goal right now, anyways, for Volgas. Try and get Skittle out of the game, do a lot of damage. But you look at this, look how much map control, Bryce?
Yeah, he drives on towards the top of the hill, and then IS-7 Space Armor.
He's so
does
lucky
save
not to
him a
die
lot
for
here.
that. I was gonna say before Dries, I thought he DC'd for a second, but he peeked really wide. Is that Motivacja has taken an extreme amount of map control with very little tanks. It's an IS-7 and a 907 that have pushed back 5-6 tanks from Volgas into the base.
Yeah, indeed. A lot of map control being generated here with only 2 tanks. Yes, there is a CS hanging back behind the IS-7. There is another IS-7 in the middle of the map. But the rest of the tanks is actually in the southwest here, where also the majority of the Volgas tanks is still, mind you. But this means that Motivacja should have an overmatch in the firefight, should it come to pass.
Volgas' time is starting to tick down, though. I mean, Synapse hits a good shot against Skittle, and here they come. Here is the march, but they're way too split right now. Way too split away from each other. I don't like it. They have, what, committed? 6 guys committed, right? An S-Kung pushing up now, so an E3 and S-Kung covering, but look how much is still defending the base. Only good side here is that Motivacja has now 4 tanks out, where they had 2 before. But still, the numbers game doesn't add up yet.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Triple 60 TP now getting committed in towards that K1 corner, and already the 907s on the minimap, you can see they're starting to move. So once again, Motivacja trying to spring this trap on the K line here, and now the tanks by Motivacja are starting to take damage, but in come the 907s.
Here comes the push though from Motivacja. They were waiting for this. They're about 3,000 behind Rambo. Little Ice now pushing in on towards these 60 DPs. These low DPM Polish heavies are now getting swarmed, surrounded by these low alpha mediums, but they have that DPM going for them. If they can stay alive, if they can make the shots count, that's going to be huge for the side of Motivacja. But Rambo falling though. Deju, Olympian, why am I spotted? The focus fire is not 100% here. And the good thing there from Volgas is that they're not giving shields towards these 907s. I mean, little is kind of say, but Ice in the open, but still, here comes Brainbreaker, here comes Beast. All of the Motivacja tanks are here, Kian. They were waiting for this moment, and they're making it happen again. Signups in the mid, completely left to his own devices. The CS from the middle also free farming, and numbers don't add up, like I said, and now these tanks in the dip kind of surrounded and getting pushed by Motivacja.
Yeah, once again, the trap by Motivacja on this one line here with those 907s working out beautifully. Hook, line, and sink once again. And Volgas, they are going to get trapped. They're going to get overrun on this K line here. The 907, the single one here, I said, still very, very healthy, able to pick up those crucial one-shots, because that is the one thing that those 60 TPs don't have, really, is the ability to pick up low HP tanks without losing a lot of DPM. Those 907s are perfect to do that, and we can simply see that Volgas were not able to keep up with this very, very simple maneuver that Motivacja have now pulled off, not once, not twice, but 3 times with success.
And for Motivacja, it's ideal. I mean, they again bring those tanks close, those 60 DPs, the low alpha, the big alpha but low DPM kind of tank. And for Volgas, all your DPM is actually not there. You have one S-Kunk there, I think, but the STRV, the tank that is able to free farm, isn't in position to actually do anything. You have an S-Kunk in base, also not really able to do anything. And yeah, for Volgas, I feel like it's a lack of understanding how the Motivacia's repush works. They just hold J1. They want you to commit to K1. Anyways, they want you to go there. The moment you go to K1, it's ideal for them because the 907s have something close to push on, right?
Also, what I would like to highlight is that the HP that those 60 TPs have, like the full HP tanks, actually works in favor of Motivatia here. They have a bit more than 3k, means that, you know, it's exactly 4 shots for the 60 TPs to bring them down to like super low, or if they're lucky, roll them. But if they're not lucky, then those 907s just need a single shot to finish them off. So that is where, you know, the high HP of that 60 TP starts working very much in favor of those 907s here that are coming in. Basically, they're the perfect complementary force together with those heavy tanks that are there by Motivatia already. Now, the HP at the end of the game, I mean, kind of close, but to be honest, not really here. It's just Motivatia driving in, finishing off tanks left, right, and center, and it's going to be match point. It's going to be 3 for Motivatia and 1 for Vulgus.
Yeah, and talking about that K1, right? They want you to go there. And I think the biggest mistake you can do is send 3 tanks there. I think if you're approaching this against Motivatia, like in hindsight, you have to play very limited to K1. Something like an IS-7 is actually ideal because, well, let's be real, it's not going to get bent when it gets there because it's hold down. And then the rest needs to be as far away as possible from this 907 repush. You want to make them go the distance so you're able to generate damage on them and kill them off. But now they get behind those 60 DPs, you know, yeah, one of them dies straight, but the other 2 just kill the group and are able to continue after. I think for Vulgus there, you don't have to be too afraid of your base. Capping that base, like say that N7s were in there and they're pushing off 0 line or whatever, capping that base is extremely difficult. If you win the K line in return, you're almost guaranteed to be able to reset.
Yeah, and now we see the damage numbers coming in, and unsurprisingly, in my opinion, I said, so one of those 907s is going to be at the top here. On the other side, Ole in that SJV trying to do what he can. But yeah, realistically, the problem was, as you said, that K1 position there, committing 3 heavy tanks. I think it was just the right amount of tanks for those 907s to just, you know, roll over it and still survive.
Yeah, one died. The other 2 were
one died, but basically the most important thing was that the corner did get cleaned, right? And there is a 907 surviving. There is a crucial mass of 60 TPs that the 907s can drive into and not survive it, but that crucial mass wasn't there. And as soon as that fact still remains, that basically the 907s win the corner, then from there on out, as Vulgus, you lose the game 100%.
Yeah, it's a snowball, right? You lose the first 3 and they just continue. You don't have the DPM to actually kill off tanks that are pushing you, and in return you just get focused down one by one. They even repushed into the middle from Motivatia. Yeah, I think the problem there for Vulgus is the over worry that the 907s aren't there and that they're going to push 0 line into the base and you don't want to get capped. But I think that's something that you don't have to worry about because there are always going to be those tanks close on the K line. You're always going to generate kills.
All right, that means that Fisherman's Bay goes 2-0 the way of the team that it got picked by, Motivatia. Then Sand River getting split 1-1 means we are headed towards Prokhorovka now. And for Vulgus, they need to win 2 rounds in a row here to even make it to tiebreaker. Are they going to be able to do so? Doubtful. Although Prokhorovka is one of those maps where basically you can go 2-0. It isn't like out of the realms of possibility, but judging by the 4 rounds we've seen so far, I would say, yeah, this match is going to end on Proko.
I'm inclined to agree, Gihant. I think Vulgus, they're probably a good team. They have capabilities, but I think Motivatia is a little bit too much of a first contender for them in the playoffs.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much for the first match of the day as well for them. That being said, it always takes 2, right? Vulgus, they are really trying to show up here, and we saw a glimpse of it in the round that they won, but Motivatia, one of the favorites here to take the tournament. I mean, we do see why. They're meeting a team that's very, very young, that does have some experience actually amongst them, but in the end, they're showing that they're a powerhouse. They're a force to be reckoned with.
I mean, anything is possible, right? But Motivatia are kind of comfortable with being in this position in the tournament. They've been there quite a few times now. And they do know how to close out the match. Well, Vulgus really has a lot to do. But let's see if they can actually bring it home. Double EBR, double STRV, double S-Conk, and 9 IS7s.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, for the team of Motivatia, we have 1 EBR, a double STRV, double 907, 1 E5, 5 Super Kongs, triple 279, and double IS7. Wow, that was a mouthful.
That's still a lot of HP for Motivatia, though. And armor and hold on potential. I mean, for Vulgus, they really got to utilize that second STRV, that second EBR, right, that they have available to them. They got to make that work. If they can't, it's going to be really, really bad for them. They need to exploit that. They need to figure out where 4CB is, who has been spotted now. And once he has been spotted, they need to take some info in 1-2 line straight with their second EBR.
Mm-hmm. So now, opening-wise, the power move by Vulgus in towards the ditch. They're going to establish it. That is some map control here on their attack. Motivatia opening very, very passively here. Then again, they are the defender. They can do that. That is basically the conscious choice that you can make as the defender on Prokhorovka. Do you want to play a very, very active game, or do you want to park the bus? Motivatia going with the option number 2, but to be honest, they can you know, play an active game if they want to. That being said, like, you can't really push the 1-2 with the tanks that you have. You cannot really push the 9-0 with the tanks that you have. So I guess for now, we're going to see Motivatia setting up camp quite literally on the A-line.
I'm surprised the EBR from Vulgus didn't try to take some info in 1-2 when he had the opportunity. 4CB is actually just able to retake D1 for free. Hero is actually getting punished for that as well in his EBR, down towards 870. And it's curious because I'm pretty sure 4CB was spotted on the other side. So they just... Oof. Big shot.
Big shot, but 4CB actually so lucky that he doesn't get, you know, spotted for this, because little known fact, but when he gets set on fire in your tank, you actually lose a lot of camouflage. I believe you lose as much as if you had fired. So 4CB, yes, unlucky, but at the same time, very, very lucky here.
Yeah, if Hero was in a bush, he would probably have spotted them. 4CB's now just going to reset to the 3-line position. I mean, they don't know about this. In their minds, 4CB is still full HP.
Yeah, and that obviously is something that Motivatia know as well, that for all intents and purposes, their EBR is still full HP for Vulgus, so that is kind of where the mind games start, but obviously he is low HP, he is one of the prime assets, this is Prokhorovka, so he's going to hang back a little further, as Patras now, with that STRV on the long rotation, through that K-line here, together with those IS-7s, so I guess 9-0 is going to be where Vulgus will try to stay alive in this upper bracket.
9-0 line, what are they pushing into? Double S-Conk at B9, 279 at 8-0, close I7. Gonna be a hard nut to crack, key, nonetheless. But
yeah,
they can kill the I7 clean and get under and establish their STRV. Those S-Conks are not gonna be doing, I mean, they're gonna be training at the very least for it.
We'll have to see. Brainbreaker is obviously, or should obviously, die here first in that IS-7. Strela right now trying to make sure that basically all of those tanks by Vulgus will be able to drive on towards the hill. Although I have to say, the pushing force by Vulgus is pretty one-dimensional. Basically, it's only IS-7s, and yes, they're fast, yes, they have good turrets, but what they don't have is a lot of pen and a lot of DPM. So they are lacking all of this. As Little right now is trying to find out what Salde and Teju are doing in the middle of the map. He does have the STRV and the 279 to help cover, but choo-choo goes the train, and this time not the Kazna 1-2, but instead 9-0. It's going to be for Vulgus here, who are starting to drive in. Brainbreaker with the 9th sense here, not in the way of those IS-7s, is possibly even going to survive.
Yeah, he's probably going to drop down into the hole or play around that area. A lot of damage being taken on YMI spotted already, down towards 711. He does have double STRV in cover though, which is the saving grace, I would say, here for Vulgus, is that those double STRVs are peppering those S-Kungs. You can see they're not missing those shots. They're not going to let those S-Kungs just overpeak for free. And that is exactly what they need. Why my spotted actually even lives. Verby's now pushing on towards Brainbreaker. He needs to be careful not to get focused out by these Eskongs. But I will say, I mean, yes, Volgus is down 5k. The biggest issue for Volgus is this 1-2 line, Kian.
Yeah, the 1-2 line here, where currently they are being pushed by the remainder of the forces, by Motivatia here. Hero in that EBR doesn't make a sound right now, and we see that Motivatia instead they're going to collapse on towards the I7 of Mark here. That is a lot of 907s, a lot of Eskongs pushing on towards him. Verby is going to probably pick up Brainbreaker, is going to be out of game after it. Another good shot by Brainbreaker into Verby, but the Dutch player able to finish it off here with a kill.
Yeah, and the hero and the Eskong on 1-2 are also just gonna die though. Kihan, Teju and Salty now coming back in towards the middle, trying to hold those positions with the double STRV from the hill. And Hero is still just sitting in that bush and trying to spot. Strela gets struck, gets held, gets deleted by these Eskongs. One more shot to finish him off. He tried to take that upper position, not working out, and Volgus could have really used an IS-7 in crossfire. YOLO Impy is now going to be trying it himself in his IS-7, maybe with a little bit more of a success ratio, and actually makes it across without taking a single shot. I think Strela's patting there, Kihan. Not ideal. Good shot there from the killer on towards that 279 as well. It's not all over here for the side of Volgus. Yes, they're 3k down, but they do have that triple Eskong and even that tank at A0 that they're all able to be focused on. And I think Motivatia realizes this by pushing through the middle.
Yeah, Dries and Skittles now driving on towards Teju and Saldi, but that is a lot of alpha that's currently aimed at Dreiser here, who's down towards 550 to make that the garage as Skittles now drives over, but he's going to be another victim on towards the RNG gods as Immensive falls here. Hero now starting to chase 4CB, who is also down towards one shot. Ooh, Hero does get picked up. That is a crucial fight, not going Vulgus' way on the 1-2 line.
He tried to get the roll against the EBR with HG, but he didn't manage to actually get it. Rambo they're getting spotted in his SRV, and the good rotation there though from Vulgus. They put one of their SRVs back in the south at that J7 position, and he was able to really hammer down on Dries. And now Sammy in a little bit of trouble. YOLO Impy they're in trouble as well in that IS-7 because he's trying to push onto Beast. He's out of position. That SRV, I'm not sure which one it is. On the F8 should be getting shots on towards Beast. He should even move down, but that was a full HP IS-7 that they lost for this.
Yeah, completely thrown away, that full HP IS-7. And the other ones, well, not so full HP anymore. Why am I spotted? Dakila, Sami, all of them on one-shots. More Synops also possible, two-shot here. And now 4CB trying to spot out MB in that EBR, but Patras has already left in that STRV, meaning that MB doesn't even really have support anymore. He might be able to pick up 4CB, but after that, he cannot really continue counter-pushing K-Line alone. He doesn't have the DPM to do that in the EBR. And now Motivatia on their defense with 2.5 minutes remaining. Starting with the HE trades against the hold down Sammy here. I don't see how Vulgus still turns this one around, Darky.
Yeah, me neither. They really needed that STRV that is at F9 to be able to get those shots on towards Beast, but it doesn't seem to be connecting. That's all of there. You would hope that he would be able to get those shots, but I think right now he's not even trying to focus on Beast. He's just shooting those Eskongs over peaking. But still though, 2 minutes left, Gihand. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of guns available for both sides. In Patras with that STRV push back up, finds one of the Eskongs from behind, and Vulgus again. With more time, Kihan, who knows? But right now, they're running out of it rather quickly.
They're indeed running out of it rather quickly. They're also running out of HP. 5,600 here left. Skittles not connecting with the 279, but Teju with that swing in towards the 279 also not connecting. Goose Roller now down towards 445. Needs to be careful himself, but that bulwark, that basically, that throne that Beast has taken here in A0, still not conquered by the attackers of Vulgus here. He stands strong, he stands tall. Finally, the shots are starting to rain in by the STRV, but a big problem for the side of Vulgus is also that Ola still has 1,800 of the HP. Finally, Beast does go down. It took them a while, but 1 minute only remaining. The HP, though, kind of close.
We're in a similar story as Fisherman's Bay, and there's no way that in 53 seconds they kill everybody. And they still have to push over the rails.
They still have to push over the rails. They still have to find 4CB. They're not going to be able to do so as Why Am I Spotted and the Killer both get picked up here. Iset also still very, very healthy. He could take that 1v2 against Sami and Synops here any day of the week, as Ola with that STRV starting to drive in, but you all know what happens to an STRV that has to expose in front of many enemy tanks. He just gets blown up, as we did see here. Rumble picks up Patras before that one can kill the Escon, and now it's just kills being traded back and forth. But Motivacja at the end victorious. The score is going to be your prediction. It's going to be 4-1.
4-1, but there was potential there for Volgus to do a lot more, especially in this round. In that Fisherman's Bay round as well, even the Sun River one. But yeah, 4-1, harsh scoreline. Deserved though at the end of the day for Motivacja. They did bring those rounds home. It doesn't matter how close they are or how much HP you have left. A win is a win.
Yeah, win is a win, and I would say at the end of the day, deserved victory here for the better team. Is, I think, a very fair thing to say. Vulgus, they did show up. They did have some very, very interesting concepts. They did reward themselves with a single round victory on the first Sand River, but at the end of the day, does that really mean anything? Well, no, it doesn't matter if you lose 4-0, 4-1, or 4-3. Well, we're going to be able to see them later today because later in the lower bracket, I think the team of DPM is waiting for them. First of all, though, let's take a quick look at the post-game stats.
All of them doing 7, Patras doing 6. I mean, the SRV is definitely doing what they're supposed to do.
Very important for the prediction game there too. There's like the prediction, how much damage does a tank do, and that's like, you know, below 5,000 is max damage, then 5 to 6,000, etc. And then the biggest one is 7,000 or more. So whoever did that in the prediction game already, congratulations.
But yeah, that I7 push down zero line, it was working out for them, I think. But they lost too much HP on those tanks. Like Strela dying, going zero line, I don't think you should die for that, to be honest. I think they should be taking it with 2 and be able to pressure those S-Kungs down, get angles on the 279 of Beast because you can't angle towards everybody. If it was clearer, it could work.
Also, I think Brainbreaker there was playing a beautiful game of World of Tanks on that 9-0 line because he was not actually in the main position where usually you see tanks getting caught by the defending team. Instead, he was a bit more towards the middle. Then he could readjust into the hold down with the IS-7. And as he got pushed then, he basically let himself drop down where, yes, he did get killed by Vervi, who was probably one of the higher HP IS-7s, but Vervi needed to commit into the hole because of this. And that was one of the high HP IS-7s, then basically missing from the push on towards 9-0 line, because realistically, what options does Brainbreaker leave towards the enemy team then? Well, they can either leave him down in the hole there, and then he's going to drive around and all of a sudden be on the hill behind the STRV, so they can't do
they have
that.
To send somebody to kill him, but
yeah, they have to send someone to kill him, but that someone is then basically missing on the 9-0 line. So good stuff by Brainbreaker, actually.
What I didn't like is that they didn't utilize the fact that Motivacja only had 1 EBR. He was spotted in the beginning on the right side of the map. They could have exploited that on 1-2 quite a bit if they wanted to, because you could see the way it works in Motivacja is like the EBR goes there, he initial spots if you're pushing. Once he does get that info, he just rotates to 1-2, because the bulk of his tanks are on 9-0 line, so he adds nothing spotting there. And they didn't utilize that. I mean, they did blind fire him and set him on fire, which is just pure luck if you think about it. But you can exploit the fact that the EBR is on the other side and actually be ready to punish him coming back into 1-2 and work off of that. And I think that is a weakness for Motivacja that they have to be careful about.
All right. That means that the first match is completed here. It's going to be 4-1 for Motivacja. Vulgus is going to drop down towards the lower bracket, but before we head into match number 2, let's first of all see what our beloved analysts have to say. Insane and Octo, take it away.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And yes, it has been a very convincing victory from the side of Motivacja. That's the first match of the day and also their last one as they are moving into the finals of the winners bracket. Regarding Vulgus, we'll get to see them a bit later again in the losers bracket, but they're gonna have a pretty hard task against the team of NTMG.
Yeah, I think overall...
DPM, sorry.
I think overall Vulgus showed that they can compete in like strategy. I think really the first game, I would say their strat didn't really hold up very well, but But besides that, I thought they put up a fight in that area. But Motivacja, the player skill, they just seemed a lot more relaxed. If you notice the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, they're used to playing in the playoff stage. In return, Vulgus, that was probably a first time for this team. So I'm not too surprised about the result. They have some potential and they will definitely get their second shot later against DPM. That being said, we should probably take a look at the replays to see exactly what happened between those two teams. As we were starting on Fisherman's Bay, which was a Motivacja pick, and they found the perfect play to counter what Vulgus was doing. The repush on the one line. Well, Vulgus, in the way they're playing this defense, I think there's a major weakness. If you go for that play, you need to have tanks capable of shooting a few times and actually repushing into the one line. And you could see that they had tanks like Forge Bs, and they also had many tanks out of position at B2. So Motivacja is going to take a lot of damage to make that push happen. But afterwards, when they managed to establish this position around E1 and trade their HPs among all of their tanks, it was pretty much over.
Yeah, and even though the Fosh Bs did do damage at the end of the day, they're reloading, they're clipping for a good period of time where Motivacja just gets to kill tanks and nothing's happening. And beyond that, if the shots from the Fosh Bs just don't go their way, it's an autoloader, so you don't get a chance like if you're a Striv to just keep firing.
So on top of it, Daki mentioned it, I think it was better for the side of Vulgus to actually accept losing the 6 TPs down the one line and repush the A line, try to make a different play, because they were not in position to make that repush happen. So it was an extra mistake from Vulgus, and it was to be expected to have Motivacja take the round. But next, honestly, I think Vulgus did lack on the shooting department, because regarding the push they made in the one line, regarding the positions they had, they definitely could have won that round.
Yeah, here, I mean, it looks good off paper, but I don't think they got enough kills from the 1-2 line. The VKs were slow going up the 8 line, but at the end of the day, I don't think it really mattered, as Motivacja traded extremely well, a whole lot better than Vulgus did, and they were able to just hold and they win by time. But you're just able to do that on this map when you split it like this, because again, Vulgus just didn't get enough kills, and they weren't really able to hold the K line. They end up having to repush as well, which it just takes up so much time when you have to do that, especially when you have 60 TPs, E5s. Not exactly the old chief meta.
Yeah, I mean, if they had better trades and a bit more time, they could have make it to the 1-1 score line. But good stuff from Motivacja, because they were pretty much countered. Next up, we had Sand River, and well, this time we have to give credit to Vulgus, because they have been very proactive on their defense. That's not something we usually see. Most of the teams want to play something pretty passive. And you'll see that this time, when they actually want to take the lead, want to go aggressive, make decisions, and not allow Motivacja to play their own game, it worked much better in their favor.
Yeah, you'll see, like Insane's talking about, when you put the game in your hands against these teams with players, usually you can get the upper hand. But Motivacja for a second there started to come back for a second, just because their players are so good. They were able to take the one line and not really lose much for it, but at the end of the day, they just didn't have the position to come back, as really Vulgus took the aggressive positions in E0 and also F7, and they just held the rest of the map, and there wasn't enough time for Motivacja to rotate again, because they have 60 TPs, all these really slow tanks, S-conks. It makes it really difficult.
So well, good stuff for Vulgus on that one. But next, Motivacja, actually, this is something very known, the way they played. And well, they are aware that they cannot play passive whenever Vulgus is going to take the positions around K1, and they perfectly countered it with the 907 joining, going for the repush. It works because Vulgus has way too much tanks out of the fight. You'll see that from the side of Motivacja, the double I7 in the mid can join fast, the tanks in the middle can have angles and also trade against the Vulgus tanks, trying to help their teammates the kill line. And this repush is good because they're leading the charge. So whenever someone runs low HP like this S-Conk from Gus Roland, he's just gonna pull back like Inner 2, taking the lead and actually going aggressive allows you to get that advantage.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, I can't believe they've set so many tanks up in the middle. Daki mentioned it. They've been doing this strat repeatedly.
Yeah.
So I don't really understand why they were being so passive in the K line when they just showed that you need to be a little bit more aggressive on their initial to really to force Motivacja out of their comfort zone. It just shows Motivacja's experience.
I mean, their experience and they're playing simple. They know that Volgos is not a top team. They know that they don't need to show their best tactics. Just like on Prokhorovka, going for a very standard defense, controlling all the entire map, the 6-0 line, the 1-2, even just having only one EBR, which is something that can be risky, because if he goes down and they're 2 alive from the side of Volgos, you don't have eyes, you don't have spots anymore. But I have to say that Volgos goes for the 0-line push, good shooting from the side of Motivacja. In return, they're gonna win the 1-2 mid area. And yeah, at the end of the day, it was still close, but Volgos, they had no time left, so they had to go for a push. And Motivacja was just on point to get the shots done at the end.
I really think they needed to develop the situation better. I think they went with too many down the 0 line, and you normally do that when you just don't know. You're basically guessing. I think with using an IS-7 in the middle of proc, you can, tanks from the A line are going to start shooting at your turret, and you can usually get somewhat of an idea where they might be. And I feel like they didn't really even try to do that in the middle of the game before they pushed down the 0 line. And if they did do that, then they would push down maybe with less and hold the JK line just a little bit better, providing a better position in the end to come back in the battle. But they weren't setting themselves up to do that.
I mean, this is the risk. You can go with less tanks for the 0 line, but if the enemy team has enough, they can re-push themselves into the hole and kill them, and then you'd have no place left, because you don't have enough from the outside to make a push over the mid, over the 1-2. So yeah, I guess if they had maybe one extra tank in the 1 line and one less pushing the 0, could have made a difference. Anyway, 4-1 win for Motivacja, very convincing. From the side of Volgos, we get to see them against DPM later, but now it's probably time to talk about the second match of the day, second match of the winners brackets, as we get to see the community prediction. Goodnight Nomi against Invil, 2 Polish teams, and well, Invil definitely being the better one, but the community prediction 40% for Goodnight Nomi, that's not that bad.
I wouldn't count them out for sure. Invil, especially like I was talking about earlier, I wouldn't say that they perform their best outside of the finals. I'm not saying that they're bad in any way. It's just they normally hold back a little bit. So we'll see what happens in that sense. But yeah, Goodnight Nomi is a well-known team in my opinion that should be able to put up a decent fight.
Yeah, definitely. That's the sort of team that can beat anyone, I would say. So maybe they lack performance overall, but for one specific match, they can surprise us, and that's definitely what I hope to see against Invil. I hope to see them aggressive, take the lead, take the initiative, because that's definitely what you need against Invil. We'll get to find out shortly, but just before that, we have Kian and Daki that will introduce the second match of the day, give their insight, the pick and bans. Let's get back to the casters.
Well, hello there and welcome back for match number 2. It's going to be Polish festivities. It's going to be Invil against Goodnight Nomi. It's also going to be the opportunity for Ducky to take a few more of those bingo boxes.
Yeah, I already forgot about them. I gotta find the picture somewhere. I closed it and now I can't find it anymore. I would just ask one of the observers to hand me the bingo chart.
All right, that being said, though, the upcoming match here, obviously Invil being the favorite team here. I mean, any match that Invil goes into, they're kind of the favorites, you know. But then again, they're fighting against a team of Goodnight Nomi that basically through the years, they've always been sort of kind of overshadowed when it came to Polish teams, simply because Invil has been there and they are coming in obviously under their captain Monster here. But really any of those names in there are all very, very competent players. There have been some changes recently, though. For example, Rishek used to be a player of Invil, now playing in the Goodnight Nomi team.
Seems like he found a new home, right? Let's see if he can make the difference with him. It's a team that is back. They were gone for a while, but they're back now. They didn't make it through. They also came second in their group, right? Arguably, though, was not the hardest group I've ever seen. The way that it played out.
Yeah. Then again, like the group stage was weird, but like the qualifications were weird as well. Like W, Goldfish, all of them, Aurora.
I think the weirdest one though, like I mean, we were gonna lose W, Goldfish, or no timing either way, right? Because Goldfish set it up that way by failing in qualifier 1, and I think that was the biggest surprise. Joker there making it to the group stage because Goldfish absolutely made a plonker of their finals in the quali.
Yeah, definitely. Plonker, maybe playing like a donkey, some of them. That being said, though, map pick and bans coming in, and Karelia getting taken out by Invil, not wanting to play the newest addition to the map pool. Live Oaks then getting banned out by Goodnight Nomi. I don't think Invil are going to be too unhappy about that Live Oaks ban. Normally, Live Oaks being the perma-ban of Invil. Muravanka and Prokhorovka would be the first 2 maps that we're gonna see here in this match number 2. Fisherman's then taken out of the picture. Sand River, possible map number 3. Himmelsdorf getting banned out by Goodnight Nomi. And then Cliff, the tiebreaker. And once again, one of those pick and bans where it seems like there's only good maps for Invil left at the end.
That's also just because they have so many good maps, though.
Yeah, true, I guess. I mean, that helps when you go deep into a pick and ban and
but
you
also
have a lot of good maps.
Nomi bans Live Oaks, and Invil doesn't like playing Live Oaks. I mean, they used to perma-ban it every time. I don't think that has really changed, as I don't think they've been training too much, right? So they probably took away a map that Invil's like pretty happy with. Oh, you take away Live Oaks. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. So we'll have to wait and see how exactly this stacks up. I believe I went with a 4-2 prediction for Invil. What's your take on that one?
I think I went with 4-1 again. Just because of Invil's usual pretty strong start in these kind of tournaments. They very often make those upper bracket runs to the finals. And I don't know. I don't see it in Goodnight Nomi. I could be surprised though.
Yeah, Goodnight Nomi definitely a team that can surprise us. They are here for a reason in the upper bracket. Yes, you could argue that maybe their group wasn't the strongest. Then again, they needed to qualify first. Some good teams even failed to do that, or supposedly good teams maybe at this point. And they did pass the group stage, which was, not in it this time for some of the past tournament winners like Aurora. So they are still here, and for a reason, and I think they can actually beat anyone, just as I believe Octo has said. They are definitely a good team, and on a good day, who knows what can happen.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the bingo chart, and Fabian does the Fabian thing. It's not going to be happening this tournament. We need to qualify for that to begin with.
Do we just replace Fabian with Synops this time?
That's if I'm Fabian, I'm unfriending you after that. Jesus, Kian, come on, man. Okay, I get he doesn't qualify, but that doesn't mean you got to compare him to a caster.
Sometimes it's just too easy when people can't talk back immediately. All right. Prediction-wise, we do see, Invil, all the way here. Both Insane, you and me going with the 4-1 scoreline. October saying it's not going to be quite as brutal. 4-2, but still, obviously. The team that I think came as runner-up in the past event is being predicted to take it all here to make it towards the upper bracket final. Invil coming into this round number 1 of the Clan Showdown January 2024 with WBR 9907, 1 S-Conk, 1 Mouse. We have a whole lot. Make that 6 IS7s and 60TP.
And 60TP versus Goodnight Nomi's 5 60Ps, 1279, Qual, S-Conk, double 907, and STRV and WBR.
All right, opening-wise, what are we going to see here? EBR left, EBR right by the team of Goodnight Nomi that is defending here with a pretty heavy lineup. And on the other side, for Invil, we do see a hefty 1-2 line commitment, double EBR, a lot of 60TPs, 1 S-Conk, and even quadruple IS7.
Yeah, big 1-2 commitment here from Invil with just that 907 playing the outside and Goodnight Nomi in the beginning.
Actually, I believe there is going to be a restart, and restart was confirmed. So yeah, I believe the restart was confirmed before any tanks were spotted. That is normally the most important thing for that to happen. So yeah, restart in between both of those teams. For those of you who don't know how the rules here exactly work, is that basically all of the players need to pick the same tanks that they have. The restart is there to ensure that, you know, in case someone has technical difficulties, you know, sometimes a client crashes, the internet fails, something goes wrong, that then both teams have the opportunity once in a match each to call for a restart. And obviously that will be granted given that the match or the round is not really underway yet.
Yeah, no, it's indeed just starting. Want the teams in the best shape as possible. We can already talk about the start, though. The way it looked like Invil very much orientated towards 1-2. And Goodnight Nomi, the way it was looking, had no intentions of really taking any part of the map.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was mainly A-line, some tanks going towards like D1, but nothing aggressive.
Nothing too aggressive, no. That being said, though, with those 60 TPs, like in the 3 line, and the quadruple ISM behind them, like, that can quickly transition into a very, very aggressive 1-2 line push by Invil, I think. And then it's basically all up to Goodnight Nomi. Like, do they have enough rotationary tanks immediately available to put them into positions where they can receive the pushing tanks by Invil, or not, right? And then if the answer is yes, they do, then they can hold and they can possibly kill off the Invil push. And if the answer is no, then all of a sudden Goodnight Nomi is in big, big trouble.
That's for later in the round, though. We have to see what Invil does with this 1-2 control, which they will be given for free. They will not be contested for it. I mean, I'm assuming they open the same way. There's not really any reason for them not to.
Yeah. And the thing is that, you know, Morovanka with those changes, it has a big impact on 7v7, on the VOD7 format, like how the map is played. Do you really think that the changes on the map that, I guess, how long ago did they happen now? 6 months? Longer? What exactly was impacted here for 15v15? Mostly the forest, right?
Yeah. Those changes on the approach from the south are kind of impactful because you can kind of drive hold on towards the forest now.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I believe the tanks are being readied up in the lobby currently, so it shouldn't be long until we go back in towards the first round in between Invil and Goodnight Nomi. Both of them trying to make it in towards the upper bracket finals, where Motivacja obviously are already waiting and chilling and probably whipping out some popcorn right now to see who they're going to be facing tomorrow. For Invil and Goodnight Nomi, it's not all over yet if one of those, or when one of those teams is going to lose here in the upper bracket. They're going to drop down. We're going to see them a second time today, later on against, I believe, No Timing. Another one of the fairly new teams still, at least on the European server, mostly transferred players there. But yeah, Invil against Goodnight Nomi, 0-0 scoreline, and I believe it should be underway any second now.
You went with 4-1 as well, right?
Yes, I thought I had gone with a 4-2, but no, indeed I have gone with a 4-1 scoreline because, well, whenever you're picking Invil, it's unlikely you're wrong, to say the least. Invil once again here, bringing the double EBR, double 9S7, 1 S-Conk, 1 Mouse, 6 IS7s, and triple 60 TP. Nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed. I mean, they can't change lineups anyway, so... I mean, Goodnight Nomi... I just want to see how they approach this defense. I'm not a fan of sitting on the A-line. I don't think it really works anymore.
So... we do actually have a second restart, so it actually seems like there is something up with the Observer mod this time. But yeah, this now once again leaves us to talk here and to speculate a bit more about, I think Invil's opening is the most easy thing to talk here, because realistically, Goodnight Nomi, what we saw by them at the start of the game, was, I would say, a fairly standard, a fairly defensive hold. That can quickly transition in towards either forest or 1-2 line if need be. But for Invil, it was pretty aggressive in towards that 1-2 line.
Into that 1-2 line. Yeah, but they're not going to continue it, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, I want to see what they do after they've taken 1-2 line, because they will establish it. But after that, it's not guaranteed that they continue. They can just rotate back towards the forest, which is the most likely thing. Because if it is for free, the 1-2, only an idiot would keep driving down.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The thing is also that Invil did commit that double EBR on that side. So they were, basically hoping that if they don't catch the enemy EBR, they were hoping to really suppress it over there. To be able to push up those tanks without getting seen. By the tanks, I mean obviously the IS-7s that were driving at the red line towards the 1-2 line, and then the 60 TPs that were driving through the 2 and 3 line. It's all going to be, I think, based on how much the double EBR from Invil sees, and then how they're going to be able to sort of play against that. Yeah, we'll have to wait. We'll have to see how exactly that pans out. Hopefully the technical difficulties with the Observer mod are going to be resolved soon. That being said, though, in that first round that we saw, I did see the spotting icon finally working.
It is working. Unbelievable. Thank you, Kihan, for fixing it. He's currently modding in the background. You know, Kihan is a very busy bee, as you would call him. Later on, he has a convention in Switzerland. Banking sequence with Kai. I don't know.
In Davos is where I'm going to be later, you know.
I don't even...
Personal jet helicopter.
I
Helicopter.
swear I saw the Wargaming logo on the side of a helicopter when I was in Prague, but I wasn't sure. But thanks for confirming it, Kian. I already knew that the Bentleys were from Wargaming because it said Kai XXX69 on the side. A little weird.
Yeah, you know, it's an homage to the email that I made when I was 13, okay? Don't hate on that,
Not
please.
many things have changed since you were 13 outside of your hairline, but...
Oh, what do you mean? That one is probably the thing that stayed the same the most. Hello? I'm pretty proud that my hairline is not reclining, okay?
Like I said before, there's not much to recline, Kihan. A little more space and a 747 could land.
As long as the door is still in it, that should be fine.
True. True. But yeah, we're just waiting for some tech issues to be fixed because Kihan didn't do his preparation. He was late to the rehearsal. It all went downhill from there.
You know, at least it didn't go uphill like the hairline joke that you're trying to make there. That being said, I think you've been playing a lot of Onslaught recently. How's that been treating your hairline? My goodness.
Amazing. I had the blast of my... I'm almost done anyways, it's fine. I finished almost 3 out of the 4 accounts, so we're chilling. I got NA left to do, and I got key guides, good plays aside still to finish as well. It's a great name though, it just flows out of
Interesting.
Them. Key guides, good plays aside. The only thing is that it's too long, people can't read it, dude.
People can read?
No, they can't read it because it's so long, it gets cut off.
Oh, that's why they can't read. All right, anyway, let's see. It seems to be all resolved and all Gucci now, so 3rd time's the charm. Invil against Goodnight Nomi. We are going to be heading in towards upper bracket, match number 2 of the day.
Match number 2 of the day. Rishek is actually in the S3V. He's just become the main player for this Goodnight Nomi team. It's like a superstar transfer. It's like Lewandowski in Barcelona, you know?
Now I understand. Kaiser is just a Rishek back.
Bro, no.
Oh, God.
Come on. Really?
It just dawned on me, actually.
Yeah, did you know that one of my accounts is called Volslikat? Which is...
But
I mean, Rishek's rich though because Kaiser kind of makes you think of Emperor.
Yeah, I thought he was just, trying to rebrand or something, but no. Okay. Well, anyway, same opening by Invil being played here. Monster and Ketsai both getting spotted in those EBRs. That should enable the other EBR, namely Miku here by Goodnight Nomi, to take a lot of control on the other side. He does get spotted by the 907 there, though. Doesn't take damage quite yet.
Doesn't take damage quite yet, and Invil just with the exact same opening. They do have the 907 spotted out in the forest. Shaki there spotted in his EBR. But so far, I mean, it's just exactly the same opening. They're taking 1-2, and now they have to decide what do we do with this control.
Yeah, exactly. What do we do with this control is going to be the question. The mouse being pushed through this middle, Ozek, he's going to be very annoying to deal with, I think, for Goodnight Naomi, because realistically, they don't really have an angle to penetrate him from that they're realistically going to be able to take. Because, yes, they do have the EBRs sort of pushed up on towards the E-line, but the EBRs don't really have the pen to be able to fight against the mouse. So Ozek already very far into that middle of the map for Invil, and 8 minutes, 20 seconds to break that, what I would consider a camp by Goodnight Naomi.
Yeah, that would be correct. I mean, they don't really progress past the C line. The only difference they've made is like Jordan is not going middle this time. Maybe he'll go middle to late with the 279.
Yeah, I mean, Invil taking it slow here, not necessarily a bad thing, you know. Slow and steady wins the race, is what they say. We'll just have to wait and see. Invil hoping that they're going to get some information handed to them, and at the same time forcing some information, as they're now starting to push up one of the IS-7s in towards that GF zero line position here into the water. Actually, T-Sec not really giving a damn about the water, does continue on further, does get spotted by Miku. That's some information for Monster to work with, who crests the ridgeline, doesn't get spotted, doesn't see anything though. And Ketsai at the same time going for a 7-8 line clearing run with that EBR here. Very active play by Invil in the forest starting to take form.
I'm gonna say though, it's also interesting that Mentos is playing 907 here, and it's Ketsai and Monster on the EBRs. I mean, Mentos was their main EBR player. We'll see if this trend continues. Maybe some transitioning regarding roles going on in that Invil team here, as more and more IS-7s getting pushed up on that 9 and 0 line. But what are they pushing into? Hold down 60 TPs, hold down S-Kongs. I mean, IS-7, great tank for pushing, but not into that. No, but they just want to slowly pressure up. I mean, they have Piotr now going under the hill. Fangs there in the 907, immediately getting punished. Big shot taken in the 907 by one of the 60Ps even, down towards 1.3. He seems to be perma-lit as well now. It's going to be interesting to see if they can angle him out. He does go D, spotted after all. Wasn't really worth the one shot against Piotr. Some damage there being taken on the EBR of Ketsai. Blind coming out, so good stuff there from Goodnight Naomi. But so far, neither team really taking an advantage. The mouse being pressured up a little bit in the middle. They could angle out both this 907 and this 279 though, if they wanted to.
Yeah, now Invil starting once again a rotation with those IS-7s, and since basically I think a Purple Turbo is mandatory equipment now for player stages in IS-7s, those still can rotate around the map rather quickly, and you can see Invil, they have taken so much map control now that they don't even need to put the IS-7s on towards the red line to be able to rotate. This shaves locked like 20 seconds, 30 seconds even off the rotation, giving Invil some more time to work with. Somehow they have already created 3000 HP advantage as well. Jordan taking another shot in his 279 here, being outtraded by what seems like Piotr in that IS-7. Piotr obviously with the higher ground, able to work well against the 279. Another HE connecting in towards the 279.
Oof, and Kubash gets a good shot there on Fangs in his 907, and Music starting to creep up the middle. This is what I was talking about. You can angle out those tanks, and yeah, I7 key, you said it, doesn't have a lot of pen, but once it starts being high enough above the 279, your amount of pen stops mattering quite a lot because of the angle. And now Yusek pushing up further, they're probably going to clear out this 279. This 907, Mentos finds the 907. Yusek took a little bit of damage for that, but they are starting to creep up the middle of the map, progressing step by step. E5, now D5 with Yusek. Jordan down towards 637. They can kill him, however time is starting to tick a little bit low for my liking, especially because it's Morovanka, and you still do need that time to work with, right? I think at the 4-minute mark we have to see a push. If it gets left longer than that, they're going to be in real trouble, and a potential clutch rotation there from Goodnight Naomi. I don't know if you saw it. Oof, Chucky taking a lot. and 907 and the SCRV coming into position.
Yeah, and now Chucky here confirming what we already know, that there's a lot of inbuilt tanks on 1-2 line. Jordan, though, in that 279, getting blown out of the water in the middle of the map, and now the push starting to take shape here for Inbil on that 1-2 line. Chucky in that EBR with a bad timing here, getting completely obliterated. Profuse there with the kill, and now the push in full effect. But Goodnight Nomi, you said it, they did have a good rotation, but do they have the HP? No! Twist completely picked up.
Yeah, that 60p trying to cross A-line is nonsense in this scenario. You can't do that. The only thing you have left is the pressure back on the force, for example. But here comes these IS-7s from Invil, which have a 6k lead at this moment in time. And yeah, the SCRV crossed back over, but can they really do enough with this pocket of A3 to really make a difference? They would have to kill these tanks pushing down 1-2, and that's a quad IS-7 which finds Baku in that 60 TP. They're not going to be missing these shots. They played enough IS-7 to make that work. Baku now 452, gets one more shot, doesn't connect though. Rexar with the tremendous low roll, but Marcel with the finish, and Invil still with that HP lead, now generating a 5 tank advantage, and Igang seems to be the next one in that S-Kung behind that building. And now you see the march of the 60 TPs across towards A3, which is exactly what Invil needs.
Yeah, Invil now, they need to crush that last pocket of A3 resistance that Goodnight Nomi have in this game, and as soon as they manage to do that, it's going to be all over. I want to direct your attention also towards the fact that Invil still has 15 tanks in the game. Incredible team cohesion once again coming out by the reigning vice champions here, coming in to crush the A3 resistance. Piotr now the first one to drop for the team of Invil, but immediately Rexar with another kill here for the team in the white jerseys here, as Click is going to get removed. Now Lucky the next one to the grave, and Goodnight Nomi. For the longest time in this match it seemed like they were gonna be okay, but then Invil with that simple 1-2 push make everything fall apart.
Yeah, they generated a lot out of that. Chucky, bad positioning, dies. Twist tries to cross over the A-line, which is I think a nonsense move that you will never be able to achieve against a decent team, and especially not in a 60 TP. Like a 260 maybe, you got a cross keep, but even then you'll take a lot of damage. But a 60 TP, man, that takes forever. The tank is quick, it's just not that fast.
Yeah, and now here the push across the A line. Invil still 14,000 HP for them. They do have triple cap going for them as well. Miku there, the team captain, full HP still in a push in that EBR, looking maybe for a last second reset as the cap is down towards 10 seconds here. They do find Zavistar in that 60 TP, who seems a bit lost on the 0 line, but now Mentos here with the pickup onto the S-Kong. Miku gets found, gets blown out of the water, and Zavistar, who's in the water, is not going to have a say in how this match goes. It's going to be Invil 1 and Goodnight Nomi 0.
Yeah, that was a smacking. That was a smacking. That was not fun if you're Goodnight Nomi there. And you could see that the A-line camp indeed does have a lot of weaknesses. I think the only way that teams are able to pull that off usually is by having A1 shield, like you see Mouse with like 907 or 279 behind. Then it becomes annoying to clear if the pocket at A3 is well defended. But now it was just a 60 TP, he gets overrun. I mean, I think the biggest issue starts already for Goodnight Nomi by giving up those two tanks in the middle.
Yeah, and they didn't really get anything in return, right? Normally those tanks in the middle, they're supposed to essentially, well, waste time. But they weren't able to do that. Like the 907, the 279, both of them died pretty fast. And that was just about it for them. And after that, they were down 2 tanks without having really gained anything in return. And on the other side, Invil, they had gotten so many positions already that they were able to cut off the rotations. Wow, Mentos there with 6.8 in a 907 and 5 kills to his name. Absolute stunner of a round. Then again, he was always where it mattered, right? He was there to farm the EBRs, then he was there to farm the tanks that were like in the back of the forest, then he was there to farm the rotations. So good stuff coming out from Mentos despite not driving EBR here.
Yeah, 6.7. I don't even know where he did his damage.
So a lot of it sniped, and then I guess at the end he was just very healthy, didn't get focused, and just penetrated his shots. I mean, maybe sometimes it is that easy.
Yeah, I mean, it was playing on that middle layer. It's just rare to see the 907 on Moravanka do this amount of damage, to be honest. I mean, Yuzak also had a good game, but it's just a bit... I mean, it's a good result, don't get me wrong. It's just a little bit weird. He also got shots in the middle, though, like on the 907, on the 279. But I think the issue starts there for Goodnight Nomi. Like, you give up that 279, you give up that 907, you're -2, tracking -3. You lose that 60p -4. Holding a push already down this amount of guns is pretty hard.
And then also the positions from which Goodnight Nomi was holding were kind of split, right? Whereas the Invil tanks were pushing as one white blob. The blue defenders, they were just, in several pockets of resistance, and then those pockets could just, be found one by one. And once again, cascade effect. It's just that the pushing tanks, they cannot, shoot them down as fast as they come anymore. They simply don't have the guns. They don't have the DPM to blast them as they're coming in. So then, Invil at that point in time becomes unstoppable and just goes on to win an easy first round here. Although you have to say they make it look easy, but it probably wasn't. That is the sign of a great team here. But Goodnight Nomi, they have shown promise in the group stage. They just need to start translating that now in towards the upper bracket here, where, well, the team that they're facing obviously is a different kind of beast, pun not intended, towards or compared to the teams that they have faced before.
And for once in their lives, Invil also had a good group stage. Which is weird because they didn't prepare that much.
Quite uncharacteristic for them.
True.
But then again, qualies and group stage both kind of went weirdly for this Clan Showdown. We are now in the playoffs though, and Invil trying to win a round number 2. Coming in with a singular EBR, we have one 907, we have one S-Conk double mouse, we have 6 mouses, 6 IS-7s, and 4 60TPs.
And 4 60Ps indeed. Quite a few more on the Goodnight Nomi side. Let's make it 8. 1 IS-7, 1279, double 907, an SRV, and double EBR. I was going to bring it up, Gihan, but Goodnight Nomi lost 4-3 against Motivacja, but it was the third match of the group, the decider between who's first and second, and ultimately it doesn't matter that much, let's be realistic, for those teams, so I don't know how much I want to take away from that.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Now though, 1-2 line push coming in by Invil on their defense. A lot of those tanks have been spotted already, so we'll have to wait and see how Goodnight Nomi responds or reacts to this. The crazy thing to me is that some of the tanks of Goodnight Nomi on that K-line have also been spotted already. So Invil have a pretty good idea of what Goodnight Nomi is doing, are now starting to abandon this 1-2 line push, starting to stop, if that makes sense. On the other side, the 907 by Invil pushed in very, very far, pushed in too far, question mark. Ketsai takes a lot of damage for that one.
Yeah, down towards 677. It's not really what you want for the 907. Most importantly, he's alive though. Now we look at the defense of Invil. Again, very 1-2 centered middle presence there as well. But 9-0 line quite open. Goodnight Nomi could utilize that to their advantage. However, as well, the longer they wait, the worse it's going to get for Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think Invil quite weak currently in the forest. If they, Goodnight Nomi that is, commit like, I would say triple or double IS-7, one 907 and maybe 160 TP there, they should be able to easily clean it out and then generate crossfire. The problem for them, obviously, is that they don't know that. They have seen a lot of IS-7s on the 1-2. They need to respect it. They don't know how many tanks exactly Invil has in that middle. They're probably still weirded out a lot by that 907 showing up so close to the front line there. And now, for Goodnight Nomi, the time is ticking here. Less than 8 minutes still. That is a lot of time to work with, but Moravanka is a pretty large map. Rotations take time, and Invil have done a good way of cutting off rotations or making them so long that they do take this exact resource. They take time. That being said, Goodnight Nomi very, very focused up on that 1-2 line. Now we'll have to see if the crossfire that Invil has set up with the mouse, with those IS-7s, is going to be good enough.
Let's count. Let's do some quick counting.
I mean, currently we are seeing 4, but there's more.
Yeah, but like in total, like how much they're gonna push with. Normally, if Nomi executes this well, they will blast through this 1-2 line. Also because the timing is good. Look at Piotrix, look at Tsek. Currently disengaging from this 1-2 line because they are sitting. It would have been a great timing for Good Night Nomi, but they're now they're rotating more times towards one line. I thought they were rotating back towards the forest. That's actually fine. If you look at the Invil setup on 1-2 key, I feel like there's one thing definitely missing in it. What do you think it is?
In the Invil lineup, you mean?
Yes, in the whole setup, even with the other i7s that were. Imagine the other i7s were still there.
Well, they're missing DPM,
yes,
in my opinion.
Yes, they're definitely missing some DPM on that setup.
I mean, they have the mouse, but I think that's copium.
But in general, even if you include those other 3 i7s, if they were all still there, they have 0 actual DPM. Like no Kongs, no E5s, no 907s, no SCRVs, nothing, right? So even if the i7s were there and they get pushed, I think they still lose because of that.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Piotr here getting spotted out by Chucky, but what he's not going to see is that there is a lot of tanks here by Goodnight Nomi. They did readjust a few more towards the 1 line, and now they're actually going to try and finish the game pretty early for Murovanka at 5 minutes 45 with a push down the 1-2. And I think, well, or not only do I think, I just agree with you straight up that the timing and also the push is going to be pretty great for Goodnight Nomi. All the good shooting by Invil isn't going to save them if Goodnight Nomi is also going to be able to penetrate their shots. The push does get called. Bit weird pathing there on the 1 line, but it's not going to matter. In comes the blue choo-choo train.
They were spotted super late, actually. I mean, Bankstead in his 907 needs to be a bit careful. He is the damage dealer, or will have to be a damage dealer in this. They're now pushing past. They need to start getting those connections. Piotr and the i7s, definitely the easiest choice in that scenario. Not so hold down anymore. He gets deleted. The crossfire from the middle coming in, though. This is the moment where Goodnight Nomi needs to decide, do we repush towards the middle, do we push down 1-2? They have picked 1-2 right now. They want to continue that. Profuse and his 60p push back behind the corner, but there come the Invil rotations, though. Yuzak actually finds one of those 907s. Marcel now getting focused out, and all the tanks from Invil from the forest have returned. And Goodnight Nomi with this 1-2 pressure could have gone a little bit too far, and you can see them scattering back around the corner. Baku trying to run, but Igang, he's left to his own devices.
Yeah, and now Rexa and Tsek actually starting to come back in those full HP i7s. Yuzek has done a good job as well of keeping his 60 TP HP in the game. And now Invil 5k HP up. That push that started going there, the train that started rolling, it didn't really leave the station for Goodnight Nomi, as now another tank does get picked up. Yuzek the one to do it. And now Invil with skirmishes everywhere, currently in the HP department with the lead. Also in the tank department, probably soon, as there is some low HP or tanks here for Goodnight Nomi that can't really retreat. 490 on Baku, 472 on Pabu. Those can't really drive away from their positions anymore.
They need Rishek to go K-line. If Rishek goes towards the K-line, he kills everything in the middle. Because Jordan needs some help right now. I mean, they got to set up on 1-2 that they don't need the SCV to cover, but they need somebody to help Jordan. Like, he's just dying for free, and they have nobody currently in position to help him.
Well, I think Jordan is basically dead at this point. Yes, Ozek in the mouse is also down a lot of HP, but that mouse doesn't really mind tanking a lot and at the end dying if it means his team is going to be winning. And you can see Ozek, Pansfury, both of them passing the 3k damage mark. This means that the Invil tanks are currently winning the trade, still 5k HP up. Mentos together with Ketsai and Monster currently holding the forest against Chucky, Mikus and CFR. And the thing is that there is so many tanks by Goodnight Nomi that are currently spotted and basically stuck in that E-line that, yeah, they simply have no way of surprising Invil currently. I mean, also a lot of Invil tanks here currently spotted. But if Goodnight Nomi aren't able to utilize all of the guns that they have close towards the western part of the map, then I don't really see a good way out of it for them. Chucky, they're taking a big hit though for his troubles on that forest here, or in that forest, and I think in that forest also is where Goodnight Nomi are trying to crack the game open right now, but do they have the HP to do so? I don't think so, because those EBRs, they're super low, man.
Yeah, and Miko was still spotted in that EBR when he was trying to make a play there. Ketsai is a one-shot though. He if he dies here, they will be able to kill both of the monsters on 700. CFR Mentals are just both a 2-shot for each other, but they need to start cracking this. But in the meantime, Key, I mean, they have 8,000 HP left and will have 17k.
Yeah, that push on the 1-2 line, I mean, it looked very, very good, but then for some reason, it seemed to me like Goodnight Nomi was losing the focus. Like they were all driving into that EF3 area for some reason, where realistically they were going to get farmed from the middle. They were only going to get Piotr and the mouse. And after that, like the holdowns on the 1 line that basically keep Invil in the game, they weren't really getting contested. Now you can see that initial push that looked so good. They had so many tanks there just stuck on that 1-2 line. And I think that is a mistake in the call that was being made. You just need to continue dumpstering over the 1-2 line and not stop, period.
No,
they did
you
stop.
keep going or you stop and you start resetting back. You just take the freebies, you know, the 3 kills or 2 kills that they got for free, and then you start focusing on the middle after. You don't like lose a few thousand HP to try and to put a push through, lose a 907, lose a committed 60 DP to then stop at the E line, you know?
Yeah. But Invil making it to a 2-0 scoreline here, and I think this time because Goodnight Nomi just, you know, didn't continue with that push. I think as soon as you have this many tanks committed into a push, you just need to keep going as soon as you see that you don't really, or that you aren't really meeting a lot of resistance. And realistically, that wasn't really a lot by Invil, at least compared to what Goodnight Nomi had committed in towards the 1-2 line. I think that is a mistake on the side of the calling by Goodnight Nomi. They definitely had the chance to take the round here off of Invil, but like this, it was just very, very well played on an individual level on the 1-2 line by the Invil players there that just, you know, kept themselves alive and sold their HP for a horrendous price if you're a Goodnight Nomi fan.
Yeah, and Goodnight Nomi, but more time could potentially bring this back because look at it. They do have the tank advantage, but yeah, the indecisiveness about are we going to continue down 1-2, are we not? I think, honestly, with the way Invil rotated back, pushing down 1-2 is a mistake, fully. Because they did have C1, they had a stack at C3 as well on top of that hill, so you continuously drive in between the guns. But what they could have done for sure is stop on the E-line. You kill a mouse, you kill a 60 DP, you kill Marcel in that IS-7 as well, and you lose maybe 1, right? But then you can stop Key, and then you can actually rotate back because Invil is forced. They can't really pressure out the forest, you know, they're forced to hold
12-7-1, by the way.
Yeah. And then you can cover Jordan, and really, if they have more HP on 1-2 and Reshak isn't forced to be there in the STRV, and he goes to like K6, he kills the mouse and he kills DJ in a minute. Both of them for free. And then you can work with it.
Yeah, then you can work with it. But yeah, good job by Invil, I guess, for not giving more than needed towards this push by Goodnight Nomi. And I have to reiterate, like, it looked so good timing-wise, positioning-wise, but then this weird loss of focus down the 1-2, I think is what spoiled it, at least for me, and probably for Goodnight Nomi as well. And this now means that Moravanka, the map number 1, goes 2-0 the way of Invil, the way of the favorites in this match, I would say. It was picked by Goodnight Nomi. It did not find success. And now we are headed to Prokhorovka. And every time I see Invil picking Prokhorovka, I am very, very interested, particularly towards the defense that they're going to play.
Yeah, they play the defense in Proko in many, many different ways. Can be very aggressive, can be aggressive and then fall back to more defensive. They really have that map usually nailed down in a way on how to play. So it is always pretty nice to watch.
And for Goodnight Nomi here, already the trouble starting to mount. I think they need to win this first round here now on Proko. I mean, it's the same kind of thing as we saw last match here. If they don't win that first round on Prokhorovka, you're down 3-0, and then, you know, trying to get the full-on remontada against essentially what is still the favorite in the match, it's going to be a hard time for any team.
I feel like the second round was Gunai Nomi's, but they like that split-second decision-making to stop them from faltering, and you could see there still that they have a lot of room to work and improve on. However, I mean, we're talking like they already lost. They win Proco 2-0, a whole different ballgame. And it's very possible to win Proco 2-0. Pushes can work from both sides on defense and attack. It's not guaranteed that Invil's going to win a good Ainomi. Could surprise here and bring it back. I mean,
also the approaches that Invil has, at least recently, towards their Prokhorovka attack are, well, either they straight push 9-0 or they delayed push split map by pushing 6 line. And yeah, as soon as you figure out how to counter both of that, one after the other, then you are kind of good. That obviously with the caveat that basically, well, if Invil actually figure out something new and do something new and you're not prepared for that, well, then you probably lose. But I think as Invil hasn't prepared too much, as weirdly as it sounds, but they just haven't for this event, that I wouldn't count on them having a lot of like spectacularly new strategies.
No, but they can still, in theory, craft though, and then try to execute it.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see here. But I think all things said and done, Goodnight Nomi already is in a very, very tough spot here. 2-0 down on their map pick, now headed towards Prokhorovka, which historically has been a pretty good map for Invil. And yeah, I mean, bad news for you if you're a Goodnight Nomi fan, I think.
Potentially. But like I said, it's still Prokhorovka though. Invil could try to push, Goodnight Nomi could try to push, it can go either way. It's not unheard of. I think they'll pick up at least one round here.
We'll see, but I think we're just about to head into round number 3. Is it going to be the 3-0 for Invil, or is Goodnight Nomi going to get one on the board? We'll see as Invil come into this one with double EBR, 1 STRV, 1 whole re, 1 CS63. We have a double 60 TP, and that is 8 IS7s.
That's indeed 8 IS7s, and well counted. Goodnight Nomi bringing 4 of their own, double 60, triple S-Conk, 4 907s, an STRV, and a singular EBR.
Alright, so, I mean, the setup by Invil is pretty in your face, if we're being honest, but at the same time, not as in your face as some of the ones we have seen in the past, where basically it was like, I don't know, 10 260s, 5 907s. So it's not that in your face, but oof, a lot of shots here actually whizzing past the EBR. Monster going for the repeat here. I mean, the success proves him right, but like, that was ambitious.
Yeah, ambitious is what they like to do though. Pabux is already spotted. CFR is also spotted out in those tanks. That is the EBR from Ketsai there getting the spot on this massive 1-2 push, but it is triple I7, 4 I7s, and an STRV holding right now for the side of Invil, and sometimes scattering off. Lucky, Baku, and Fangs now peeling off of this group, but they're kind of committed. Jordan CLCK now jumping into the ditch. Now the 907's pushing down, the S-Kung surviving in the dip. They will need to hit the STRV somehow though, Kian, because if they don't, he's gonna murder the entire team.
Yeah, exactly. DJ is the one to be watched out for, and we can already see Kubash and Profuse with the peaks on towards the IS7s. Now the 907's getting split off here on that 1-2 line. They need to reach that STRV. They need to blow him out of the water. Pabu there taking a lot of damage. So far, no casualties on the side of Goodnight Nomi. The biggest casualty, though, being the HP, being the damage that they're taking. 6k HP up for Invil, and now the IS7 hit squad that Invil had on the 7 line starting to arrive in the fight, starting to find those kills here. I think Goodnight Nomi not doing themselves any favors with this opening, down 10k.
Down 10k, they do spot out the SCRV though, but is it gonna be enough? DJ is not even getting penned by anybody right now, and he's still farming. Finally, the first shot of damage comes in, but that 10k HP lead for Invil is just continuing. I mean, A6 is being lost. The middle is gonna be lost soon as well. Those 2-line dip tanks are gonna die as well in Goodnight Nomi, but this push down 1-2 meeting was 6 infill tanks there, I mean, it was never going to be very pretty. I think them driving down the 2-line would have had a greater success than trying to jump into the dip, though.
That was brutal to watch. Yeah, that push getting absolutely murdered by Anvil. I think there is no other way to say this. Just, yeah, taken down, absolutely wrecked here. Good night, Nomi. In this round number 3, I mean, trying an all-in kind of defense here. But, you know, I say all-in kind of defense. Other people would say desperation, YOLO push.
Yeah, and they seem to be doing so many different things. Some people jump into the 2-line, then the 907s are driving down 1 line, and then they jump towards the 2-line as well. It was all very weird. Like, I think they're either swinging F-line and killing the 60 TPs and somehow continuing towards the rails. Don't ask me how that would work, but it's something, I guess. Like, they're either swinging F-line, pushing onto the 60 TPs and never stopping and letting those tanks in 1-2 sit in 1-2. Then you have those IS-7s sitting there doing nothing, and you just keep pushing towards the rails and you hope you catch something out. Or you just push down the 1 line in this case, because jumping into the 2-line dip there, I don't think it was it. Also, second question is, where was the CBR of Miku for so long?
Well, not where he needed to be. Not that it mattered, in my opinion. I mean, 15-0 is a pretty clear scoreline. Yeah. I mean, we can now try to talk about individual plays, individual calls. I don't think that would have made a big difference. The fact that some of the S-Conks on the team of Goodnight Nomi started dying before the STRV on the team of Invil was spotted, I think tells you all that you need to know. Yeah. Brutal, savage, wrecked, absolutely taken down is, I think, the term that comes to mind here. Invil in this round number 3. I mean, if the door into this match was even slightly open, I think Invil just kicked it closed with like not 1, not 2, but 3 legs simultaneously. I don't know how that would work, but they did it.
It was rough. It was very rough. Invil had a good setup against us. 3-0 now, though, Kihand. 4-0 kind of looking a bit likely. A little bit.
Yeah. And the thing is also, like, round number 1, okay, you lose that if you're Goodnight Nomi. Round number 2, you could have won it, and you know it. Round number 3, you just get Omega Pound, basically. And that never feels good. And now, you know, you just got owned hard. You're up against match point. Your morale probably not up there. And that's probably sugarcoating it a little bit. I think after the first tank died on like the Goodnight Nomi lineup, there was like not even communication in the TeamSpeak anymore because everyone just knew that this round just was over. If you're the FC, if you're the team captain, like now are those moments where you have to be careful where you send your people to push. Because like this is the moment in time where people don't, or this is where the team starts second guessing basically every single push, and you start to become hesitant. The executions start to become meh. So yeah, I think Goodnight Nomi, they've put themselves into the spot of being up against match point now, and I don't think things are going to become easier. Invil, they are a team, you know, you give them one hand and they basically rip out your arm, and that is just what we are seeing here.
Well, Goodnight Nomi, can I do a big remontada, Kihand? No, I don't think so personally, but maybe you believe still.
I have to say, I am
really
not a believer.
Like I think it was just a bit too much of a beast for them.
Maybe we can see one round for them, though, and maybe from there they can get something started. There is at least one more round to be played. Invil into that one, bringing a singular EBR, double 907, 1 S-Conk. We see what is 6 IS-7s and 5 60 TPs.
Good Nomi, on the other hand, pushing lineup 5 IS-7s, triple S-Conk, a CS63, 4 907s, an STRV, and an EBR.
Now, the setup that Goodnight Nomi has, I don't hate it, actually, with those 907s. It is very, very light. The problem for them, though, is that not only do they start with, like, 5k or 4k HP disadvantage, they're also playing against those 60 TPs. And basically, the 907s pushing against 60 TPs, that can be brutal, because basically there can be that 1-2-3 tap combination against those 907s, and then they're gone. That being said, though, Mentos and Miko exchanging spots here. Good spots coming out from Miko. He does give a lot of information towards his team, and actually the opening by Invil, that can be quite dangerous here now for them, because there is a lot of tanks by Goodnight Nomi in the middle. Immediate power move into the dip. Zavistar, Jordan, and CFR taking some damage. Actually, CFR down to 1700, but now in relative safety. Those 60 TPs could be a focus. Zavistar, though, with the overpeak, taking essentially all of his life back into his face.
Now Invil pushing back across the E-line, though, and the Goodnight Nomi 907s are spotted. Are they actually going to try and push the middle? Because that is dead waiting to happen, Kihan. If they do, you can see them kind of stop here, but that is 907s against IS-7s, and now they're going, though. Baku, it's like, I don't want to go. I really don't want to go. Getting pushed forward now. Monster gets Sai coming back in with Piotrix there as well. CLCK peeking over the rails, but that's the last thing he will do in this match as he goes down. The rest of the team soon to follow. Invil's opening far superior, now making their own re-push across the F line into those 907s who really did not want to push, did not want to go anymore, but now they're getting pushed upon themselves. Monster does fall, but again, 10,000 lead for Invil coming into the what is most likely the last round.
Man, every move they make, every peek they take, Invil seems to be watching you. Like every single overpeak that the Goodnight Nomi player does just completely gets shut down by those guns from Invil. Whenever there's 5 against 5 tanks, it seems that Invil has all of the 10 that are there, and they're just playing a beautiful round number 4 here against Goodnight Nomi. Once again, taking the small finger and ripping out the arm, ripping out the floor from underneath a team of Goodnight Nomi that did not seem up to the task of facing Invil today. Shut down 4-0, clean sweep, looking good doing so. Invil are going to be facing Motivacja in the upper bracket finals tomorrow, and for Goodnight Nomi, it's down in towards the bloody depths of the lower bracket.
Yeah, Invil is going to be very happy with that performance all around. I don't think they broke too much of a sweat in it. They very much chilling throughout this match. Again, the opening here is far superior to Goodnight Nomi's. They kind of had to stop with the power move with only one. Control middle, rotate back, repressure the hill. They had to do so many things to come back into this match. The most easiest thing is just drive the 907s to the mid, but that is never going to work. I mean, even if the Invil tanks didn't cross over the E-line, those 907s would vaporize in about 3.5 seconds when they crossed the middle. So they really had to slow down the game there, but instead they sped it up themselves.
Yeah, and if we are taking a look at the damage number, I mean, Ryszek there in that STRV trying to do what he can, but you know, the Invil players probably not really caring about an STRV that was just completely farming them into the side, because, well, if you can just win the game by snowballing the other team to death, then, you know, you gladly take those few STRV shots, because at the end of the day, in 15v15, 5k damage is a lot, but it's not the end of the world. It's not even 2 tanks of damage, mind you. And, yeah, Goodnight Nomi just not up to the task of facing Invil today. We tried to hype them up before the match. They did not live up to that hype that we tried to create. Instead, it is all Invil at least in this upper bracket in this upper bracket match here. And man, what a performance, especially Prokhorovka. Goodnight Nomi's strats did not even live to see the light of day. Like, they immediately got shut down, brutally.
Yeah, that was rough. We're gonna know me. Very, very rough. Deserved 4-0 scoreline. Goodnight Nomi gets a second chance on the lower bracket, luckily enough for them, and there's no infill waiting there for them.
Yeah, and now with all of this being said and done, I think there are two more people who want to shed a bit more light onto, well, the brutalization of Goodnight Nomi, as some of you might be calling it in the future. Insane, Octo, take it away.
The brutalization of Goodnight Nomi indeed, key hands. Well, Invil, top EU team, we can say it. They are the most consistent in the EU tournaments, and they have been proving it once again today. Very good performance. 4-0 didn't give a single chance to Goodnight Nomi, and they're gonna be playing tomorrow in the finals of the winners bracket against Motivatia. Not surprised there. Top two teams advancing in the winners bracket.
Yeah, I suggested it earlier. Just obviously, you never know if it's gonna actually happen. But then Goodnight Nomi will go down to the lower bracket to play the last match of the day today against NTMG. So that will again be a best of 5. But yeah, I mean, to really just discuss how that match went, it felt like a whole team was fighting a team of platoons, and it just doesn't go your way because you're not together. So it was definitely rough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. Maybe Goodnight Nomi, this is the sort of team, this is hit or miss, and today it was definitely missed. Their performance was not on point. And they played against a magnificent team of Invil, proving that they can still dominate in those tournament. They will have to do that tomorrow again against Motivatia. But that being said, we should probably take a look at the replays to see exactly what happened between those two teams. As we were starting on Murovanka, which was a Goodnight Nomi's pick, and even though they picked that map, I have to say that their defense was very passive, not on point. And on the other side, Invil played perfect. They actually established the 1-2, 3 lines control, not too deep, then the mid and the forest, and then they go afterwards for the 1-2, 3 lines push because they know that this is the weakness from that Goodnight Nomi setup. So perfect play from Invil in the attack.
Yeah, I would say playing the A line is just not that great for you. You should really try and split the map on Muro, in my opinion, when you're playing defense. Because the attack, you can just, if you're playing passive A line, you just take up to D4, sometimes C0, and you can really split the map because the defensive team really can't tell where you're actually going to put all your force in. So yeah, I would definitely suggest next time being a little bit more aggressive on either the 1-2 line or the 9-0 line, as makes it much harder to actually get into you. Whereas again, with the split in A3 and A7, you're just so disconnected.
Especially against a team like Invil. Whenever you give them the opportunity to play their own game, to take their time, to analyze the situation, to make the correct plays, the correct rotation, this is not working well for you. It's very known that it's and it's proved that it's better to go aggressive against that team and surprise them, but that's maybe what sort of happened on that Muro attack. But you will see that one major mistake is done by Goodnight Nomi. They are over-rotating with all their team there. They have almost nothing left on the other side. Only one IS-7, one tank on the mid. So they're kind of forced into keeping the push all the way to B1, to B3. But you will see that Invil is going to rotate on time. So Invil proved that it's possible to break that defense by taking map control, by having control over the forest, over the middle, and then repushing to the E-line in the 1-2, but not further. In return, Goodnight Nomi is overextending and they don't have map control left. You will see that at the end they will try to rotate, but Invil, they had too big of an HP advantage and time was just ticking for them on their defense.
Yeah, I think they just didn't understand fully what they were trying to do because, like you said, they didn't leave anyone really 9-line. So if they committed up the 2-line maybe, or Daki mentioned it, if they go in and then they come back, maybe that would have worked, but in my opinion, they just needed to do it together. They went up the 2-line, then went into E3. A couple players stayed there, and then a couple players went forward, and it just didn't work.
And well, then on proc, they went for something very aggressive, something that we mentioned that could have been good, but look at the setup from Invil. They have a total of 4 i7s ready for that. They have the STRV of DJ that is farming damage. Double 60p, not easy to take them out because you have to go all the way to reaches on the mid if you start pushing from the 2 line. And you will see, just look at the HPs. Invil is just shooting, getting all the damage done, and in return, Goodnight Nomi cannot find a connection, cannot find a kill. Piotr is gonna stay alive for so long in that position, even though we expected him to drop pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, this plays out like the last Morrow game, in my opinion. They were going up the 2 line, and then like some of their tanks are in the 3 line, some of their tanks are in the 2 line, and they don't really know which direction they want to go. In my opinion, they needed to, if they're going to commit to this, you commit to it and you go up the 2 line and pray, basically, that you pent your shots. I mean, Piotr lived for so long up in H1. It was just rough. They really, I don't know, and you're defending, it's a huge risk to do this, in my opinion. Just play a little, if you want to be aggressive, then commit to a certain position, but it doesn't work out.
And well, then on their defense, you'll see that they will manage to get the full map control straight. They have the information about all of those things from Goodnight Nomi, and well, they're well set up against that organized push. You'll see that Goodnight Nomi wanted to push with the 3 line combined with the 5-6 lines, but Invil is gonna take the right side of the map from 7 to 0 line so fast that they are gonna themselves get the crossfire angles. You can see all of those 907s picking with the middle. Yes, Rexar is gonna overpick and go down double tracked, but in return, look at this repush, and once again, look at the HPs. They are 10k, 12k HP up at that point. It felt so easy for Invil.
Yeah, there's nobody on the hill for Goodnight Nomi, and what are the S-Conks supposed to do when there's 907s in F7 shooting them in the side of the turret? Nothing. So it's just pretty much an auto loss. That's why it ended up being very quick, but I mean, again, like, they really need to use their vision better, set up better on attack, especially when you're going to send S-Conks to the middle like this, in my opinion, against Invil, because they're known for, I mean, even when they play slow, they're playing aggressive middle, in my opinion. So sending S-Conks middle, they're usually going to target out the turret from the side somehow, and they just, Goodnight Nomi didn't have any answer for the wraparound at all.
Yeah, definitely. So well-deserved victory for Invil. We can probably take a look once again about the brackets to see what's coming up next. As we have the losers bracket, we have 2 matches. The first one being Volgus against DPM, and well, those 2 teams are probably the outsiders. On top of it, this is BO5, so the first team getting 3 wins is gonna advance in the loser bracket. The other one will have to just leave that tournament. And well, community prediction 60% for DPM. Volgus without the greatest performance, but we probably should give them more credits, especially with their group stage performance, because in the first match of the day, they still faced the top 2 EU teams, Motivacja, and DPM is not there yet.
Yeah, I mean, doing well in the group stage, but honestly, I thought overall their strategy was pretty good against Motivacja. They just kind of got outplayed at some points. So if they can continue their strategy against DPM, I think they'll be all right. But, I mean, there's some well-known names on the DPM team, so maybe that's why the community is going with what they said.
Well, the battle of the outsiders, is it going to be DPM or Volkus advancing in the next round of the losers bracket? We'll find out shortly, but just before that, we probably want to hear what our casters have to say. Kian and Daki, please take it away.
Well, hello there and welcome back for round number 3. Or rather, match number 3. Now this one is going to be between Volgus and DPM. So one team that we have seen already today against a team that is kind of fresh. However, that did not look that fresh, at least in the group stage. DPM, Boyka, making his appearance in the player stages of Clan Showdown.
Unbelievable, but yeah, him and Volgus making it into the playoffs over the likes of W, Goldfish, etc. They did come third in their group, but they didn't make it to the playoff part of the tournament. Fists are in sight, Kian, right? I think that is probably the goal for many of these. We got a set of fists, but before that, they would need to win this.
Exactly, and they are going to have to win it against a team of Vulgus that, well, did not look that good against Motivacja, let's be real here, but they did look very, very good in the group stage. And now, DPM kind of, well, a dark horse, an underdog, what kind of story are we going with here?
I don't know. I think it's two teams looking for the deepest possible run they could get in the tournament. Like I said, those fists are not that far away.
Now, obviously, the deepest possible run starts by winning here. This is lower bracket. This is only best of 5. So this is why the pick and ban has slightly changed. But now, talking about the pick and ban here, Moravanka and Cliff being taken out by either team, and DPM, the new guy on the block, picking the new map on the block, picking Karelia immediately. So we are going to see the new map. Then that is going to get countered by Prokhorovka pick from Vulgus here. At least one round on Prokhorovka. Fischer, Sand River, and Live Oaks are going to get taken out. And Himmelsdorf being left as, once again, the possible tiebreaker if we get there. That being said, Karelia. What do we make of this?
We'll see. Well, we'll see how it plays out. It's an interesting choice that DPM decided to pick it in a best of 5. You have to be very, very confident about a map to pick it in a best of 5. And then you're picking the most recent addition to the tournament.
Maybe hoping to surprise the enemy team. That being said, well, basically, if you're kind of a new team to the playoff stages, that means that, well, you probably don't have as much training on all of the other maps in the pool as the existing teams. So maybe it is a good choice from their side, or maybe even it does make sense from their side to be picking Karelia and to be training it a lot, since that is maybe the map on which you most easily are able to become better than your opponents. So personally, I'm not hating the pick of Karelia coming out by DPM immediately. Instead, I think it is a smart, or it can be a very smart choice. Well, but then again, you have the reality of the games on it actually being played, and, well, those then determines if it was a success or not. But just theory crafting here, I don't hate it.
No. And they have to be pretty confident in it. Like I said, to pick it in a best of 5 immediately. It's going to be interesting to see. I don't think we're going to get a camp.
Yeah, I mean, we highlighted, I think in the group stage, there was 2 camps on Karelia. Both got broken. So this in turn should basically mean, with the limited sample size that we do have here, 2 camps, that, you know, those tend to not really work out. It did kind of work out okay in the days of 279/Chieftain meta, but those days are gone.
It was mainly
nowadays,
just because the sides were flipped.
And yeah, that is one thing we should maybe mention as well, is that the usual sides from Clan Wars, just like on Sand River, for example, just like on Live Oaks, those are flipped right now. So where you usually would defend from, you're attacking from, and vice versa.
Yeah, simply because the bottom left base in Karelia doesn't get the same hyper defensive positions as the top right base got. And none of the positions really are as good. They don't really work out as well. Hence, the defense is not going to be really able to sit and just camp. And if they do attempt this full turtle, it can be broken. Which, Karelia on the other side, it was a bit harder.
Now, Karelia. I think the last time that I saw it being played in 15v15 was, like, in a playoff stage, was, I think, Tankers Day 2019 Minsk. And that was 2 very quick rounds in between Monic and Devi back in the day as well. But yeah, predictions, all of us going for, or with Vulgus rather. Both of you, Daki and Tenseng, going with the 3-2, and Octobear with the handshake, with me with the 3-1. So all of us saying it's gonna go Vulgus's way. Not really giving a lot of things over towards that side of DPM. Maybe a lot of us still surprised that Boyka's team has made it here but here they are, and maybe they're even here to stay.
Well, they'll have to prove that, though. They will have to prove that. We're starting with their map pick, so we're going to have to see some sweet Karelia from them.
Yeah, I'm very, very interested how this one is going to go. I'm very interested how Karelia is going to be played in that playoff stage. That being said, I think the first round of the first lower bracket match is about to be underway. It's going to be Vulgus now finally trying to get a match going for themselves. Doing so with 1 EBR, 1 Hori, 1 907, 1 CS, 1 121B, 1 279, and 9 260s.
That was a read and a half, huh, Kihan?
Mm-hmm.
On the other side, though, DPM, double 121B, a CS63, double Hori, an EBR, triple 279, 5 260s, and a 9-7. That double 121B and double Hori, we saw that already on Karelia, and it was Invil playing that.
Yeah, now we'll have to wait and see here. Vulgus in orange is going to commit towards the northwestern part of the map. Meanwhile, DPM in green sending most of their tanks towards the hill. That is a very, very commanding position, which you would know if you saw the map guide about Karelia. Sending double 279 towards the one line as well. The 260s there, though, stopping at the corner there at the approach. Hero getting spotted by Yayas, who spots Yayas in return. But those 260s were getting committed on toward or towards the hill, but not on towards it. And now Koidicek spotting that cross with that 279 does not see all of the 260s though.
No, he doesn't see all of the 260s indeed. Misses about 3 of them committing in. And Boyka's team is going to be playing, by the looks of things, over the hill. And I think it's really hard to hold over the hill. Just because of the way that the map works. You can commit into C1 and then pressure out the 279, where you see Koidicek, right? You can pressure him out for free. Well, for free. You're going to take damage getting to where they are now with the 260s, but then he is going to die. And once you clear that, right, once this one is dead, you can then start working on getting the F5, F6 position, which is under the hill there. And once you do that, you see the I7 position on G5, right, Kihan? Then this one is able to get pressured out. And once you do that, then you can start pressuring out onto G2. And once you do that, the guys from G5 under the hill will farm those guys at G1. So it's like a step-by-step program. That is how Karelia has worked in the past, and it's how it will continue working as well, which is why I'm saying that IMO playing over hill defense is really, 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 really hard.
Well, you're being proven right here currently by how the match is being played. Oh man, Bodo there with that 121B. That was a shot and a half in towards the back of the 260. Basically speculating for it to drive back and then even hitting the pixel there. Patras, interesting setup there. Low noise together with Vents and Rammer. But yeah, the Vents there, the obvious choice, simply because if you didn't know, you make everything in your tank a little bit better, which is obviously better than just improving one aspect of your tank.
I hate it when you're like this. It's all good though. MV seems to have some spotting equipment on the 907, indicated by the HP. Full spotting actually. CVS, low noise optics. You can usually tell by the lower HP pool that tank has available. But now you see, though, on the 7-8 line, you see that 260 on the left of MV, which is very. He will be pressuring up. The only thing I would like to see, the first person's going to kind of crazy, is Strela at the same time committing forward. Why? Just to proxy spot the guy in D3. Because if he's proxy spotted, he can't peek, and if he can't peek, he can't do anything. I think that's a pretty easy concept.
Vervi now being pushed forward in that 260, does get spotted out, does not see a whole lot though. And it's quite interesting to me how many tanks actually, how many medium tanks on both sides have that full spotting equipment. Meaning that basically, well, they have picked EBRs, but there is nasty surprises on both teams to be found. for those EBRs if they are not being careful here. So there is more than just one layer of spotting attack and defense for both teams here. Now, DPM, I mean, you basically outlined the step-by-step instructions as to how to break this defense, and they did take a good first step here by eliminating Koidicek, but since then, not really a lot has happened, in my opinion. Now, though, Vulgus, they have rotated around, they are gonna start taking the hill, and there isn't really a lot in place by DPM that could profit by doing damage, or that could counter push, or that could do anything. They have most of the stuff at their own base right now. That being said, though, if they full counter push, they could catch those double 260s.
And the time is already pretty low in return as well. So if they full counter push, once this gets spotted, they will be picking up double 260, right? They are dead. They will lose. Maybe the 1-1B on the hill, he could be in some trouble because MV is spotting him out, and potentially even the 279.
I mean, honestly, Dennis can just drop towards the middle here, maybe, because there is... Or if he gambles and drives down towards... no, okay. So he's going to chill on the hill for the time being here, taking one shot for his troubles. But, yeah, he's going to make it down. I don't think there is enough gun...
They're not pushing down 1-2. Finally, so slow.
Yeah, so they do initiate the 1-2 push. Feely here with that 279 does try to make it away, does get tracked here, takes some more shots in towards the back of his tank. I think he's fully turned around. He's going to be trying to drive in towards the riverbed, trying to drive towards Dennis and A-King, but that is a lot of tanks per Vulgus. That is also a lot of damage on towards Sami, and that 260 who has to stop here. Dead in his tracks, gets picked up by Kandegina.
Yeah, he does get picked up by Kandegina, but Feely is going to be falling almost in return. Impy there trying to run away in his 260. He might just about make it to a slightly safer position, but that will still be dead waiting for him. My spotter actually gets into that cubby. That's a good move by him there. They need though to pick up A-King there in that I7 and then start working slowly on the base while also protecting the A-line. And DPM have pressured down 1-2 a little bit slow for my liking, but they have given up already 4 Dainski hand for this. And you see Drea's position, he can get shot by H3. He's the next one to fall. He cannot live.
And also, the thing is that, yeah, double Hori 3 here at the base. Those are 2 very, very capable guns, but that is not really a lot of armor, to be honest. Oof, big hits into the killer. 1300 to the face, down to 50 HP. So the HP actually kind of equal, and Vulgus still with the superior amount of tanks as Dryer falls as well here. Vulgus doing a good job of picking up gun after gun after gun. That being said, though, MP falling as well in his 260, and 3 minutes and 8 seconds still remaining. And those Horis, yes, they don't have a lot of armor, but if they don't get spotted, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, they're playing a very, very good game there with the double Hori and actually able to do quite a bit of damage as well. And again, Vulgus is kind of pushing in one by one. Signups takes one now as well, trades with Yuri 1 for 1, but Immensive coming in as well, gets a shot now. Verwi and John coming in as well with their tanks, but that's kind of driving across the open, and that's a lack of time there coming in already. Verwi down towards 634, but you can see the whole Horis, you talked about it, not spotted. Great, the moment they do get spotted, they get blasted from everywhere, and now you still see the issue though for the side of DPM, that this Hori is surrounded from all sides. The cap is slowly getting pressured. It's not looking too good for DPM, I would say.
Yeah, that being said, though, DPM, they are going to pick up this pocket of resistance here by the team of Vulgus. Now, though, Vulgus, they are looking to overpush this cap here to possibly even put pressure. DPM on the other side, they do have a full HP 260 named Kandegina behind the cap that can do a few resets here. And the issue for Vulgus is that, yes, they do still have a lot of tanks, but all of them are very, very low HP. MV down towards 12 HP, and that 907 is possibly going to get picked up as well. Vervi overpushing the cap here, trying to suppress Kandegina, who is Amorak, who cannot provide resets. Bodo, possible one-shot here, 447, that's a 50-50, as Yayas picks up MV here, 10 seconds on the cap. Can the resets come in? Yayas with that EBR, possibly having to come in with the hero play, 10 seconds, but Frog in the green jersey is going to come in with a full HP to 60, should be able to reset.
They should be able to get the resets here, 12 seconds still, though Yayas from behind in the EBR is a nuisance with an H here. We said a good shot from Ola, though, makes him a one-shot, but here come the kills in return. Frog with that health to 260 coming in. It's only 3 tanks left standing, though, for DPM. And yeah, they have HP Kihan, but they are completely surrounded now. They do get another good kill, though, on towards that killer. And Ola in that Hori is shutting down the peaks, but they'll still be forced to push. 612 coming out. Can Mark get a shot? Can CS get a shot? Yes, they can. They're trying to scatter because they know that they're going to get farmed from behind. Black with a good kill on towards Mark, and Ola potentially finish off Frog into 260. He can. Now Black being forced across the open, and they have Boyka and Black, the last two standing here, and Ola's still going to be shutting down a little bit of that approach. Black does find the kill, but now Patras, Hero both on a one-shot, and Ola with all the HP of his team.
Yeah, Ola with all of the HP, but he's going to be out of the game here. Black, he just needs to be careful not to take a shot. Oh, he probably saw that shot impacting the ground beside him. Does decide to peek and correctly picks up Hero. And the heartbreak here in the cards for the team of Vulgus that tried so hard, but in the end, it seems to not even matter. Boyka getting spotted out by Patras here, but Boyka is a definite 2-shot for Patras, who is in turn a definite 1-shot for Boyka. Has to commit in. Yes, the 1-2-1B well equipped to deal with the 279. The side shot, right? The Hori once again not really connecting. Boyka there taking one by Patras, but Black is gonna survive anyway, and it's going to be 1 for DPM, 0 for Vulgus, but boy, was it close.
I don't know if I like this JK line pressure, personally. I'm not the greatest of fans of it, simply because they do give up those 2 tanks that they put there to kill the 279. I mean, why am I spotted lived for a while, but not the greatest game impact anymore after, right? He's stuck in a cubby, he can't really shoot. I still think that the other approach is the more successful one, where they push up Strela to proxy spot the CS in the cubby. Sorry, they got the EBR or the 907 with spotting equipment on the hill. They did get him on the hill, by the way. Envy was on the side of that hill in those bushes. You can push back the guys that are sitting on the hill, and then you can simply push down the 2-line into the dip. And if they repush, they always lose in most scenarios. And you just slowly start working on DPM, because you can't sit in the base without getting absolutely railed from the middle of the map.
Yeah, and now we do see the post-battle stats here, and I think Ola, yes, he is top damage, but if a couple more shots from that Hori connect at crucial moments in the game, then I think we're
if he
looking...
drives off the hill at some point, it's also chilling, though. I also think Envy, with that 907, the spotting 907, driving behind them, didn't add anything. I don't know if you've ever played Karelia Assault, Kihan. I guess you have, right?
Yeah.
What is the position that shuts down F1 super, super hard?
Trying to visualize F1 right now. But basically, it's the position that you drive to when you're basically, as the attacker, immediately wanting to spot everything aggressively.
It's where they were sitting with Kandagina in that 260. The pocket shoots all of them from behind. MV would have had a greater success with sitting there and shooting at them, and potentially peeking high part and shooting towards them as well. He would have farmed a lot more ammo, a lot more.
I think they even had the 1-2-1B there at some point in time,
at some
if
point
I remember
they had nobody
correctly.
there.
But yeah, obviously 2 tanks or 2 guns are more than 1, and well, if there's 0 where 2 would be needed, then there is some discrepancy there. But well, it is the way it is, to be honest. At the end of the day, this game was a coin flip with the better end for Boyka's team, with the better end for DPM.
And they're going to be happy with that, because they were far behind for a while there. The push on the JK line wasn't super well done either. Like, I don't think Sami needs to die. I think like the difference between some teams, and for example Invil and Motivatia, is that if they don't have to give up a gun, they will not give up the gun, because a guy on a one-shot can still do 4k damage. Sami doesn't need to die there, for example. They could have done a lot cleaner. And then even the push-up on the K-line into the double Hori was also kind of split again. Like, the 279 gets tapped, okay, sure. But then there's another one getting tapped coming up, the I7. Then there's another one getting tapped coming up. You know, if you do that in group and you just keep pressuring up, then the Horis do their shots. The second time they shoot, they're going to be spotted because you're too close, and then you see what happens to them. They just die.
Yeah, exactly. And the Horis on the DPM team were actually the 2 the tanks number 1 and 2 on damage. Like Conquistador and Yuri, they were both up there with above 4k. No other tank on the DPM lineup actually broke 4k damage. So, yeah, I think both teams had some potential improvements to how they played this. And maybe they can immediately implement that into round number 2 of Karelia here, where now the sides are going to be flipped. Vulgus will be defending. We'll see their take on it now.
I'm surprised that the hill def, I mean, it wasn't really a hill def, but yeah, worked. We'll see how Vulgus approach it. I think we'll see a different kind of defense. Personally, I think the AB line pressure is the most easiest to hold compared to the split that DPM was doing, because I'd say if they played that against like Invil or Motivatia, it wouldn't have been too pretty.
Yeah, and I tend to agree with you there. It felt like both of those teams still have to make a step up towards, like player skill wise, towards those established teams.
There's so many free kills for the side of Vulgus if they wanted it. Like the size 7 where Aking was under the hill, he is for free because you can just shoot him from the north. He cannot sit fully safe. You don't have render, but somebody can just like tee it and you just slowly kill him. They could have done so many free kills, but Vulgus, they're gonna play the camp, I think. Yant, 5 Eskunks, double Hori, an E3, an EBR, a Manti, a Mouse, a 60p, and triple 278.
And DPM instead, they're going to bring 1 EBR, double Hori as well, double 121B, double 260, make that 10. So that is a lot of in-your-face rotational aggressive lineup by DPM, and add to that some really, really big sniping / penetration tanks, because double 121B has 350 heat and double Hori has 360 AP, which is even crazier. So we'll have to wait and see how exactly this all is going to play out. Hero there with a very interesting bush in his Manticore. I would love to wait and see if he possibly even has something like something outrageous, like binoculars, maybe even. Not unheard of on a Manticore, at least in competitive play. That being said, though, DPM left to their own devices in the north, in the south. They're going to take the hill in the southeast. They're going to take A1 position for free as well. Yes, they do get their 260 spotted for it, but I think that's a price they're willing to pay.
Yeah, that's all fine for them. I mean, is the mouse going to shield the 279 on E1? It looks like that. In some way, they're going to try and use them as a shield. There's no other reason to drive the mouse there.
Not a big fan of committing one whole tank towards shield. Then again, we'll have to see. Synops there in the mouse, taking 1, taking 2, taking a lot.
Yeah, he's a shield.
He is a shield, yeah.
Poor Synops is being used as a shield.
Yeah, like I was thinking, like, do I try and, trash talk him for it? But
I don't like it though.
No, I don't like it either. But it's not Synops's decision. It's like FC call, and yeah, I think it's almost never worth to commit basically a full tank of the 15 that you have available just to make one position for one other tank better. Like obviously, Mark now has basically a spotting position that only goes away if he gets overpushed, because Rex don't count as vision blockers in World of Tanks.
Yeah, but they can still drive a Batting across the tree line where he doesn't spot them.
Yeah. The EBR would spot them for this, though. But yeah, obviously the HP advantage that Vulgus started with almost gone here, simply for losing that mouse. Aking, Drya and Carnegina now trying to blind shot here a little bit on that 1-2 line. Not really finding a whole lot, even though there is actually a whole lot of tanks. Drya now taking one to the face, probably by those Horis. And I think a lot of players still underestimate how much 360 AP pen actually is, because there is a difference between something like 360 heat pen and 360 AP pen. Not only do you get like the additional potential to penetrate space armor, but you also get a normalization, and I think a lot of people don't account for how much 5 degrees of AP normalization actually is.
You know, that AP on the Hori is crazy. It's actually it's very, very good. I would like to see DPM take some control here, though. I think they're missing some mid presence with the lights for real. Like you want to pressure up on the mid in some capacity, nonetheless.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. On the other side, we do have a lot of tanks on the hill that are currently, I think, blinding to where they suspect Envy to be with that EBR 105, because I'm pretty sure that Envy was spotting out the rotation on the A line before, where those 260s are. We can see that rotation now starting again, and now I don't think those 260s are spotted. So maybe those blind shots from the hill actually achieved their purpose, which was not necessarily to do damage. I mean, damage is damage and always nice, but they did force him out of those bushes, which means that now the 260s can actually rotate unspotted. Is DPM going to be able to do something with it? Well, that remains to be seen, but the first thing that they wanted to achieve, which is getting those 260s out of there unspotted, well, they achieved it.
Yeah, they have achieved it. They did blind towards Envy, and I think Envy then decided to bail, so they no longer have the spot on that. And now starting to creep up the middle with a 1 to 60 of Aking, who does get spotted out. I think that is the Manticore there from Hero getting the angle. On towards it by the looks of things. And now though, where are they going? Seems like they want to take this out. It's going to be another JK line push by the looks of things.
Yeah. I mean, there have been other pushes through the water sometimes, even with some tanks, but I don't think DPM actually has the assets for it. Instead, the 260s are going to get sent towards the southeastern part of the map. But what are they driving into? Well, nothing that's too enticing, actually. They have Dakiller there in a position that we saw earlier. He's basically in a bush and not hull down, but like lording over them, so they can't really pen him. They have 60 TP Immensive on the crossfire position that can also just shoot once and then retreat, and if they don't overpush, then he can, you know, just pop up again, pull another shot on them, pull a number of them, retreat again. So not too cool for them right now. Yaya's trying to find the enemy light tank here down in the water, but he's going to find out that there is essentially nothing. Now the 260s through the water are gonna get pushed closer towards the Vulgus cap. They're not really taking a lot of damage for it, at least yet, and a hero in the Manticore gets found, gets blasted, taken out of the game.
Yeah, now you can see though that they're under the hill. They have established positions. They're even going to take the dip, but Aking and Vulgus really pressured back into their own base, and that's an issue. I will say the only thing that DPM is missing right now is a tank on the 5 line in that river under the hill. You can shoot towards the 60p, you can shoot towards the 279, you can keep them permanently pinned down. I think they're missing that for some sort of a crossfire, but outside of that, their positions are pretty solid right now. They really have this Vulgus team stuck entirely in the base, and this is what we're talking about, right, Kian? This side of Karelia does not have the same defensive positions as the other one, and you can just see how that translates into the team tries to camp, and they are not able to make it work right now.
Yeah, absolutely not here. I mean, the HP is still kind of even as Feely there gets spotted and gets completely blasted back into the garage here, as well as Koidicek trying to push the 279 of the killer into a corner. Does have the HP and I think the DPM advantage here against the 279, but obviously he needs to penetrate his shots. Let's see if he's able to in turn. The 279 probably with the no U currently, as Koidicek with a good shot into towards the 279, but now the 279 seems to have the reload advantage here. Both of them in that deadly 1v1, and now it's going to be who reloads faster, but I think the 260 actually gets the skill, gets a reload advantage here. We'll have to see. The killer there with a good shot. Is Kubik's going to be able to pick it up? No, as the killer seems to be on the side Yeah, this is weird to watch, but as the dust settles, Vulgar's starting to edge ahead in the HP department.
I don't understand how he's managed to not hit this Boyka falling as well. I mean, DPM had all the positions, but let's be real, Kihan, they just threw away, what is it, 2 tanks for no reason already? With being Philly and Koidicek, right? I don't think they needed to lose those. And now hacking the third one to die really for no reason. There.
And Black, the next one, just overextending, just getting picked up. So yeah, DPM just giving one after the other, giving the guns up towards Vulgus.
Yeah, especially because Mark doesn't really have such an impactful position right now. Like,
No.
Mark doesn't really do much, you know, like he just sits behind that shield. And that's it. Like, he's not really contributing much to the battle, so I don't know why they're so over-focused on trying to kill him. Realistically, they should be just shooting everybody else and getting ready to push Sami and cover it from behind, and they're not really doing that. And I think this is down to DPM kind of throwing more than Vulgus having a really good defense.
Yeah. And now we can see Vulgus up there in the K1 corner in the Bastion, and me like the king in his castle in the last corner there. And now DPM trying to brute force it with a push over the open field, but we can see how good that does towards your HP in that 1-to-1B. Dennis down towards a one-shot, Bordeaux down towards a one-shot as well. Those 1-to-1Bs have good guns, but are bad platforms as soon as you start getting shot. And now the HP firmly in favor of the defending team of Vulgus. Kill after kill after kill, starting to roll in for the team in orange here. And DPM that start off with a very, very clutch victory against Vulgus are going to lose the second round of their map pick. Vulgus are going to equalize it. It's going to be 1-1.
It's going to be 1-1 indeed. I do think, Kihan, I don't know if you agree with me, that this game... that this came down to me a lot, that TPM had every position they needed to win and was unable to actually make it work for them. They had everything. They really had everything. They just have to take back the tanks. Well, first of all, Philly shouldn't die in a full HP 260. Second of all, that 279 can be pinned down. Like, if you have something with decent pen from the riverbed, you can just keep him down. But they just want to rotate back north and then pressure down one line again. You know, they want to take their tanks and pressure down one line. Mark from behind the shield cannot really do much. You can just do some damage, some free damage. But once the tanks start pushing up, he's not going to do anything anymore.
Well, so there's two things, actually. One, I think DPM were trying to do too much at the same time. Like, they had boxed in Vulgus in that corner, and from there on over that time, they will just generate HP advantage always. But they were pushing single tanks like left, right, and center and losing those tanks for no reason. And two, what actually happened to Hero? Because yes, Vulgus won, but like they shouldn't have. And at the same time, the Manticore died, but he shouldn't have. Like, what the hell was he actually doing?
I don't know. I'm not sure. This was not it for the side of DPM, and I don't know, Vulgus. They win the round, so I guess that's all that matters. But I wouldn't try this again.
Well, they don't
By the
have
way,
to
the
try this
1-to-1s
again.
didn't do enough. I mean, one of the 1-to-1s did 1.5k damage. In this game, you have like one playing one line, one playing hill. You know, like you have angles to work with. There's no way. You have to be able to find the shots.
Yeah, I mean, they were on the hill for the longest time, and basically they were occupied blind shooting an EBR that wasn't even in the bushes that they were blind shooting, so... Yeah, pun not intended, if you waste your DPM like that, then you're not going to have a lot of damage at the end of the game, unfortunately, is, I think, the reality for both of them here. That being said, though, Karelia going to be split. It's going to be 2 defensive victories that probably shouldn't have been. And then again, at the same time, I guess the positive takeaway that we can have from this is that the scoreline of 1-1 is, I think, deserved for both of those teams.
Yeah.
So, honestly, both of those teams taking a round that they probably shouldn't have. Prokhorovka up now. We saw Prokhorovka being played earlier today, but honestly, if you weren't attentive or left your PC, those were 2 pretty quick rounds. I don't expect the rounds in between both of those teams now to be as quick, though. In between Volgus and DPM, simply because, well, neither of them is called in, though.
I'm so glad I predicted 3-2. I feel like we're going the whole way.
I'm kind of with you, or I would be with you on that one if I had predicted 3-2. But I think my prediction is Volgus 3-1. After seeing this first map here, yeah, I think is about the most accurate comment that I have currently. Well. I think probably it's best for all of us and both of the teams here if we just leave Karelia behind mentally.
Leave Karelia behind mentally, yeah. I mean, honestly though, I think Volgus is happier than DPM. I mean, actually, I don't know. They could be 2-0. It could actually be 2-0 either way. That's the funny part.
Yeah. It's
with a bit better luck, Volgus could be 2-0 because they could really win the first round.
Like, I think if you ask the captain, like in a few days or something, if you ask the captain, like, hey, how was the Karelia round in the lower bracket, or how was the both Karelia rounds that you played in the lower bracket, the answer will be for both teams like, I don't really want to talk about it. At the end of the day, it was 1-1 split period. So yeah, let's see though. Prokhorovka in between Volgus and DPM. Whoever wins this round is going to put themselves on a match point. Volgus coming in with double EBR, 1 STRB, 1 CS63, double S-Conk. We have what seems like 5 IS7s and 4 62Ps.
4 60Ps versus DPM's 0 60Ps. 4 S-Conks, a Badger, an STRV, double EBR, double 279, triple 260, and double IS7.
So, the Badger, where is it gonna go and look for mushrooms? It seems to be either the A6 or the A8 positions, possibly even A0, although I've never seen a Badger being played there, so far at least. But I guess it could be a good position for it. That being said, though, DPM with a good initial spot, Yayas that is, in that EBR, seeing all of the tanks, but Volgus in the middle and DPM on the other side. Heavily tagging Hero here for a spotting run. That in turn means a lot of information, obviously, for Volgus. They know that there must be a lot of snipers on the A6 position, but, you know, you rather not have the information but a full HP EBR.
Full HP EBR would be nice, Hero. The best part is that he's alive, though.
Yeah.
These aggressive spotting runs can really result in you dying very, very quickly. I mean... Okay, I gotta look at the callers a little bit. They're a bit too close.
I mean, now we basically see the EBRs of Volgus, like, switch positions, simply because Hero took so much damage. I think that's a... correct thing to do. Hero here is not going to be able to fell the tree with the first HE that he's going to use, but you can see he's reloading the second one as well. Driving towards the red line once again. Is the second HE going to do it? Yes. Tree falls. Well done, but he's maybe not even going to use that tree, but something else. So yeah, he does fell the tree to like make a bait where people should blind shoot. Goes into a different push. Good mind games going on.
Rotation back towards 1-2 now, though, for DPM. They've established pretty deep hill, with Boyka and Aking being there under the hill, covered by double S-Conk, Badger, and then a tank at A0.
Ooh, that peak by the Volgus tanks not going there in their favor, though. At least one of them taking 1200 to the face. Yeah, that was Patras taking a whole lot of damage for what felt like a whole lot of nothing.
I don't even know why they peaked.
They were maybe hoping for some tank to be close and then like 3 of them together just blast him for 2k into the face, but yeah, that obviously didn't come to bear. So instead, they end up, looking a bit lost there in the middle of the map. We have to wait now how exactly Vulgus want to approach this. It's also important to keep in mind that, like, Vulgus, they've been losing HP on an IS-7, on a 60 TP, on both EBRs, actually. And meanwhile, DPM on all of their tanks still full HP. So a very, very clean game from the team in green here.
And they're actually starting to pressure up on 1-2 a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Probably trying to...
well...
Yeah, well, because the zero line is spotted and they're driving down there, so that makes sense. The killer, they're getting tracked, losing some HP. Boyka and Aking pulling back to the same position we saw Brainbreaker in already. But they're not jumping into the river, though. One of them just did. I think the other one is staying. But again, this 1-2 push, it needs to happen for DPM. If it doesn't, they will just slowly lose this side. Aking's down towards 578. Boyka is in the river. He's getting pushed just like we saw with Motivacja. But still, no 1-2 line push. It's very slow, Kian.
It is indeed very slow. They're going to make it into the ditch now here. And they're going to drive away the IS-7. That, though, being said, Aking the first one to die. Somewhere on the map. It seems Dryer now with a spotting run in that EBR is already spotted, so it has to turn around, has to be very, very careful. Impy in the corner is not going to die here. Immensive has dropped down with that Super Kong to get rid of Boyka. He's going to succeed with that, but that's going to take some time. Envy from the sidelines to make it a 2v1 to pick up the kills. That is 2, make it 3 unanswered kills as Synops shuts down Andreas in the Super Kong. Yayas finds Hero, though. This is so important here on that 1-2 line that they do get out the EBR. But yeah, they are taking indeed their sweet
They should be driving these S-Kongs down 1-2 line, man. Why do they have double? I'm getting angry. They have double to 60 in the hole. Why? You saw Motivacja play already. You saw what they did. They don't care. They just drive down 1-2 line because they need to drive down 1-2 line. There is no need for this double to 60 in the hole. There's no need for the double Eskunkat C2. Just go kill the Eskunkat K1, clear the 1-2 line, and reset into a 1-6 line defense. The longer you wait, the worse it's going to get because you're not able to generate any kills, and it's taking forever. The Eskunk that was at H1 even got to K1.
Yeah, exactly. And K1 still being held by Vulgus. The DPM counter push on that 1-2 line still not fully gaining traction, still not fully in
They're not
effect.
even going to go. The CS will get into K2 before, like, John's already going to be there before they even make it down. Like,
Yeah, and I think Impy, even like in the 1v1 DPM duel, even though he's shooting at the EBR, is not going to lose out against Kandejina. And yeah, with one shot by Kandejina, even not penetrating into the S-Conk, that's going to seal the fate. Dryer there with that EBR still spotted, taking 700 to the face as well. Kandejina now in crossfire. He's going to die as well. He does put one more into Impy in that S-Conk, but that is going to be all she wrote on that 1-2 line. So the push that you were desperately calling for, that you were yearning for, it's not happening.
it just never came for some mysterious reason. It just never came. This should be kind of a repeat of the Motivacja versus, Jesus, who did they play? Was it Vulgus?
Yes.
Was it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
It should be a repeat almost from that match. But instead, there's just you have to take 1-2 line if you can't win 9-0 line. You have to, first of all, both IS-7 should drop off into the river to force 2 tanks to come down to them, right? Second of all, they should be clearing 1-2. There's no need to put double 260 in the hole. Like, what does it do?
Well, I can't tell you. Maybe DPM can tell you, but obviously not a lot, as Vulgus are going to be winning their attack on Prokhorovka, putting themselves on match point, putting themselves on 2-1 in this best of 5. Yeah, DPM on their defense here of Prokhorovka, not really looking too clean. A lot of openings in their defense, and the things that they needed to do, aka repush 1-2 fully into one S-Conk. Mind you, it wasn't like triple S-Conk or triple IS-7 like we saw before. It was one singular S-Conk. It simply didn't happen. I'm not sure if it would have happened at some point in time, but yeah, like this, the scoreline is going to be 15-1. The only tank dying on the team of Vulgus was a hero that was tapped from the start in his EBR, and then that basically got YOLO'd out in the 1-2 when it was too late anyway, realistically.
No, but the only way DPM wins there is, first of all, I don't think the Badger should be crossing over the rails, so there's all of his HP. Let's start with that. Second of all, if you don't win 9-0 line, you gotta push 1-2 line. They had the numbers for that. Triple 260, double S-Conk still, and the 279, which they could have used for it as well, and an STRV and double EPR. They can definitely transition into a 1-6 line defense, like we've seen, because if they do get towards K1, K2, they put the entire team of Vulgus that's in the middle in crossfire. Like, those tanks can't really do much anymore. If they drive anywhere, they get farmed. You don't need to leave much to even do that. But like this, I mean, you lose 9-0 line and you have nothing to fall back to.
Yeah, and now, I mean, the Badger, even though he lost all his HP for the singular cross over the rails, almost top damage here with only the STRV being on top of him. But realistically, it wasn't a Badger or an STRV game to win. It was simply a game where the calls on the side of DPM were either not the correct ones or they weren't being executed correctly. Is, I think, the easiest way to diagnose what went wrong here for DPM. Because, like, there is a lot of other things you could have said about Karelia, but here, like, right now, it was simply just the tanks of DPM not doing what obviously needed doing. Which was push down 1-2. Like, if you still want to win this game, you need to do that. And it just didn't happen. And, well, can't be surprised after if you lose.
And they shouldn't be surprised they lost. That was a better round for Vulgus, and that was, again, kind of like on Karelia. DPM seems a bit slow sometimes when they need to be fast.
Yeah, definitely. It's not those lightning fast reactions that we sometimes see coming out of Inbuild, where basically the whole team seems to just organically react to something, and you know, before they even need to do something, they've already done half the thing. No, here it's like after you need to have done something, well, then you kind of consider to start doing it, is how I would phrase it. Weirdly enough, that was too slow by DPM. They do have at least one more chance to redeem themselves, though. They need to pick up this next round, or it's going to be all over for them, and they're going to be kicked out with a rather harsh 3-1 scoreline, and then it's going to be goodbye Boyka in the play. I mean, yeah, this thing where, you know, you get to keep your strats for next tournament when you can't even be
That's
sure.
what Aurora was doing.
Sure. Let's run with that assumption. The map video, though, announcing for us that it is just about time to go into game number 4 in between Vulgus and DPM here. 2-1 scoreline. I think it accurately represents what we have seen so far in this match. I mean, basically, Karelia was a weird back and forth in between two teams that at times seemed confused. On Prokhorovka, I think Vulgus took charge of the game, of the match. They executed their plan, and DPM just seemed to not be able to take the decisions they needed to in the time that was required. So yeah, 2-1, very fair scoreline. Vulgus have put themselves in prime position to move up and into the next match here that would be played tomorrow. And for DPM, it's a do or die. Now, are they going to do it? Or are they going to die? If the last round of Prokhorovka has anything to go by, then we are going to say bye-bye, actually, to the team that I think is making currently its first appearance in the playoff stage.
Both these teams, no? Nowhere did Vulgus already make it before.
I think Vulgus made it before simply because they didn't need a new logo this tournament. We had the new Vulgus logo, but that tells you how much of an impression they made last time.
That wasn't a very long tournament then.
Yeah,
I know they
that as
definitely
well.
made it because they had Verby in the team and we laughed at him for an entire tournament that he was surrounded by 14 Germans.
Anyway, Vulgus now coming in with the double EBR, double STV, one Badger, double 907, double S-Kong, and then we have 1279 and 5 I7s.
DPM on the other hand, WBR, STRV, double conk, double 60p, triple I, 7 and 5 260s. Vulgus is not really going to be doing too much movement with that lineup though.
Yeah, no,
they're
they're
the chief.
Actually, I'll have you know, in the group stage, signups in the Chief together with the Badger of Verby, they were sort of the stronghold in A2-3, and they ended up being like place 1 and 2 on damage, and they ended up carrying their team in one of the rounds in groups. So, you know, maybe trying to repeat that here, are they?
It's like trying to relive old glories of which Gihand had not very many, but you know. Some nights when the plate's empty, that's what he thinks about.
You know, I mean, I think I had a very, very successful career in Clan Showdowns. Play one, get carried to Goldfists, and then refuse to elaborate and leave. Hello?
Oh, dude. Oh.
100% win rate easy, what can I say?
Yeah. Coming from the guy that played 100 battles in the Chief on the first day because he knew it would be too hard to mark after.
I'll have you know, it was 97.
Does that make it any better, though?
Do I need to respond to that?
No, you can withhold comments if you want to.
Okay, yeah, all right. Boyka is also going to withhold comment onto taking damage into his turret on the hill here, I think. There's actually a game of World of Tanks being played, believe it or not, with the dip being taken by one IS-7 of a DPM. We have double S-Conk and 60 TPs in the middle for a DPM, and then the rest of the tanks sort of split all over the place, not really sure where they're going to go yet. And for the defending side of Vulgus, we have 279 EBR Badger Chief combination on the 1-2 line. Then we have some tanks 6-7 line, some tanks 9-0 with the STRV deeply in the 0 line. But yeah, fairly standard defense by Vulgus. Not really a lot different from the one that we saw in the group stage.
No, not really. Looking at the current setup, I think the weakness is still the 5-6 line. I mean, there's more than one. There's the second weakness is, I mean, no, the I7 on the 4 line denies that. I think the 5-6 line is a big weakness still here. Pressuring that, picking the I7 in the meantime and deleting him, cutting off rotations and then sneaking EBRs under is IMO a problem if it was to happen. Also depend on how much initial damage they do on them coming over, of course. But that's what I'm currently seeing, at least.
I mean,
9-0 is decently well protected because of the double STRV though.
yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Currently, some blind shots going in that 0 line here, and Yaya's getting tagged in the EBR. We can see more blind shots flying there, but basically that was blind shots putting the EBR down to less than half HP. That is definitely what you want and what you like to see. So good stuff coming out from Vulgus. On the other hand, though, Hero faring not much better in his EBR, respectively, also down to 614. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. DPM, they have their work cut out for them. They need to do something. They're the attackers. They are facing the match point, but so far not a lot of activity coming out from DPM. They are sending tanks through the 5 and 6 line now. That is a little hit squad of some 260s and IS-7 in the mix as well. They do synergize well together in the push. We'll just have to wait and see. Now comes the overpush with the 60 TPs and Aching here. All of those tanks essentially supposed to take the initial volley of shots, so those 260s and IS-7s don't really take a whole lot on the approach. It seems to have worked. All the tanks on the Vulgus team currently reloading here. Now the IS-7s with the overpeaks, that is a lot of damage.
That is indeed a lot of damage, but the 5-6 line is being pressured here, and that's a big issue because Strela and that IS-7 is not going to live, and it's two-pronged actually, the 3 line as well, which is a bit early for my liking, but it's still going to do what it's supposed to do. They are going to cut off the map here, and that is going to be territory for the EBRs to start making their way under and outspot all of these guys.
Yeah, we'll now have to wait and see how well this pocket of resistance actually fares here by Vulgus in A3, because as Synops and Vervi had a monster of a game in the group stage, now they have a lot of angles to worry about, as A6 now has been taken as well by Evo, by Adrian in the IS-7 and 260 respectively. YMI spotted Impy John. They're probably waiting for Sami and Teju to form up, and then they're gonna just dump over in towards that ditch to get rid of that 260 IS-7 crossfire combination that's currently threatening A3. They will have to be careful though. There's a lot of tanks from the middle of the map aiming for this. Now the 260s here coming in with the overpeaks for the team of DPM, just as Vulgus decides it's all over here for the tanks in the A6 position as well. Adrian getting focused out here, currently bordered down towards 14 HP, does fall down here as well in his 260. Adrian down to 64. Someone kill this man.
Somebody kill this man indeed, as the repush is happening. They are finding some success with it, gotta say, and that's potentially not enough cover from the middle of the map. Now they're transitioning into a 1-2 line attack for DPM, who had so much, but trying again to do everything at the same time, not making it 100% work. And yeah, Synops and Viri potentially again bringing it home for their team, Kihan, from that A2 position with the Badger and the Chieftain. But I think the biggest issue there, the Ignite from Synops as well. The Yayas got set on fire. Kubik's not connecting the shot there. Synops maybe with the kill onto one of the 260s. No, but he keeps his friend alive for a while. Boyka trying to fight off Hero and Mark. That's not going to be working out too well either. But the opening for DPM was again great, Kihan, but they're always trying to do a little bit too much.
Ooh, Synops there though, getting picked up. That was a huge stunner coming out by one of those 60 DPs here. Black now starting to reload, trying to put a shot in towards the tanks in A6 as Vervi gets picked up by Tankistador. That is the A3 pocket completely gone. That is a lot of map control lost by Vulgus, but it's not going to matter as they have 7,000 HP more, and even more importantly, they still have an EBR alive, an asset that DPM does not have, an asset that DPM direly needs here in this, what probably is going to be their last round on stream, as Mark takes a lot of damage here in this ISM, but it's not going to matter. Vulgus on their defense, for all intents and purposes right now, are gonna hold on.
They're going to hold on indeed, but again, key hands for DPM. They had so much. I think this time they didn't need to take A6. They just allowed this repush to come out right onto them. They already had the 3 line. They just needed to cover these tanks on the 5-6 line and start working that STRV EBR combination on the 1-2 line. No,
I think so too, or at least I think they would stand a better chance this game if they would have done it the way that you suggested, but I think they were trying once again, and I think that is at this point an emerging pattern in their gameplay. They were once again trying to do too much all at once, and it ends up hurting them. It ends up costing them dearly, as now it's going to be Vulgus that are in prime position to make it into the next match in the lower bracket, and DPM for them, it's kind of back to the drawing board. They did a surprising run this tournament through qualies, through groups, into the playoffs, but this is where it very, very brutally stops for them.
This is where it stops for them, and they had potential again. They definitely had potential. That Karelia is gonna kick them for a while, and I think this match here is also gonna kick them for a while. They made the right move. 3 and 6, 3 and 5. 6 is correct, IMO. But they wanted to do so much again. You'll see teams do this move and then they'll slow down a little bit because they know that the enemy team has to do something, because if they sit there in really bad shape, you can kill this 279 at C1 relatively easily as well. He will die, and then you just have the EBRs pressuring up the 1-2. Yeah, it's a Chief and Badger, they're annoying to pen for the S3V, but over time he's going to generate some pens though, and then you can push it once you really pressure down those A6 guys, for example. But now putting themselves in a repush position and then can't kill 1-2 because they don't have enough guns. Potential is there, but you gotta work on the execution.
Yeah, indeed. Work on the execution, and executioning is exactly what Patras does to the last S-Gonk here. He's going to put one more into the lower plate of Andrea, leaving him on 81. Not that it matters. It's going to be a 3-1 here. Vulgus besting DPM on a 4-round best of 5, 2-map best of 5. Where, well, we best don't really talk about Karelia, but like, yeah, on Prokhorovka, it just became apparent that Vulgus is the more experienced team. For DPM, it's going to be all over this event, unfortunately, but they did show some promise, they did show some interesting stuff at times, and they're probably going to be quite happy with reaching the playoffs, and possibility for more stuff in the future, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, potentially for more stuff in the future for them. But for Vulgus, 3-1, they're happy, moving through. They're going to be waiting to see who they're going to play tomorrow. And for DPM, it was a short taste of the playoffs, let's put it that way. Just an entree, but no main course.
Yeah, and little did they know they themselves were the dessert.
Yeah. But there's so much room for them, though. That's the sad part. It's not like they just got owned. They kind of own themselves, unlike Karelia.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they kind of need to work on decision making. And no, I'm not going to transition into the meme like they're a great team. They just need to work on ABC, XYZ. No, like decision making and the speed at which they make decisions. And as soon as they do that, because no doubt individually they are great players, then it's going to be so much easier for them. Because a bad call well executed is always going to be better than a good call badly executed. And so as long as they, and maybe that's down a bit to how confident they are, or rather how not confident they are. But yeah, I stand by it. If they eliminate some of the bigger mistakes that they make, then they have the potential to make it a lot further in future tournaments. That being said, though, Ducky, I think is quite enough from the two of us for the time being. Let's see what Insane and Octo have to say. Guys, take it away.
Thanks, guys, and well, DPM started well this match, 1-0 lead for them, but Vulgus proved and showed that they are the better team today, taking the victory 3-1 in that B05. They're going to be moving into the next round of the losers bracket. Of course, it was a bit scary at the start, and we felt like DPM could definitely win that match, but at the end of the day, Vulgus proved that they were the better team.
I think DPM showed that there was a reason why they started in the lower bracket. They chose Karelia, sort of a potentially 1-1 map, which is what turned out to be the case. But then Vulgus played a much better game on Proc, which, to be fair, was their map pick, but still, Proc is, I would say, less campy than Karelia.
I would say that this match was decided in the second round on Karelia, because what DPM did on their attack was not bad at all. They had some great positions. You could have played with them better at the end, and well, Vulgus managing to equalize on that map going then on their own pick was definitely good, but we should probably take a look at the replays as I'm saying that to exactly see what happened on Karelia. Starting with this win from DPM on their defense, you get to see Vulgus is going to go for the K-line push, which is something pretty common, I have to say, against two scamps. DPM in return is going to repush into the one line, and the trades are pretty even at the start of that round between those two teams.
Yeah, I mean, they're leaving about half their tanks in the base, and then the other half are going to re-push the 1-2 line as soon as they see the K line push, as you said. And they actually get enough kills in the 1-2 line and kind of survive with their health, where they're able to come back and reinforce their base later on, and end up winning it. And if you notice the Hori and H6, as we're still here now, later in the battle, he's still there with full HP, which is a huge reason why Vulgus was not able to actually win this battle. Because like I said, the healthier heavy tanks were able to return from that one line, just remove the one-shots that were trying to cap the base.
So, well, DPM took the first round even though it was very close, and then they were on the attack, and you can see that this opening was not that bad at all, managing to take down the Manticore, establishing this position ender. Daki also talked about that this map, when the sides are flipped, is not the same anymore. It's very hard to play passive defenses like Vulgus did, but DPM did some major mistakes on their attack, especially the way they did trade with all of those things, overpicking, going a bit too much one by one instead of moving as a group, and well, Vulgus with the experience and maybe slightly higher skill making the difference.
And I would like to mention they had 2 Horis, and I don't know, like, they're great tanks, they're especially at long distances, but they're not really doing much at the end of the day. I mean, they really need to be able to poke around those corners and kill off those tanks one by one, like you were mentioning, but they're just not able to do that because they have so many tanks sniping in the back. Versus, you know, this proc game was much different than Corellia, in my opinion. They didn't really seem like they had control at any point. They were set up in the 1-2 line and had tanks on the 9 line, but had really no plan to protect that 9 line.
Yeah, I mean, the DPM reaction is very slow, and it's not just slow, it's not happening at all. You'll see that they try to establish deep positions in the 2 line that the ABR. Doing that is fine when you still have control over the other side, but they're getting pushed, they're losing all of those tanks, they're losing Cubics at A0, then the Badger at A6, and they're still not making a play, so they're providing the opportunity to Vulgus to hold the 1-2, to hold the mid, win the right side for free, and then get some things to A6, kick the crossfire angle. So it's definitely an issue regarding the tactics DPM is playing, and also the rotations, the reactions they have, and Vulgus being more experienced made a difference there again.
And then you can see DPM on the attack again, making a pretty good decision here. We would agree on that pushing the 5 line is the move here. Daki mentioned that they probably went up the 3 line a little too early. I mean, you never know. Maybe it's just because the tanks that they're using, you mentioned before we got here that they don't have chieftains, so the 60 TPs in the middle trying to cover these 260s and the IS-7s, it's not really the greatest tank at sniping, really, and it doesn't have the greatest penetration, so you're just kind of left with the missed shots, and then when they are going up in the 2 line, they just don't really have much help.
They had double S-Conk, right?
Yeah.
Those tanks are great for that, but in the hold meta, when you would have 279 chiefs that would just peek constantly at the F line, it would be much better to cover the EA6. What Vulgus is doing in this new meta is something you're allowed to do because, as I said, the tanks in the middle are not the greatest. 60 TPs, not the greatest on range, bad DPM, one shot you just hit or miss. And well, it allowed them to actually go for that pick at A6 because they were out of solutions. This 3 line plus 5 line push is great, but Vulgus, at the end of the day, once again making the right decision, punishing DPM for their lineup pick. And I think that overall on Prokhorovka, it was down to tactics, rotations, but also lineups.
Yeah, I mean, the rotation that they did in the last game was pretty good. It's just, like you said, 60 TP, not that great for middle. I don't even know why they brought the tank, to be fair, if they're going to keep it for that specific position. But, yeah, I don't know. They should have brought maybe another S-Conk or maybe another fast heavy to help push the 2 line there. And because if you did watch the whole battle, you could have told or known that it was very close with the Badger and the Chieftain. So maybe if they had another heavy there with them, then they would have overrun that faster.
Yeah, well, it's still a good performance to get to the playoff. That's not something they have done in the past, so we still have to say congratulations to GPM for doing it. Volgus, in return, is advancing in the next round of the losers bracket, and they will be facing the winner of the last match of the day. Another BO5 in the losers bracket. It's between two teams, one coming up from the winners bracket, Goodnight Nomi, that lost to Invil in a pretty bad fashion, I have to say, and against, they're going to be facing NTMG, the team that has been pretty consistent in the past 15 tournaments, so I would tend to be with the community and go for them.
I mean, especially today after watching that match. I mean, yes, it's Invil, but geez, it wasn't close. So, I mean, we'll have to see if that changes.
Yeah, well, last match of the day, is it going to be Goodnight Nomi advancing in the next round of the losers bracket? Is it going to be NTMG? We'll find out shortly, but just before that, we want to hear what our casters have to say about that one. Ken and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there and welcome for the last time of the day. We are going to be spectating the last match of the day. It's going to be Goodnight Nomi, a team who we saw before, or did we? Because they didn't really show up against Invil in any meaningful kind of way. They're going to be taking on NTMG, no timing. Now, if you'd have asked me before today who I'd make out as the favorite in this match, I wouldn't really have been able to tell you, Ducky, but after seeing Goodnight Nomi is just completely succumbed to Invil, I am inclined actually to believe that NTMG are the favorites.
By far. Let's put it that way. By far, I think they are the favorites. Coming into this one, I would say normally they're the better team as well. Yeah, I don't know. For me, they're just the favorites. Just because they've also made it pretty far in the tournament before. They're an experienced team, and this Goodnight Nomi team seems like it still needs quite a bit of work, IMO.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, the Goodnight Nomi team in the upper bracket against Invil just straight up got murdered. We'll have to see now. Map, pick, and ban, obviously, as the analysts mentioned, it is only a best of 5. So only a maximum of 3 maps, including tiebreaker, going to be played. That being said, Live Oaks and Moravanka taken out of the equation. We are going to start on Sand River. We are headed in towards Karelia. So once again, the new addition to the map pool making its appearance. We're going to see at least one round there. Then Proco, Fisherman's, and Cliff getting taken out. And Himmelsdorf seems to be the tiebreaker map of the day.
I don't mind Himmels being the tiebreaker map of the day. I mean, it makes sense, right? If you think about it, it's a very kind of a balanced map where both sides can really play and win. So if you have that between Cliff, where I think it's a bit gambly for both teams, and still the north side is the favorite one, that's a good choice. But Karelia coming out again, and teams don't seem to be shying away from that one.
And
for
this
how
time,
much complaints there were about Karelia, they're still picking it, Kihan. No, bro.
yeah, I wasn't gonna say it, you know,
I mean, it's kind of funny.
Yeah, you know,
Must be so awful that they're picking it over like Proco, Fisher, Spear, or Cliff. You know, it's just, yeah, I don't know.
I didn't want to say it, but yeah, I do wholeheartedly agree. Yeah, some people were not very happy with the addition of Karelia to the map pool, but indeed, we do see it being played by the teams. We do see it being picked up. That being said, the gameplay that we saw so far on it in the playoff stage was, yeah, I guess the most positive thing you could say about it is that there was a lot of room for improvement. But yeah, the map is new, so I get more. Well, the re-addition of the map was a very recent thing, so maybe some people are still figuring out how to play it. The map itself obviously is not new. It's kind of old. It used to be in the 15v15 map pool as well before. But yeah, let's wait and see. First of all, though, Sand River, prediction-wise, we are seeing once again, I mean, you're insane. One of you is copying the other's homework. and then Octobear and me once again also with the same prediction, 3-2 and 3-1 respectively, but all of us going with NTMG.
I think, again, that's fair, to be honest. I mean, we're going with the favorites. Nobody really wanting today to pick the dark horse in this one. And so far, we haven't been wrong. You know, like, everybody that has been favored has brought it home. So, nothing wrong with that.
Although I think this is kind of the match where an upset is not likely or anything like that, but it's the most likely match in which I see an upset happening. Is I think a fair way to put it. Like, I think the difference before this day, I would have said the difference in between those teams is like less than possibly in between the other teams that we saw.
We'll have to see, though. We'll have to see. This no timing team, if they're playing well, it can be kind of a scary thing as well.
Yeah, definitely. And they have had deep tournament runs in the past. Let's see how it all plays out. Good night, Nomi. After 4 consecutive losses in a row in the upper bracket against Invil, they are now trying to pick up the first round of the day with 1 EBR, 1 E3, 1 SRV, double 907, triple S-Conk. We have 4 IS-7s and triple 60 TPs.
No timing, on the other hand, no 60 DPs, but 7 IS-7s, triple 260, triple S-Conk, a CS63, and an EBR of their own. A very fast lineup from No Timing.
Indeed, a very fast lineup from No Timing. They will want to generate map control, angles, information, all of that to be able to shoot away at the tanks from Goodnight Nomi that are currently being split. There is some tanks being left in the base with 1 S-Conk, double 907, SGRV. But there is also a lot of tanks that are headed towards the K-line. There is not really a big K-line commitment coming out by NTMG, however, that are also NTMG that is taking the north side with some IS-7s.
Yeah, and the fact that Goodnight Nomi is going the long way here just gives them more time for No Timing to generate that map control that they're looking for. They have the triple IS-7 crossing the A-line, Victor then coming to the C-line to pressure Jordan. Goodnight Nomi still very much has a good base presence with those 4 tanks on top of that dune, but they are losing that map control very, very early, and the I-7's turning in already. They want to go for Jordan, and Jordan is going to see this rather late, actually.
Yeah, he does put one into Vicshare, but now Trash Panda and Isidarap together with Floki are going to come around the corner. However, the snapshots on towards Jordan not connecting. That being said, he takes 2 to the face, but is going to drive up, going to drive over. There is no snipers in the base remaining that could be punishing Jordan at this point in time. At the same time, NTMG pushing through the dried out riverbed with that triple 260 hit squad. Goodnight Nomi taking the K-line. There is an awful lot going on all over the map, but Goodnight Nomi currently with more HP across the team.
Yeah, but there's so much pressure being put on them right now. Jordan does make it into another safe position, so good movement on his part. But now Yannick in the 60 TP is in a whole lot of trouble. Sisa there taking a good position against him. Rated and Dreamer are going to make work of Jordan, who's actually escaping one more time. Good stuff there from Jordan, staying alive as long as possible. But they are going to lose this to 60 in return, though. Floki getting whipped.
Oh, God!
Takes 1.2 to the ground. That is not ideal whatsoever. Lucky with the fire to delete him before that I-7 was going to die.
Yeah, Floki there with Monkasteer moment. And Jordan, the man is literally Neo in the Matrix right now, dodging all the bullets thrown at him. Now Lucky seems to be the focus as Vicshare gets a fire, immediately shut down. However, Trash Panda down towards a one-shot. Isidarap needs to be very careful as well. Lucky down towards 152 is getting counter-pushed here by all of the team that, or what feels like by NTMG. They're pushing through that F-line here, through the dried-out riverbed. They're pushing into Crossfire, but they're also pushing into a lot of low HP targets. Finally, they pick up Fen at the cost of Trash Panda.
Yeah, now they need to find Twist, though. They need to find Jordan as well, and Jordan's done a really, really remarkable job at staying alive. They somehow lose Chucky, though, in an S-Conk, which is also interesting. Not sure how that happened. Jordan is now down towards 600, and I think they will finally be able to take him out of the game as the base June is now left undefended. they should be able to get that I7 out at some point and then be able to switch back on towards Twist. But it's pressure all over from No Timing, now pressuring back on towards the K-Line. They're not winning that fight though, it's a 3v6 by the looks of things, and Rated will find the I7, you would hope, at this moment in time in a CS63. No, not quite yet, and is Rated stuck? No, he's gonna get out. No,
he's. I'm not sure. I mean, there's kills happening elsewhere on the map, but if Jordan survives this, he's going to be my MVP for the round. Never mind, Rated finally does get the pickup. He is stuck-ish. Yeah, maybe he's not going to get away there anymore from there. That being said, though, Goodnight Nomi with 7k HP advantage. Glorious job there by Jordan in the northeastern part of the map. And now we can see that Goodnight Nomi still have a very, very firm hold in that J4 area as well, where they have the E3, the 60 TTP times 2 even, and the double ISM that has pushed up towards F1 as well, starting to engage against Q-Sprite there, starting to trade against Solo. As that is still a 2 versus 1 situation. And taking a look at the HP, I mean, Goodnight Nomi, they just need to trade and trade well. And every single trade that they do, that is like, 50-50 in terms of HP, is going to be good for them just because they're ahead so far.
Man, some good shooting here though from Squeezy as well on that I7, but he's in a little bit of a predicament. Q-Sprite is just trying to trade away every time that Solo fires, doesn't want to peek back into it. Twist now coming back down from his position that never got removed in C0. He's going to even push into Crystal. They're going to find him there. Love now getting found as well. The up and over from Twist, literally, over that to 60. Now Vladislav exposed, and yeah, Goodnight Nomi is holding this pressure that was applied everywhere pretty well.
Yeah, they're handling it. They're handling the team of NTMG that came in here as the favorites, but you have to say the players of Goodnight Nomi that at the end fell apart in the last 2 Proco rounds against Invil seem to have recovered mentally. And more than that, look to be in a prime position right now to take this round number 1. Click with another shot into Vladislav as... yeah, he does get the pickup here. The S-Conk with the reload, with the DPM coming in. And now NTMG with what seems like kind of desperate moves here at the end as Pabu peaks. Pabu picks up Squeezy. And only 6 tanks remaining for NTMG. 8,000 HP for them, rated down towards a one-shot. He seems to be unstuck. But that's not going to remedy the situation. That's not going to change the fact that Goodnight Nomi are going to put one on the board. They have more than enough time to pick up the remainders of the team in red.
Yeah, and it was looking okay there for No Timing for a little bit of time, but they were never really able to generate those kills. Jordan surviving for so long was really annoying, especially because that made the CS not be at A0 to cover. Then those I7s dying, the 260s coming back in. But then I think that what really shut the deal is when they tried to repressure this K-line with those 3 guys. And that was never going to really do much for No Timing. They had to hold there, lost a lot of HP, then had to fall back. And then slowly but surely they lost the positions. And the fact they never got to clear C0, not ideal.
Yeah, and I mean, now mop-up operation... as some would say, going on here. Goodnight Nomi are gonna reap the rewards of a very, very good round on Sand River, where they were like, all right, NTMG with the aggression, let's see what they do. Okay, we got our assets in place. We can easily hold everywhere. And yeah, then just with the correct reactions, good stuff, and 1-0. So NTMG, I liked what I saw actually from them. With that aggression everywhere, it just seemed like there was something off about where they were applying the pressure. And also, once again, you got to give it to Jordan. That was beautifully handled by that IS-7.
Yeah, he did draw a lot of time in that IS-7. Time that No Timing could have used to, for example, push C0. But at the end of the day, Goodnight Nomi holds on. Good stuff by them. Yeah, it's just, I mean, an Eskong doing 456 is never ideal, to be honest. Not when it's one of your DPM tanks. The rest can be understandable because it's pushing tanks, but Eskongs are not pushing tanks. They're only meant to do damage.
Yeah. Also, the sorry, not the ISM, the SConk from NTMG at their own, by NTMG, by Goodnight Nomi at their own base that died for some reason. That was very weird. I think that was Chucky. Like, yes, he's up there with 3.6, but I think he could have done a lot more. You remember when that NTMG push was going through the dried out riverbed and then continuing? If the Superconk there stays safe, or rather just stays hull down, not necessarily safe, then I think he has potential to do a lot more there. But at the end, it was a pretty relaxed round anyway for the Goodnight Nomi players that, did not do more mistakes than the enemy players, I think is the correct way to phrase it for now.
Well, you can see No Timing come in pretty aggressive, though. This might be a trend we continue seeing from them throughout. You look very green, Kihan, today. You gotta switch it up sometimes. And today I want to be green. It's just what it is. Anyway, let's take another look at... The Grinch.
Oh, God. That joke could have come from me, Ducky, and you know that's not a good sign.
If you say so yourself.
Well... If you
see, at least,
did you really just make the joke with a Grinch?
No, it's a Grinch, dude.
Oh, okay.
Bro,
I thought you were.
Did I say the Grinch? You know, like
yes,
the guy
I know what
because he's green.
Christmas. Yeah. But like, I thought you were actually trying to make the joke with Grinch.
No, that's just you, bro. Like, come on, man. Jesus, why would I even think about something like that, dude? How am I gonna find any kick W's with that? Yeah.
You're gonna farm respect from me for doing such an adult joke.
Bro, if I want to make 30-year-old jokes, I'll do so in a few years, okay?
That's a deal I can strike with you, yeah.
Yeah, but by then you're already halfway to 40, bro. It just doesn't get better for you, you know what I mean?
What do you mean? You know, growing up, getting mature, okay, I was actually surprised I was getting that one out with a straight face before I started laughing.
He says while watching a video tank game.
Yeah, World of Tanks. It's the grown man's and thinking man's action game.
Old man's FPS game.
No. The thinking man's action game. All right, Goodnight Nomi coming into round number 2. And they're doing so with a singular EBR, 1E3. We have 4 907s, 1E5, a double S-Conk. We have quadruple IS-7 and double 60 TP.
No Timing, on the other hand, bring in 6 60 TPs, 4 IS-7s, an S-Conk, an E5, a CS63, an SCRV, and an EBR. So quite a bit of those 60 TPs for No Timing this time around. But still... mastering a lot of those IS-7s again. We're going to see Goodnight Nomi use those 907s like we saw Motovitsa do it.
Yeah, we'll have to wait if they're going to be met with a lot of success by NTMG. Ooh, Jordan, they're taking 2 on the cross. Does actually get tracked. Not sure if he still had a rep kit available. Does continue his journey here now. But him getting tracked means that there is the possibility of him taking more damage. Seems to not be the case so far. All of those 907s by Goodnight Nomi, though, getting spotted, and Baku taking a big one to the face, 851.
Yeah, Miko getting spotted out in the middle, needs to be a little bit careful as well. On that EBR, he's going to be fine, though. No Timing also taking the long way into position. And, well, they are attacking. So what is their next move after they establish K-line?
Well, we'll have to wait and see here. As, NTMG, they're starting to establish K-line. They're continuing on there, but we'll have to wait and see. Rated there in the north, for some reason taking 41 damage to his tank. iGang now getting pushed up here in the IS-7. He's in a hold down. He needs to be careful against those very, very high alpha 60 TPs, that he doesn't overextend a whole lot. Shelby Walk there taking one to the face as well. iGang seems to be hold down for the time being, so seems to be okay at the moment.
Yeah, but the difference here between Motivizia and No Timing Key, if you look at it, look how far No Timing is in the north. There was never a point where Volgus had A5.
And also take a look at how many tanks are spotted by the lineup of Goodnight Nomi. There is not a lot of... There's not a lot of secrets remaining here. And now a lot of tanks get unspotted at this point in time. But yeah, that is a lot of information that NTMG has been given and is able to work with.
Yeah, no, they have everything. I mean, Jordan's being pressured back into the base, but he's also 970 HP. The Kalan guys are taking some damage here. They gotta be careful. Crystal Shelby not trading too well, but I'm not seeing it, Kian. I'm not seeing the way back in for Goodnight Nomi right now.
Yeah, it remains to be seen what actually happens here. I mean, Jordan, I guess the most positive thing for him is that he made it out. He's still very, very low. Now CFR going to be making his way as well in that IS-7 down towards 1100. Doesn't take some shots from the middle, however. Gets sunk there and would be in a prime farming position in that STRV if all of those tanks in like J1 decide to peak. And I think NTMG is actually doing a very good job here right now of gaining ground and gaining HP in the south of the map, but they need to be careful in the north. They only have Q-Sprite there essentially in that ISM that can get repushed, and that is exactly what's happening right now. The quick hit squad of the 9907 is going to try and catch him. We'll see if NTMG will be able to send tanks there in in a good amount of time to be able to help Q-Sprite, and I think that is going to be the case. There is a CS behind him, there's another IS-7 that can help. Yes, he takes 2, but I think that's going to be it.
Yeah, it takes 3 because he was greedy for another shot. But he does have some coverage, so he has Fixture above, Raided behind, and then EBR and Crossfire as well. Like Twist and Lucky are not going to be able to make this work whatsoever. I mean, the damage they just did to Q-Sprite, they take back and potentially going to take some more as well on the way out, as they now realize, yeah, this is not possible. Lucky does get into safety, but Twist does not. He's just dead, and Lucky still's going to continue running. And it's still going to cost him HP because he's still in the open. So yeah, there's still a repush, Kian. On paper, cool. Realistically, yeah.
Yeah, realistically, this is kind of difficult here for the team of Goodnight Nomi. Down 5k. I mean, they're still defending. It's 5 minutes and 10 seconds here at this point in time. Yeah. NTMG, they're playing it very slow. They're playing a very methodical game. And they're looking to bring it home in game number 2. They're looking to equalize the scoreline because realistically, in game number 1, they had a few very, very cool openings, but after that, not a lot started happening after they ran against this roadblock of the Goodnight Nomi players. But yeah, still 4 minutes 35 seconds, and ooh, Sicer taking a lot of damage there in the middle of the map for what seems like not a lot of reasons.
Yeah, no, a bit of an overpeak there. They're currently figuring out how they're going to approach this. Yeah, I do think that the guy Baku there in the mid is a bit of a liability to begin with. 2 guys pushing onto him should take him out of this game. He can get kind of covered from the base though, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm not too 100% sure. Actually, no, there is a hill in the way. He should just die for free. That should be another step on the step program of how do we win this game, right? Baku's now trying to run, but I don't think he makes it further than this.
Nah, especially not with this many broken modules. Depressed coming around the corner is gonna be picking up Baku. And now we have, well, this pocket of resistance in the bottom left by Goodnight Nomi that are trailing 6k damage now. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this goes for the team of Goodnight Nomi that are starting to get boxed in here. but that can also be good for you, as that means you can just attack in every direction.
So we're surrounded. Good, we can attack in every direction now. Miku on his EBI trying to cross over with Jordan. They're trying to retake North. They're trying to draw time, actually. They're going to go for the last attempt here. This is like the Rohirrim charging onto those 3 tanks from no timing. They have a lot of cover still with those 4 60 TPs on the K-line. They're going to back over the Rich even, try to draw them into this pocket of death and despair that currently Goodnight Nomi is driving into, because they're losing their base and they're gonna have to keep going. It's gonna suck for them, and it's going to be the way it's going. Now Lucky pushing over with his 907. Miku's gonna die against Dreamer in the north as well. They do find Squeezy, so Goodnight Nomi is trying to put up a fight, but all this time Kihan will disagree with no timing backing off this much to begin with. Gives an opportunity for these 907s to come in, but the base is lost.
The base is indeed lost, and the cap is starting to sound. A terrible sound currently for the players of Goodnight Nomi. Triple tank in the cap. I don't think any more resets are, an option for the players of Goodnight Nomi that are just getting obliterated here. Pabu, Chucky, both of them on a one-shot as well. Vladislav sending Chucky to the grave. 100 LeVay getting sent there as well. But Pabu to follow, and now Cap does complete. It's going to be an equalizer. It's going to be a 1-1 scoreline in between Goodnight Nomi and no timing here. So the first map gonna get split here, and we have 2 attacking victories.
2 attacking victories, but one a bit more convincing than the other. Did no timing here control the whole time. I don't like that they backed it from the... I don't think they have to back it from the K-line. I think they can just sit there and potentially kill them. Like this back, just exposes somebody else. Like you drive over a ridge, but you leave somebody else behind. You get to live and he dies. That doesn't really change much. Altogether. I mean, they're driving into the SRV and extending the time, but at the same time I think they could fight, but that's like a minor nitpicking detail because they already won the base by then. And I think that is Goodnight Nomi's issue, is how easily they gave up the north. When you watch Motivizia play this before, if you go north, they will send 907s north and they will go challenge you and they will hold you there and they will match you 1 for 1, right? 7.8, Jesus.
Yeah, Kid Sunk there, saying like, yo, you 60 TP guys down there on the damage board. You don't want to do the damage? All right, I got you covered. 7.8 kid damage. EZGG. New damage record for this tournament. I think the overall one is like 8.5k. But yeah, crazy damage numbers lately coming out from those STRV players. I think that's also down towards a shift in meta where teams, just accept the damage by the STRV because you have to overpush somewhere. I think that is one of the facts there as well. But in the end, we are left with a 1-1 scoreline on Sand River, and yeah, to be honest, I think it's fair.
Yeah, I would say so too. I mean, Goodnight Nomi was quite in control on their side as well, on their attack. But that, at the same time, it was the same for no timing. So yeah, I'm quite agreeing with you on this, to be honest, and it's fair. I mean, Karelia is going to be the difference maker or not.
Or not, indeed. Yeah, so Goodnight Nomi on their own map pick go 1-1 against No Timing. Now, No Timing, they did pick Karelia, and we said it already before. Picking a map in a best of 5 means that you are very, very confident on it, because I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense to pick a map because you think your enemy is bad, because you might be mistaken. You need to be confident that you yourself are good on it, otherwise you shouldn't pick it. And yeah, NTMG, I mean, for us, it's still kind of a new team because most of the players there are transferred, but that doesn't mean that they're a new team as a whole. But maybe you have some more insights as to what the map pool used to be over on the XCIS cluster in 15v15. Was Karelia maybe always in there, so they think they possibly have an advantage there against an quote-unquote old EU team?
No, not that I remember. Not for a while, at least. They had a highway and stuff, but you can't think of Karelia maybe in a this longer distance. I will say that I don't think the meta on Karelia has shifted that much. It's just a lot heavier than it used to be. Like instead of like 907s, you have 260s now. Okay, like in essence, in pure essence, the map hasn't really changed too much. So experience from the past does transfer over IMO.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. Apparently, there are some technical issues currently. Hopefully, they'll get resolved soon. But now we'll have to see round number 3 in between No Timing and Goodnight Nomi. And, well, after having seen 2 rounds now, do we still think NTMG is the vast favorite?
I wouldn't say they were vast favorite in the beginning. I think they were favored, but I wouldn't say it's like, you know, a walk in the park for them. But what I will say is that I found their round still to be more convincing than the round that Goodnight Nomi played. Because with a few adaptions, you could indeed see a win from No Timing on their round, but I don't think you could say the same from Goodnight Nomi's round. Like, you would have to change a lot to ever get back.
All right, so this being a best of 5, the coming round is going to decide who goes towards a match point. Open bracket first, close bracket. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe it will end on Karelia. First of all, round number 3 is going to start on Karelia, however. And Goodnight Nomi bringing a Manticore, an E3, a T57, double S-Conk 5 mouse, 560 TP. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No Timing on the other hand, WBR, STRV, double 907, a CS, an E5, 7260s, and an IS7.
Yeah.
That's a lot of mouses though, bro.
That is a very beefy lineup. 44,900 HP, and whatever plans NTMG might have had for another opening, it all gets thrown out the window as Goodnight Nomi are going to be setting up the tent and probably gonna get the campfires going. They're certainly not going on an adventure. They are going to sit down and do nothing.
That is fair. They're completely ignoring the K line so far. It's crazy. Look how far the i7 of Trash Panda got already.
I mean, they're completely ignoring anything, any part of the map that isn't like the southwest corner.
But it's not.
For them, like anything east of the 5 line does not exist. Anything east of the 4 line.
I don't know, maybe I'm stupid, but I don't see how this holds. I mean, the mouses are slowly taking K-line, maybe that's the goal. Like, very slowly to take it after all.
Oh, Saisa getting spotted on the hill, though. That is Miku's doing in the Manticore.
Okay, they're going after all with the mouses. That took a while, though.
Well. I mean, I think it's fair to say we're in for a slow round of World of Tanks.
Yes. This is correct.
Now, realistically, where are the weaknesses in this defense? Where does
still.
NTMG, realistically start to get going? I think 1-2 is definitely one of those, because those mouses, I mean, if they're tucking into the corner, they will be very annoying to dig out. But, you know, what happens if there's just like, I don't know, 260 getting sent into it as well and side-hugging the mouses or something, then they just die. And like those mouses here in the hole, yes, they have a lot of HP, like between the 3 of them, obviously. They do have like over 10,000, but there isn't really a lot that can support them except for the T57. But if that one peaks, then it's going to get blasted from like the one line, so
I mean, they're creeping up around the middle, though. Like, they're B5, B6. I think they just a little bit afraid that the Manti's going to spot them early, and that's my worry now as well, because they're already spotted coming around the corner. They're going to try and use the walks to cover. Let's see how this goes, though. Initial damage, not there, though. Literally, I saw like 5 or 6 misses
Yeah, initial damage, exactly 1 shot of damage as Esidara, Vladislav, Depressed, the Crystal, Floki, all of them starting to drive through. Depressed, getting tracked here. Finally, some damage come through. The double track onto the first 260 here. Going to be locking him in place. Is he going to die is the question. And now the mouse is here with Solo, for example, starting to peek out. Ooh, the kill shot not connecting. That's something I've seen recently in my random battles as well, but yeah, a lot of punishment here on towards the tanks of NTMG. We are currently looking at 40,000 against 25k.
Yeah, they do have a very significant HP lead for the side of Goodnight Nomi, and I don't know if this is the way that I would have liked to see them push, but it's the way they chose, and it's the way they're going to have to make it work, Gihan. They are indeed down quite a bit. 2 guns. And quite a bit of HP as well.
17,000.
Yeah, that is a bit of an issue, but
but at least they got the 260s below the ridge, you know. But honestly, I think if Goodnight Nomi at this point in time starts driving with every single one of their tanks at the same time, they just flat out win. Because I think the NTMG tanks are already too close towards the tanks of Goodnight Nomi, and you can see Click and CFR just happily splashing in the water there. 2 little mouses having a little pool party.
yeah, the mouse is having a little pool party. It's now 14,000 HP. The question is, they still have 5 minutes, by the way. This push really early. That is the one thing I have going for them right now, is that they did it so early that they do have time to play around with.
Yeah, they do have time. Do they have enough tanks? Do they have enough HP is the question. Vladislav there with a swing against Baku. Floki there with a good shot into Jordan. So overtime, actually, Goodnight Nomi starting to bleed. Only, in quote-unquote, only 12,000 HP difference. As we can see, big share here in that E5. Trying with the long-range snipes. Since the buffs, the E5 actually a tank that can provide very effective long-range fire support as well. That heat over distance is a very, very nice piece of ammo to use. Like, as soon as you're getting into that 550 meter range, the pen drop-off actually comes into effect, just not for the heat. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this one goes. But obviously, Goodnight Nomi still ahead in the HP department. Although by only 10,000, make that less than 10,000.
It's starting to drop, by the way. Even with this, they killed one of the mouses now, so there's only one left in that pocket. It's starting to go down, Gihan. It's within playable range. I know it's 8,000 now, but like, you gotta remember, man, they have 4 mouses left alive. All right, and that's a lot of HP on those mouses.
That is indeed a lot of HP on those mouses. And remember, the HP difference was 17,000. But now it's, you know, less than 9,000. So maybe there is a world in which NTMG are able to do this. You can also see that the amount of positions that Goodnight Nomi actually have in those like JK1-2 positions is kind of limited. Phoenix not even spotted, but takes damage there regardless. And you can see Solo peeking out, taking some damage. Trash Panda now getting committed in with that IS-7 as well. Takes some damage for this push as well. Dreamer now jumping up there, up the ridge with his EBR, spotting out Zavistar. So that is an additional piece of information. And the fact remains that no timing, they do still have 3 minutes. But, you know, actually time is starting to run kind of short here for the team in red.
Yeah, they're starting to run low on that timer. They need to somehow generate an additional angle on towards Click, but I think he's fully behind the shield. Squeezy's pushing up as well. Now they're just going to kind of ignore him and start pressuring up the angles everywhere, left, right, and center. Chucky getting pushed down. Babux and Rishak, though, behind that position, are able to kind of just shut down anything here. Click now peeking against Raided as well. That mouse being annoying. The Echelon there on that rock now for the side of Goodnight Nomi, who are up still quite a significant amount of HP.
Quite a significant amount of HP. The one tank that is currently probably farming his heart out is that CS63 on the hill. Sisa here for NTMG. He has the side shots in towards the tanks on, yeah, basically everywhere. But you can see what happens if you peek into like 5 or 6 pre-aimed tanks. You just explode. One of the tanks of NTMG playing the ultimate price here. Squeezy trying to squeeze through, but instead having to shield Trash Panda in the IS-7 here, taking a big one to the face. Goodnight Nomi now, once again, 10,000 HP up, and the problem that NTMG always had is that if they go close with their squishy lineup, then the Goodnight Nomi tanks with the HP, with the Alpha, with just every armor advantage you could ever want in such fights are just going to win. They needed to generate a lot of HP advantage via angles, but the time wasn't enough.
I don't know if I fully agree with pushing through the middle where the Manticore can 100% spot you, but it's what they picked though, to go for. They did lose a lot of HP driving across. When we've seen teams break this, they kind of came over the 2-3 line Kihan because you get spotted at D2 when you're bursting out. With the team, you're getting spotted at D2. Like, sure, you're driving into mouses, but you can set up a pretty nasty crossfire for that, though.
Yeah.
I think it's better than driving to the mid, though.
Yeah, driving through the middle was not it here.
Unless
mainly
you
also
use an EBR to come out of fade in between. If you kind of know where the Manti is, drive him in fade and get under the hill and somehow clear the Manticore, then sure.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue also with pushing middle here is that you can be pretty certain that the team of Goodnight Nomi has no one there, right? So while you're pushing there, you're taking a lot of damage, you're spotted super early, and you're not even getting any free pickups for your troubles. So yeah, the middle push here definitely not the best option that No Timing picked. And instead it's going to be Goodnight Nomi that are probably going to be laughing into their own fist here as the Karelia Hardcamp, after all those years, we saw a working one this time. Although you have to say,
you could see what started happening once they got the positions, though.
Yeah.
And if they had a bit more HP, if they had maybe a bit better lineup with an extra, like you saw, teams like Inver play double Hurry, double 1-1B, which is maybe a bit much, I move, because it's 4 tanks that can't push. But they really only had the STRV and a CS. Add another sniper there potentially that can do something. But like they have just those 2-260s that died for free. I think if they have those extra, I still think that driving through the 2-lane would be of a bigger advantage for them than this, because they were -2 guns for not really any reason.
Also, driving through 2-line, you have better terrain resistances because you don't have to drive through the bog, and you're driving downhill, so you're always going to be covering that ground faster. So even if you're maybe getting spotted half a square earlier, the actual exposure time, which is the important thing, is going to be less. And well, the T-57 not having the greatest of impacts, but yeah, doesn't matter if your team wins the round.
No, I think 2-line can work because you're forcing them to re-push back in, which you can then cover from C1, from the rock, with the SCRV. You're pushing back in, you have to go over to kill. You will for sure kill the 3 mouses, not super quickly, but you will find them. They have double mouse stuck in that hole, not contributing. They have the Manti, which is not contributing. The guys in the base have to drive down first into crossfire. I think 2-line would be a better choice for them into that dip. That's how we saw it be broken. I don't know if it was Squallies or group stage. The team that pushed into that 2-line cleared it. And if the enemy team repushes, they're kind of in a not such great position.
Yeah, so now Goodnight Nomi are going to be the ones securing their match point here in this best of 5. And for No Timing, all of a sudden it's do or die on their Karelia defense. Now, are they going to flip the Uno reverse onto the team of Goodnight Nomi? Are they going to camp as well? Or are they going to actually play an active round of Karelia defense? It remains to be seen, but I think they're going to be kind of kicking themselves because, like, I think they're going to realize that this middle push with those 260s was the beginning and the end of essentially the game, the round, and the problems that they had. They lost 2 tanks essentially for free, and realistically, after that, they just weren't recovering from the HP disadvantage. Like, yes, they brought it back from 17,000 to, well, less than 10,000, but less than 10,000 is still 9,000 HP disadvantage. And I think on most maps and in most games, and by most I mean the overwhelming majority, 9,000 HP disadvantage, you're not coming back from that. Your positions can be incredible, but
I mean, on Karelia though, 19 is a bit much, but anything around 10 to 15 I think is recoverable because of the fact that if they repush, we can kill them on DPM. The fact second is they have a lot of mouses, which kind of inflates their HP number. Like it looks massive, but the majority of it is on those big German heavies, which, you know, they're not great repushers. And about 7,000 of it is usually stuck in the hole, okay, 5. So taking that away, you can definitely think of something. But let's see what No Timing decides to do, though, on their defense.
Indeed. Let's see what No Timing will do on their defense. Goodnight Nomi, first of all, showing us that a hard camp on Karelia can work. But I think they're also showing that there is a lot of potential weaknesses that can be exploited. Now, for the potential last round of the day, Goodnight Nomi trying to push it over the finish line, doing so with a singular EBR, double Hori, double 907, 1CS 63, and the rest is 9 260s.
No Timing, on the other hand, mouse 60TP, 2279, 65, so Hori and E3 and double EBR. This is a bus as well, but in a bus though, with this lineup, I don't think so.
I think it's a bus as well as in a camp, but not on the same campsite maybe as Goodnight Nomi chose last round. We'll have to wait and see. And indeed, a lot of tanks by No Timing, driving up close towards their own cap. Well, and for Goodnight Nomi, it's going to be Davai A line, as they're going to be taking the north of the map very, very heavily with a lot of tanks on the south. There is going to be one CS spotting it out. In the middle, Miku is going to be facing it off against two EBRs, even though he probably doesn't even know it. But yeah, for Goodnight Nomi, one of the win conditions is going to be finding out where those pesky EBRs are, then digging them out, maybe blinding them out. But obviously, as Dreamer and Shelby are changing positions already, that's not going to be the easiest of tasks here. As Shelby doesn't spot out Solo. Is he not peeking far enough is the question. Yeah, a lot of blind shots here starting to come out by the team of Goodnight Nomi, trying to find where the EBRs are. They're not finding anything right now.
They're not finding anything, but Miko is starting to clear a little bit in his EBR, though he gets spotted out now. He's just going to go towards the rock. A lot of misses, takes one for 505, that's it. That's going to give Baku the timing to get across maybe as well into C1D1. No, he doesn't decide to go for it. Miku doesn't spot out Shelby either. Shelby just bailing out of that position, playing a risky game, but getting away with it. Miku does take quite the aggressive position though, but yeah, well, he's going to have to be very careful for the rest of the game.
Yeah, he will have to be very careful. Knocks down a tree towards the other side of the rock now. Tries to do a quick spotting check there. Very, very good play by Miku. But yeah, obviously Shelby, mentally ahead of him, has already relocated to a different bush. And that is extremely well played to the EBRs of NTMG that are not playing a very stationary, passive game. And that makes it so hard for the EBRs and the players in general of Goodnight Nomi to guess where the enemy light tanks are, right? Because that's your win condition. First of all, you need to shut out or shut the eyes of the enemy team. You need to take away their information. But if the eyes are changing position constantly, then it gets so hard to basically take them out of the picture.
They're now rotating back though. They're going to be doing a different kind of attack. The only issue I have with this is that it's taken a long time.
Yeah, it's taking a long time. Then again, the game time 10 minutes. So you can do at least one rotation. And this is certainly a big one. Essentially committing all those 260s. And that is, once again, 2 tanks happily with the pool party. So the double mouse position this time is going to be a mouse 279 position. And as we can see, Squeezy can shoot over the hull of the mouse. But I think he's slightly angled down. So his roof, his turret roof, is actually going to be exposed. And that is not going to bode well against heat ammunition.
It shouldn't. It should not, Gihan, but Gunnainomi is just gonna run it either down across the JK line, by the looks of things, or go over the hill. But right now it looks like they're just gonna run it down.
A couple tanks already starting to drive towards the hill, by the way. Big tiger on that whole reef. First time I think we see an animal as a camo here. But yeah, the tanks of Gunnainomi getting grouped up, and we'll have to wait and see actually if they're gonna commit in with all of those 260s. We saw a push through basically that EF4 area completely not working out. Now we're gonna see a push through the G56 area. Maybe that is going to be met with more success. The 260s start going. NTMG is going to start shooting soon. How much damage are they going to do is the question.
Solo is so far the only one spotted though, and that's only because he went wide as hell. And he's taking damage for it as well. Now the rest of them are starting to get spotted. Some damage is being taken, make it more than some. They're even driving on top of each other. Twist and Pabux there crossing now, but the rest of them, Floki and the mouse, of course, getting focused out. I mean, no surprise there. I mean, you know, he's just making a shield for his teammates. But why Fangs, Click, and Xavi are just kind of driving through the open is a question that I cannot answer.
To be honest, the majority of the team of NTMG can't really shoot them right now, so it seems to be okay-ish. Floki still not down and out in that mouse, but the 279 is going to become an issue at some point in time if they don't somehow deal with him. Now the tanks, though, in the backlines for NTMG start getting spotted, and that can actually be a problem because those whole rees from the back line, they do hit incredibly hard. They don't have any penetration issues whatsoever. So if the players by a Gunnainomi can keep up those spots for the whole replayers, then those are going to have a field day. Gunnainomi now making the cross with a lot less damage taken than we previously saw by NTMG. Still all 15 tanks alive. HP disadvantage, 4K, playable.
Very playable. The only issue they have is time. Like, I don't think the HP is an issue for them in this one. I think the time is the biggest downside. I mean, they have that mouse 279 sitting in that pocket there, which at the end of the day is just locked away HP, right? That's 4,000 HP. It's the HP difference really that's locked in that corner. The issue they have is that they need to kill the 279 at E1 somehow.
Yeah, somehow they need to kill him, but I don't think they have a lot of assets in place right now to do that. Now, though, the push getting started here. CFR going to be the peak of the spearhead. He's just going to get blasted to hell down towards one shot in a single salvo, but now the rest of the 260 start pouring out of it. Yes, CFR dies, but Q-Sprite is going to fall in turn, but that was a lot of HP invested. That is a lot of guns by Gunnainomi that are now starting to get farmed by even more guns from NTMG that have a lot of DPM. That's a damn lot of V5s.
That's a lot of V5s, but it's actually not that bad for Gunnainomi. If you're looking at it, like these C5s are not good tanks for this, to be honest. They're getting shots from the hill as well. You see that side pen on Trash Panda constantly, that's the 907 and CS from the hill. You can see the Tracer there even come in. The HP is completely even now. They lost the 279 at E1, and they're slowly starting to lose the game here as well. They're re-pushing on towards Fangs, which is gonna cost them some HP as well. It's something they have to do. They're re-pushing towards the Hori as well, and there needs to be some cover for that Mr. Hori in the corner there.
Yeah, definitely there needs to be some cover. Are they gonna get it there in time is the question, as Vladislav taking a lot of damage. Now the HP is still very, very even, but that is 3 E5s that are very, very close to death. One of them already dropping down That is a big share. And now Trash Panda peeking here, getting tracked, having a repair kit still available. Now Twist starting to peek, is going to pick up Rated. Trash Panda down towards a two-shot Twist. One shot, Baku is going to start peeking against Trash Panda. I think Trash Panda, yeah, he's going to die. And now Goodnight Nomi actually for the first point in time, actually with the HP advantage. LeVay has a lot of HP here, but that is a lot of boxed in tanks by NTMG. Can they break out against the Hori? Is I think the game winning or losing question. That is 2 EBRs, and now Adamek, he's got to do it all with that Hori. He has to keep them contained. He does keep them contained. Big pickup onto Shelby Walk, and Chucky from downtown, from the back lines, with the shutdown onto the second EBR. 1 minute and 16 seconds here is all that Goodnight Nomi have, but they don't have to shut down a lot of tanks. 4 remaining.
Yeah, 4 remaining, and even I think Jordan there with a bit of a misplay could have kept Adamek in a better position as well. Miku now driving past, Adamek driving in towards Floki for the 1v1 between Hori and Mouse. All things aside, normally the Hori should have this if he can get around the corner on time. 50 seconds left though for Goodnight Nomi. They need to get the HP into the game here. The Mouse actually not connecting on Adamek, so he's going to be winning that 1v1. They have gotten lucky in position now. Adamek will finish the Mouse in that Hori, that's guaranteed. He will find the kill there, you would hope. It doesn't happen just yet though. There we go. Adamek finds the kill. Lave is Amorite. Rishak is now coming in with his Hori. Lucky is fallen. Is down and out. Can Rishak get the pen? He can. Now it's just 2 tanks left standing. And Kiham, the camp, looking not that great for the side of No Timing, as they're about to drop out of the tournament with just 1 left stand and make it 0. And it's going to be Goodnight Nomi to make it 3-1.
Yeah, exactly. The fire getting put out here as the camp does get broken by the team of Goodnight Nomi that didn't have a lot of time left at the end, but slow. It doesn't matter at the end of the day, as they are going to be taking it home against the predictions of all of us, both analysts and casters. They're going to be making it 3-1 here, and yeah, they're doing so with a very, very interesting defense, with a tight attack here against No Timing, but I can't help but wonder if No Timing in this whole match here didn't maybe outplay themselves a little. Because, like, honestly, that first Karelia round, that lowest side 260 push wasn't the sexiest one I've seen ever. Yeah.
No, but there's 2 ways to approach it, right? There's the way that Goodnight Nomi just did it, right, with dropping from the hill, or also at the same time there's the way that other teams have been doing it, which is over the 2 lane. Through the mid is the worst side because you're exposed to everybody.
Yep. I guess a lesson that has been learned and signed with blood by the players of No Timing. At least this time we're gonna have to say goodbye to them, very unfortunately for them. And this in turn means that we are left with exactly 4 teams. And it is going to be the 4 teams that, well, we saw in the upper bracket. It's going to be Vulgus, it's going to be Goodnight Nomi, it's going to be Motivatia, and of course it's going to be Invil. The latter 2 are going to meet in the upper bracket finals tomorrow. The other 2 teams are going to wait for, are going to play out a lower bracket match and then are going to wait for the loser of the upper bracket finals. But yeah. Ducky, thank you very much for a day 1 of the Clan Showdown. But I think for the time being, that was quite enough from the 2 of us. So let's head over to the analyst desk and see what they got to say. Insane and Octo, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys, and well, we didn't expect Goodnight Nomi to take the victory. That's the first surprise of the day, if I can say so. NTMG not on point, not performing like they were in the past tournament. So tomorrow the next match of the losers bracket will be Vulgus against Goodnight Nomi, battling for the very least the bronze badge. And in the winners bracket we have Motivatia and Invil, probably the top 2 EU teams currently.
Yeah, I mean, and talking about this match that we just watched, it seemed like with the Sand River defense that No Timing played, where they were just really aggressive, kind of seemed like the whole match they were trying to push the tempo, and it just wasn't really going their way. But yeah, Goodnight Nomi will then play Volgus tomorrow, and in the lower bracket match. Again, on the lower bracket, the whole time will be best of 5, so we'll see how those play out, because it's definitely different from best of 7, which is Motivatia and Invil, and then best of 9 in the final match.
Yeah, talking about Goodnight Nomi against NTMG, we should probably take a look at the replays to see exactly what happened between these two teams. As we were starting on Sun River, and we felt like it was not that bad from the side of NTMG to make that push, due to the fact they didn't take much damage. But in return, Goodnight Nomi, they played pretty fine. Jordan going over was the right play. He managed to stay alive for a long time with his IS-7. And even though the damage they did early was not that great, the positions they had and the fact they managed to hold them for that long worked in their favor, as NTMG was never gonna stop even though they were defending.
Yeah, I mean, I think the story of this game, as I was talking about beforehand, was like Goodnight Nomi was just winning their like little individual battles. No timing, they ran to the G line and the C line at sort of the same time, but Goodnight Nomi was just able to handle all those different points of attack, just playing the correctly in the J line, and then sending just enough down to the middle and just enough to F9 to hold each little position.
Yeah, well, and then Goodnight Nomi taking the lead 1-0. They were on the defense and TMG on the attack, and you could see that the Polish team allowed No Timing to take the full map control. They managed to take the mid, the K line, and well, when they go for the repush of the K line themselves, then they lose their own base, which was just not great from the side of the Polish team. Not the best defense there, and the decision making also not on point, because they went for the K line repush when No Timing was close to their base, so they're gonna lose there with the cap. Good stuff from NTMG, getting back to the 1-1 scoreline.
Yeah, Ducky mentioned it. It seemed like they were trying to run the Motivatia strat where they have the 907 sit on the base, except for like you and him suggested, they weren't really holding the A line at all, so they just allowed No Timing to just kind of push up on them, and that repush on the K line was just a all-out hope that they would not be able to win on time, but it just isn't going to work.
And well, next up on Karelia, what's interesting to mention is even before that push starts, there's a 12k HP difference, because Goodnight Nomi is going with a super heavy lineup. Apart from the Manticore and maybe the T57 and E3, all of those things are super heavies. And you'll see that NTMG, well, they managed to make it a bit close. They were down 18k HP, but when they went for that final push, because they had 2 minutes left, well, it was not working out. Goodnight Nomi, they had too big alphas to work with, too much HPs.
Yeah, I definitely don't like the way they decided to push through the middle. Like you mentioned, you get spotted by the Manticore relatively quickly. You're just going into these mice. It's really hard on you, and I mean, I don't really blame them. It's a hard way to attack against all that HP, but I definitely would have tried to push a different route.
Yeah, just like this one, for example, the one Goodnight Nomi took for the water side, because you'll see that in comparison, they managed to get to those positions under with way less losses. You have to still take in consideration that the HPs they have at the start was almost similar, so that was not that big of a deal to lose 4k HPs on the approach. But then this push is probably the right one, because you have the tanks on the hill actually having the angles, the crossfire angles, which is pretty important. And then you'll see that slowly but surely, after taking out those few tanks here, they're establishing some very strong positions. Even though they are 5k, 6k HP down, they can work around them and just get back on track, and that's exactly what they did. Good stuff from Goodnight Nomi. You will see here the Hori actually taking all of his time to make sure he's gonna connect that shot, because at the end of the day, it was very close, and if he would have missed the kill on the mouse, they could have lost it just due to that.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell because of all the tanks stacked together on the base from No Timing side. But if you did notice in H1, that was, in my opinion, I think that was where they had the least amount of tanks on defense, and they actually had to rotate more when Goodnight Nomi was pushing around on G1. So the timing there was perfect for them to actually do that push. Yeah. It's really good on them.
I mean, 3k HP left, 15 seconds left. That was good management from them. They used all they got to make that attack work. And well, they're gonna win 3-1 against No Timing that we have to say goodbye to. As it was losers brackets, we should probably give a quick summary of the brackets once again, now that we covered the replays of that match. We will start tomorrow with the finals of the winners bracket, our match number 5, BO7 Motivatia against Invil. That's gonna be the banger of the day. We might see them once again in the grand finals, the match number 8, which is a BO9, the only BO9 of that tournament. And when losers bracket, Vulgus against Goodnight Nomi, once again a BO5, the entire losers bracket is BO5, and it's gonna be pretty interesting to see how those teams play against each other. They could be very close, because Vulgus, I mean, they have been showing some interesting performance, not good enough definitely for the top 2 teams, just like Goodnight Nomi, but against each other, it could be interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, it's worth noting that the entire initial winners bracket is still in the playoff bracket. And both, it's also interesting to me that both lower bracket teams chose Corellia. I don't know if there was some real reasoning behind that. Maybe it's because they thought it would be 1-1 and then maybe they'll go 1-1 on the next map. But I thought that was interesting. And yeah, the Motivatia versus Invil game should be pretty even in my opinion. I mean, the player skill, they're both really good on each side there, so should be fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's it for the first day of that first Clan Showdown of the 2K24 year. We'll get to see who's going to take the victory tomorrow of that first 15v15 tournament. Is it going to be Motivatia? Is it going to be Invil? Or is it going to be one of the outsiders in the losers bracket, Vulgus? Goodnight Nomi is still alive there. We'll get to see that starting tomorrow at 4 p.m. UTC or 3 p.m. UTC or 4 p.m. CET. We hope that we will get to see you once again. We hope you had some fun watching these games. And Octo, I will leave the last word for you.
Yeah, I mean, if you're like me, then 10 a.m. So make sure to show up and get your drops.
Yeah, well, we wish you a pleasant night or a pleasant day wherever you're watching from, and we'll get to see you tomorrow.